Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to day 5 here down in Southeast Asia for Division 2. It's another day where we've got 3 best of 3s, so a lot of action for our tonight's entertainment. Daniel, how are we feeling today? You ready for the games?
You know, you can see me, I'm feeling festive, I'm feeling happy with a lot of the stuff going on, and I feel like I cannot wait for a new patch to come out as well. But we have a date. It's in about a week's time. We still got to get through this hard slog for the next little bit, but at least the teams know what to be able to prepare for. And I mean, if there was any time to be able to reveal any sort of secret strats that you might have, this is the time to do it, because you're not going to have too much time left.
Yeah, not a lot of time left, but we do have some time before we get underway to work out and see the previous day's results and what occurred over then. So we get to see, of course, one of the teams that we get to watch in our first series, Boom. They were able to take down Team Tough. A pretty convincing series victory for them. Then we saw Spawn versus Horizon. Horizon, a much-needed victory for themselves. And then Xerxia were able to get a pretty dominant 2-0 victory over Myth Avenue as well. So Xerxia continuing on with their pretty strong start so far.
Yeah, I mean, they're 3-1 so far, just dropping the one series to Boom, but that's probably the one team that you can afford to do it. So I'm really looking forward to when those two teams eventually go up, in perhaps Division 1 next tour. We'll have to wait and see as we have a look at the standings to be able to see who has set themselves apart from the rest of them. And it really is Boom. You know, we can see that there's 3-0, but the thing that's more impressive is that 6-0 game score, not even dropping games within the series. And, well, there are some really important series coming up for Team Tough, a Spawn team, because they got to find those wins to be able to avoid relegation out of Division 2.
Yes, that they do. It's getting now to the stage where going to get some wins under your belt. Otherwise, a lot of pressure is going to be put on you with the last remaining series that they do have heading into the later stages of that third week. We'll get to take a look at how the schedule is shaping up for today. Again, it's another day where we've got 3 best of 3s. Going to be kicking it off with a Boom up against IHC Esports, formerly known as QWE. So the Mongolian / one Indian in Krish was able to find that sponsorship, and now they've got a lovely org to back them up. Then we got Spawn versus UDV, and last Myth Avenue Gaming versus Team Tough as well.
Yeah, so I mean, they're even-ish matchups, right? You would say probably going into them that you have favorites in Boom, UDV, but maybe not the last one, right? Myth Avenue Gaming, they've been underperforming a little bit relative to a lot of people's expectations. I know you're a big Myth Avenue Gaming fan, big Exila and Miracle fan, but they haven't really been able to put those W's on the board, have they?
No, they haven't, which is something that a lot of people maybe not expecting with the names that you see on there, but just struggling to work it out. We were saying that heading into the tour, they previously were looking to play Miracle as the 5 and then Yamate as the 3, and something internally made them decide to switch it just heading into the tour before the game started. So something's not clicking for them, but that's later in the day. We don't have to worry too much about that. Our first series again, Boom versus IHC. And IHC, they've looked pretty good so far. These boys have, impressed. We've casted them once versus Team Tough. That was a very solid showing from them. But today is the mighty beast versus Boom.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to get a real gauge on how they are, right? Because they've either won their series 2-0 or they've lost 2-0. And the teams that they've won are sitting towards the bottom of the table. So it's like, well, are they the gatekeepers towards the top half? Are they the ones that are going to avoid that relegation? Or are they serious contenders? Losing 0-2 to UDV really makes me feel a little bit uneasy about their prospects, although that was quite early on into the season. So maybe now with this roster, they've ironed out a few more of the communication. I don't think there were ever any communication issues, but you know what I mean, right? Everyone just needs to be able to speak that Dota language and get on the same page. And they looked pretty impressive when we cast them against Team Tough.
Yeah, but like we were saying, that's a completely different caliber of a team compared to Boom. So we'll get to see how they're going to be able to perform it. It really is going to be a exciting series to kick us off. And like we're saying, Boom, they are continuing to be just very dominant in a lot of their games. It's not looking like there's many mistakes at all. I mean, I know we had some fire alarm issues. You were the little person that was jinxing all the games every
Don't
time the
say
fire
it. It
alarm
could happen
went off.
again.
It could happen. I
at any
shouldn't say
point.
it. Well, yeah, in that game one though, Boom just absolutely mauled down Team Tough. It was a 17-minute victory. There was a Meepo game as well, and well, we'll see if we get any other crazy shenanigans out of the Boom draft, because we do have it underway here. So let's see what we got in store.
Could happen. I mean, we were talking about the importance of being able to reveal a lot of those strats. I mean, if someone says it's a good Meepo game, it's a good Meepo game. And I have to wonder, like, some of the teams that are going to be playing people after the patch potentially comes out, are they going to be like, yes, you know, we might be able to get a surprise series win over Boom? You know, sometimes it just comes down to luck of the draw. So we'll see. But Boom, they're just going to go for something pretty natural in that Enchantress. Finally, we get to see a Bat Rider. It feels like ages since you and I have been casting this hero.
Yeah, of course, I did fall a little bit out of favor with that recent letter patch, but then we're seeing at Dream League, a lot of people are still having success on it. I mean,
It's
in
just
particular,
5 mana. It's not that big of a deal.
I thought it wasn't as well, but people weren't playing it, and they obviously felt like it was, but some people felt like it wasn't. Mikey in particular, and I think he's been a nice beacon of to showcase how this hero is still very, very strong.
Just speaking of that, I think I saw Abed playing C-Pubs as early as like a day ago. So I think Mikey might be still sticking around for Shopify. Interesting to see. I think obviously Shopify are probably going to be valuing the major slightly higher. And so Abed is just about making sure his visa and everything is all right for that. So we'll see. We'll see how things go. And well, we do get to see the Queen of Pain as that immediate response to the Bat Rider. But we have seen the occasional Bat Rider in the off lane as well, right? Like, it's not something that you necessarily have to throw mid. I feel like it's a really solid kill combination together with the Tusk. You don't really care that much against the Enchantress. You're going to be able to find that gap close, find the shards to be able to lock them into place if you're playing this as a Tusk 4. So I really feel like you just look to play one of these heroes that actually wants to play into the Quap in that mid lane. You know, ones that are able to dodge out the dagger, ones that are able to, you know, make a few more rotations, or even just scale a little bit better than the Quap does.
I have a weird feeling that 4-2-3 is a very high level in the Bat Rider as well.
Mm-hmm.
I'm pretty sure. Because does that sound familiar to you or no?
Yeah, no, he is, absolutely. It's well, it's not something that he's necessarily high level with. He just plays it a lot. You know, it might just be in an official sort of thing, and he plays it on his Smurf and that sort of stuff. But he's a very good Bat Rider player.
Yeah, well then, because I was trying to think back to Lil Gun, if they were, because they'd always look to swap their lanes around and swap their roles around. So I was just trying to think if that was actually 4-2-3, if it was mainly Sanctity playing it. But if that is the case, then yeah, a lot of potential for this Bat Rider to get played as a 3. Boom, they're looking to ban out some other heroes, like a Viper's getting banned out here. So maybe a little bit more respect to 4-2-3, because I know he likes his more toxic heroes, more tricky ones to play into. But what can you make of the Viper? Is it like maybe protecting something that could potentially come out?
Potentially. I mean, a Boom considering something like an Abaddon into the Bat Rider just for the lane, and then they just want something that's not going to be able to provide that break or provide that lack of mobility to the Aber once the team fights do eventually start to break out. Wouldn't hate to see it.
Wouldn't hate to see it.
I'm also just thinking, like, with the way that IHC like to play, again, has it been every game that we've cast of them where they've given Sanctity the win condition? I almost think it has. I remember playing his TA. I think it's not a terrible Shadow Fiend game against the Quap. You know, you can just look to zone her out. Yes, you've got that jump to get right on top of him, and if he doesn't have Requiem, then you're going to be in a little bit of strife. But I really feel like Bat Rider in the offlane is one of those heroes that can look to create a lot of space for a mid Shadow Fiend.
Yeah, the matchup used to be very Queen of Pain favored, but of course now with the change in the Rays, I think it's much more even than what it
just 2 Razors and you have to back up. It's basically like what Bat Rider Napalm used to be, right? You get sticky twice and you're like, well, can't go into lane. Basically, you have to wait for it to tick off. So luckily, Shadow Fiend's Rays has a slightly longer cooldown than the Napalm does, but it's just as annoying.
do see though QWE are even trying to protect the Batrider in regards to carry in particular with the Slark. So taking care of that one for Mr. Natsumi. Trying to see if there's any other carries that they might be considering to get rid of as well to protect the Batrider if he looks to go to the offlane.
I mean, Natsumi's a good PL player. Is PL a good hero right now? Not really, but if it's a good PL game, it's a good PL game.
Yes.
I mean, it's something as well that you're not as worried about your QoP falling off as well, right? Like, you can bank on a PL to be able to carry this game. And they eventually do ban out the Abaddon as well, just against the what they were expecting Boom to be going for. Again, it's just good matchups against an offlane Batrider, I think, is what they're looking to get rid of now. And they're not revealing anything about their cores either on IHC with picking up this Disruptor. We know how versatile of a hero it is. You're going to be able to give a lot of vision as well with the Tusk, with the Shards, with the Napalm as well. Just Firefly being able to get up onto, for example, cliffs to provide a glimpse of vision for the glimpse. And actually a Brewmaster coming through. Okay. Just something to be able to provide a bit of dispel, I suppose. But then you got a Shaker as well. And you know how I feel about Earth Shakers. But the plus side is that IHC don't exactly have a ton of push at this period. So I think Earth Shaker might be able to get away with this.
Is that a weak lane, Brewmaster Earthshaker? Can they look to punish that?
It's pretty weak. I mean, you can just proc the Cinder Brew with Fisher, I guess. And well, this is one of the other heroes that I was thinking that they might be looking to consider, just because, yeah, you got the Shadow Strike for damage over time, but it's still, you're going to have a rough time being able to break through this Refraction. Shaker, Edge don't really do it at all. It's all going to be on the Brewmaster and the QoP. And, well, I don't think that Brewmaster can really afford to just walk into a lot of these team fights. So Sanctity's set up for success once again. This is exactly what you want for IHC. Just put all of your eggs in the Sanctity basket.
So we think this is more than likely them revealing that Batrider is going to be played as a 3 and now the TA's mid versus the QoP?
I mean, could you even do a Batrider position 1 against this Brewmaster Shaker? I really wouldn't hate that. Two melee heroes, Batrider, and it's something that Krish, previous mid laner, is super capable of doing. I think in the last series that we casted them, he played a Ember Spirit 1, didn't he? When they were looking to give Sanctity that win condition. So he's much more of that tempo setting pos 1, and I think it would work out really well for them.
Okay.
That'd be a super high kill lane, actually.
It's either even banning out offlaners here for Boom. So Timber's the one they're considering at the moment. Of course, able to deal with the double strength that they currently have with the Brew and the Earthshaker. And pretty nice versus the Enchantress that can go back and forth. But for Boom, we're going to be looking still towards a carry for Natsumi. Do we feel like a PL needs to be considered because that's now has more value against a Templar Assassin?
Yeah, I think it really does need to be considered. What IHC need to keep in mind for them is something needs to be able to take towers. That's my main issue for them. I would really not hate a Death Prophet coming out for them. I think it provides a good amount of versatility. The amount of burst damage on Boom is kind of low right now. They don't have a ton of lockdown either, so I feel like DP will be able to get away with murder, as well as put some pressure onto the map while TA is looking to get into this farm. But yeah, I still think that PL is going to be a pretty solid pickup if they wanted to go down that route.
Okay. Trying to think of any other illusion heroes. I mean, Naga is still there.
It's not a bad Naga game.
Yeah, it's not a bad Naga game at all. So there's a Lesh ban. So, I mean, definitely helps with a little bit of push. Also as a way to address some of the illusions if they go down that route. There is the Naga ban. And there's the PL.
Oh, your boy calls it early. All right, so what are IHC going to do? Is the Death Prophet still decent here? I think it could be, right? You just put the Siphon onto the real one if you find it. You can keep chasing him down. Pudge, okay. That's another way to be able to get into a lot of these aggressive heroes. And it is going to be a 4-2-3 Batrider. I mean, I guess Pudge with the Rod into 2 strength heroes feels kind of nice too.
Yeah, it was a pretty quick Pudge as well. It seemed like they knew that at least the PL was going to be coming out. They were ready for it.
I think they were ready for some sort of like illusion hero against their lineup that they had, right? Like they just wanted to be able to get out of the lane. What can do that against a Bat Rider? It's these heroes with the Dispel. It's going to be Naga Band. It's going to be Slark Band. It's going to be Abaddon Band. What else is left? That's what's there. So, luckily for Pudge, don't really need to. I mean, it's a pretty good Vanguard game, right? Like, what is Natsuki going to be able to do against you? Rot doesn't need any mana to be able to cast. Sure, if you get an early Dismember, I think that's all you really want out of this, right? Like Blink, BKB, Dismember onto FBZ would be the absolute dream, because right now they've got no BKB piercing disables as well.
Do we feel like there could be any lane swapping shenanigans for IHC to avoid the Bat Rider into the PL lane, and then maybe like lane Bat versus Brew and then Pudge versus PL? Do we think that's something that they might be considering?
It's a small possibility. I would just be worried with IHC, the fact that you're going to be laning a Pudge into an Enchantress in that sort of situation, and that doesn't feel that great. You know, you're just going to continue to get harassed from afar. Disruptor can't really do too much against that, right? Disruptor's good at being able to find those people that really want to go in forward, and then you can use the glimpse for a lot of that harassment out. ENG wants to stay at range. ENG wants to be using that impetus to stay at full max and then just look to harass you out. So we'll see. We'll see what the teams are looking to go for.
All right, well, let's see what we have in store for us. Game is underway for our first one. Boom up against IHC. I wasn't sure if 423 was Grandmaster or a high-level Bat Rider. Well, he's the highest you can get. So, yeah, this man knows how to play the hero.
You were talking about, you know, his toxic heroes. Well, Bat Rider's a little toxic as well. He's got the napalm, of course, needing some sort of flammable chemicals to be able to get that Firefly off.
Yeah, like toxic, cheesy. That's what he likes. You know, the Lycans, the Broods, Huskars, and Baddies. I mean, they first phase the Bat, so I guess it's not too cheese, but still, it can take over games. It's a very, very strong hero, and we'll look to see how they're able to perform. Of course, going up against the Titans, though, in Boom, a team that is still yet to be defeated in series, but also in map count. Do we feel, though, Denog, that this could be one of those games where they might be pushed to the edge? Do we feel like IHC have what it takes?
I think we've got a pretty decent draft on IHC. You know, like the Bat Rider in lane against the PL doesn't feel that great, but the Bat Rider overall against their lineup feels pretty solid, right? You don't care about the untouchable. You might force Natsuki to go at early point into the doppelganger as well, just to be able to get away, and well, they will. They'll get down to the low ground, but that's pretty significant for this lane, just to be able to secure a lot of those range creeps. You can see X Nova, he's already leveled up the impetus, but you really want to be using that for heroes, not range creeps.
So just quickly on this Bat Rider PL matchup, I think it's a lot different in the lane than what it used to be when the sticky didn't do any damage. So I think it is a counter, but I think Bat gets a lot more out of this lane than what they used to prior to kind of the sticky change. So we'll see. I think that might also come down to the supports. Unfortunately, Shards was a little bit off the timing there from Ace, so they're not going to be able to get the range creep. A bit unfortunate considering you did use some mana for that.
This is so heavily on X Nova this lane, though. Like, you just have to consistently harass out this Bat Rider, and well, he's even got the magic stick to be able to do so, which is going to be great against the Bat Rider. A lot of the times when we see this Enchantress, it's if you can get an early Arcane Boots or if you can get an early Ring of Basilius, then it's going to feel super amazing. But if you've got a Bat Rider just spamming those napalms into you, you're always going to have that impetus mana to just be able to spam it out off cooldown.
And then, of course, we get the mid lane matchup. Yopaj on the Queen of Pain versus Sanctity on the Templar Assassin. You already see Yopaj looking to bring out a sentry just in case there's any meld shenanigans that is able to disjoint the dagger. But if Sanctity is able to continue to find all these side blades, then seems like this matchup could be a little bit more awkward for Yopaj, and that's what we saw actually from Sanctity in the previous game that we casted of them up against Team Tough. He just bodied the lane solely off the back of his side blade usages, so we already see that he's actually doing a great job to be able to out-harass Yopaj instead of the other way around.
I mean, Yopaj is a great TA as well, right? So he knows exactly what he has to be going up against. Yeah, I'm constantly watching this lane as well.
And lastly, top lane, Busy on the Brew and Zephyr on the Earthshaker. Is Zephyr one of those Earthshakers that is on the list of playable that you're okay to see on this hero? Because I know you got a list, and I know it's a pretty short list. Is Zephyr on there?
I've been checking it twice. I mean, Zephyr's not a bad Earthshaker, but I think you need to be an amazing Earthshaker to be able to make it work.
Uh-oh. 4-3. Gonna give up first blood. Natsumi off to a great start with the help of X-Nova. You said he was going to be real, kind of the catalyst for this bottom lane if Natsumi was going to be off to a good start, and well, looks like that's the case.
Yeah, they'll be able to do it. Also being able to unblock that camp. Really wants to have all of those creeps to be able to play around with. Nova's just going to be scouting out for where this sentry ward might be that's blocking the camp, and he'll eventually find it. He's having placed it up on the top side there, but not the greatest creeps just yet. I mean, look at how much emphasis they've put on to making sure this ENG doesn't have a good time. They even put the sentry ward there to the bounty rune camp. So X-Nova will see that one's still blocked up too, but the downside is X-Nova, he's been doing exactly what he needed to in that lane, right? I saw just before that kill, he popped the magic stick. He put himself right up in harm's way on the front lines. His job is to just make Natsumi's life difficult. Not Natsumi. Ace's life difficult at 4-2-3. The thing I like as well is that he knows how far he can go. You know, he ventured towards the tier 1 tower, but only when he's got the tangos to be able to make these plays, because he knows that Ace has that ice shards leveled up. He knows that there's the potential for him to be caught out and potentially burst out if he's going to go this aggressive build without Nature's Attendants. So doesn't want to be caught out in a spot where he's not able to just tree cut his way through.
When do you feel like you have to... Like, when do you decide on leveling up Impetus and Enchant and Nature's Attendants in particular for the lanes on the Enchantress?
Depends if you've got a lot of harass coming back the other way for the Nature's Attendants. Depends if you feel like you're going to need to be roaming around on the map. I really don't... I wouldn't hate to see him go like Nature's Attendants from level...
Bottom lane?
4 onwards.
They're going to try and go on X-Nova. He's definitely not okay. With all the sticky stacks they've got, 4-2-3 will be able to bring him down. And now Natsumi is okay at least, but still, that's a kill that IHC are able to add to the board.
We're actually going to look to try and go back the other way without that Firefly available, but Natsumi gets bullied back out. Yeah, I really expect him, because you've got this PL that's going to be a little bit slower. That's a big pick off of the courier, though, as Ace looks to once again block up that small camp for them to be able to play around with. So really, Nova hasn't had too many of these camps to be able to play with. He's going to need to put himself out there, right? Like, you're going to try and disrupt the TA's lane.
Thankfully, he's in a lot of trouble with Zephyr nearby to block off the escape avenue. Means that Yopaj can continue to get rid of the refraction charges and then shortly get rid of his health pool as well. So beautiful rotation out of Zephyr. We saw that Ser was trying to mirror that movement, but just wasn't enough to keep his mid laner alive.
Leaving it to D-Ward as well around that same sort of time. He's looking to play around. He'll get his own D-Ward off. It could just be a battle around this power rune as well. Yopaj getting a glimpse back, but it's going to be towards the bottom side. Neither team going to pick up on it.
X-Nova just got the Seder creep, so as soon as Ace got the haste, it was purged straight away. Might not matter though, so still he's going to go down. Oh, it was kind of funny to see him get the haste and instantly get removed. It's like, wait, what?
Got it.
So far, we've had a little bit of action in both the mid and the bottom lane, but it seems like top, both Krish and FBZ, off to a pretty good start. Like, both these cores are getting all the farm they would ever want.
Yeah, again, there's not really a ton of kill threat for this top side for QWE, right? But the same thing has to be said for Boom. I think if they were getting any kills up towards this top lane, I would be a little perplexed as to how that's going to happen. But at least Zephyr's been able to make that rotation, secure the kill for the mid. He's making stacks as well. Very important to be able to do that. I mean, I would say it's mostly important to try and get this Brewmaster up in levels. He's level 6 now, though, so I wonder if they could look to make a play around that timing. Still holding on to 2 points on Yopaj here to be able to skill up, but I think he's just a little bit too low on mana to be able to go for any sort of TP plays.
Once he does get the mana, would you like to see him go top, or do you think FBZ should consider about going mid to use the split to continue to slow down Sanctity?
You don't want to move on this Brewmaster. Like, you are very immobile, right? At least the Quap's got the potential for those power runes. It won't be a haste because that was what happened last time around, but something like a regen rune, you know, something like an arcane rune that makes your TP scroll have that little bit less cooldown would be an ideal situation for them.
Well, FBZ's coming. Sanctity gonna be in some trouble. A perfect fissure. Where are you gonna run? Where are you gonna run? Zephyr blocks him off as well. FBZ gets the split just before the glimpse sends him back. But he's gonna be able to chase down Cez as well. Cyclone up into the air. Yopaj nearby to be able to provide the follow-up damage. And once again, Zephyr. It was a huge reason of why they're able to secure both of these kills. Those fissures have been on point so far around the middle lane.
They're even able to pick up one of these stacked camps as well. You know, we talked about the importance of Zephyr building them up for his side for Boom, but IHC, they need it for TA. They need Sanctity to be able to be this scaling core, and well, you can just look to take that away from him, and he's going to hit those timings just that little bit slower. Even Krish as well would be able to love to use the rot to be able to secure that, but
That's a solo kill. And that's your counter pick. So, oh, no good. No good. Giving away solo kills like that, and 423's got a little bit more net worth over the Phantom Lancer. He might not be able to come back to this lane without a support.
Look at this smoke.
Now.
Look at this smoke. They see what's going on with Sanctity. He's just going to farm the one camp for now, so not sure if they're going to be able to catch him out, but Bat Rider would be pretty juicy. So that's when he actually went mid to be able to pick up a little bit of that farm. I was thinking maybe he might try and bait on that bottom lane.
Yopaj and Zephyr in combination together. It's like they should be able to get the kill onto 423. This is a much needed kill as well. You do not want to give this Bat Rider a good start. Having a free lane for him down bottom to get those early items to come out for him, but Yopaj and Zephyr will look to shut that down.
I was thinking maybe like would Zephyr stuff things up a little bit with his stun combinations, but he made sure to use the enchant totem first so that it would be on cooldown to be able to prevent any sort of TP escapes coming through from that Bat Rider. So nicely done by him.
Now Ace as well is going to be in some trouble mid lane. X Nova, pretty cute with the use of the Hurricane. Ace not actually going to go down though. Great placement of the shards, helps get some distance away. So this is going to put the Tusk pretty much out of action. And then once again, they're looking to rotate. FBZ has to split back up. They've got the catapult wave as well, so probably looking to try and bring the numbers to mid lane and swarm underneath the tower to put some pressure onto Sanctity.
They've even got Shaker coming slowly, but it's with his level 6 up as well, so going to be very careful about where exactly you're looking to go. I love the fact that you can proc the Cinder Brew as well with those long-range abilities coming through from Boom. They're not going to be able to play around this siege creep for now. I think maybe their movement was just a little bit too fast. They probably didn't need to spam out the creep wave quite so much because it meant that Zephyr wasn't actually there for them to be able to make that sort of play with.
And with all the action we're seeing across the map, it means that Krish has had an incredible start on the Pudge. He's top of the net worth and by a long shot as well. No one is really close to Krish. They've got a crap load of stacks as well. And even though it is under a ward, granted, they're just nowhere nearby to be able to contest Krish. So this is going to be a great timing out of his Scepter.
You did see it just get whacked by the Ogre though during that Dismember.
423 should end up going down as Yopaj is going to drop the Sonic Wave to trade the life of X Nova for the Bat. So a couple of deaths in a row here for 423. Yopaj off to a pretty good start though.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Krish, his goal is pretty simple this game, right? As soon as he gets up into this Aghanim Scepter, he is going to be going to wherever that PL is. You know, the PL obviously doesn't have any main forms of escape. He's going to be followed by the Tusk and the Disruptor just to make sure that they can get any sorts of kills. And well, it's just a matter of being able to lock in onto that guy, especially diffusal blade or anything like that. Natsumi is actually rushing the Yasha just to be able to have another way to be able to purge off that sticky napalm.
Structures are fortified.
And do we feel like Radiant have enough playmakers to be able to make space for Natsumi, because this is a hero that needs a lot of time.
Yeah, that's what I was really thinking with, like, with this lane, with the Shaker and the Brewmaster, it's not the strongest, right? FBZ's made a couple of good rotations so far, but is it going to be enough? That's my main issue. Because you're kind of greedy yourself, you know? You still need to get into those early-ish items. He needs the Spirit Vessel, of course, to be able to do a lot of damage in onto that Pudge, and then more damage over time for the TA is always going to be ideal. So it really feels like he wants that Aghanim Scepter really badly as well on that Brewmaster. Again, just against for that Dispel constantly is going to be great.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Even just the Fire Panda as well. More damage over time for the Refraction wouldn't hurt.
Sure. Do see though both sides going to be able to exchange towers. In fact, Dire taking it a little bit more slow. They haven't put a whole lot of attention to the bottom tier 1. Do we feel like, what's the call for Boom then? Do you try and bring all your forces down to defend the tier 1 tower bottom lane? Are you happy with just occupying Dire's top jungle? Can you even think about trading mid? Like, it seems like there's a lot of options for Boom considering they opened up the map first.
I honestly think it's like, I'm not sure if they should have gotten top as easily as they did. That's the main concern for me. I mean, the plus side for Boom is that they've put up some super deep visions, so the area for IHC to be able to farm is reduced, but I think Boom just need to try and maintain what they have so far. They don't need to push anything else out just yet. If they can make a good response to this upcoming Aghanim Scepter by Krish, then it's going to put them in a pretty good spot. Again, the main goal for them is just delay.
No pause. Pretty aggressive jump on the high ground. The great ward on the clip. Oh, he's even going to drop the Sonic Wave. Oh no, he got denied to the neutrals. They might be able to defend mid now. You're going to have to go up against the Primal Split and potential Echo if Zephyr can ever find an angle. But Sonic Wave is a lot of your burst potential. So I wonder, like, Dire have Glyph. Tower's still pretty healthy. Do you reckon they look to defend the tower? They've got Scepter and Krish.
They do. I'm just worried about, is that going to be able to do enough against the Brewmaster, right? He doesn't have the BKB just yet, so you could just get tossed up into the air. That's the main goal for them this fight, and I don't know if they briefly got a glimpse of him with this Observer Ward that was freshly planted down on the cliffside, but, I mean, not that the pauses were planned. Obviously, there's one on both teams, but it's going to give them an opportunity to be able to have a look at some of the items, you know, that you're having to go up against with that new mechanic.
That's true, that's true. Now, let's see. What's the call for QWE? Both sides got the ultimate to the ready. Both sides are ready to go. 1, 2, 3. He's got... Oh, he used Firefly on the Batrider, so he won't be as impactful for this defense.
He's looked to take the bottom tier 1. Very important to be able to give TA a bit more space to farm. I mean, that's the thing, right? TA and Pudge kind of farm the same areas. You know, they're great at taking stacks, especially...
Oh, Natsumi might be in trouble top lane. Krish, can he find the real PL? He's able to get some distance away with the Phantom Rush. Krish was having some difficulty with... having to use that Dismember, but... even see bottom lane, it's Yopaj. It's able to get the kill onto 4-2-3, so...
They got the Echo.
Zephyr. Okay, Echoes. And that's nice as well. Like, it gives a full free wave for Zephyr to keep farming. Meanwhile, inside the river, Sanctity. Onto X-Nova, pretty good shots, means that FBZ is going to have a difficult time to now enter the high ground, but Yopaj, well, he doesn't care. He can blink on forward and chase down Ace. This Queen of Pain is proving to be a really big issue so far for IHC in Game 1.
Even just using the skeletons as a little bit of body block there, and well, X-Nova, even in the grave, is going to look to continue a little bit of that annoyance, trying to push into this bottom tower a little bit with the siege creep. Got, of course, the rallied skeletons buffing up the rest of the boys, so why not?
Ooh, top lane, Krish, he stepped a little bit too close to the tower. FBZ, again the Primal Split to be able to cancel the Glimpse. They're still able to hold the Phantom Lancer into place, but Krish, he's slowed down. He's not going to be able to get the damage fall inside the control, and as a result, Krish, he'll take a spill. Beautifully done. FBZ again is going to get another Cyclones up set on the Disruptor. Man, these Primal Splits from FBZ have been on point so far this game.
I mean, you talk about players on their comfort heroes. FBZ Brewmaster would have to be up there. Even Zephyr looking to try and make a bit of a play here. It is underneath a ward, so they're going to be very careful with their where they're looking to position. Or so I thought, unless this is bait or Ace. I would look to try and get out because he's got that Fisher shard to be able to play around with now. FBC is getting a lot of farm himself as this brew. Not really known as a hero that's being able to bring that one up too quickly, especially when a lot of this space is being taken away by Natsumi.
One thing to mention, when that top engagement was going on, we did see Yopaj get killed off to the Batrider and the Tusk. So it was a pretty big streak for them to find, and now they're ever going to run into X Nova inside the jungle as well, so getting Krish closer towards his Blink Dagger.
I almost wonder if, like, I know 3 points enchant is pretty important just because of the creeps that you're going to be able to take, but I really want to see him put a little bit more priority into the Nature's Attendants from here on out, because again, you've got a relatively slower draft. You know, when you think of kill trios, you don't really think of Enchantress, Shaker, Quap, right? Like, it's, if you're going to get kills, it's going to be on big cooldowns, and I'm not sure they're going to have that luxury. Sanctity's kind of been a little deep here.
They got TPs, they got a couple. No one's TPing down to protect Sanctity, they're just feeding him to the wolves, and this is your win condition that's died 3 times now for IHC. Feeling like they didn't have what was required to protect him if they were to teleport down to bottom, and now this is probably going to be the last T1 going down as well.
They're trying to get at least a little bit of pressure into that top tier 1 tower, with Krish once again going in deep, pushing in, but not staying there this time around. He's going to let the creeps do the majority of the work. He's still keeping up his farm. I know you mentioned that the win condition is Sanctity, but I mean, it's not a win condition, but it is that PL counter still in that Pudge, right? It's so important that he gets into this Blink Dagger. It's so important that he gets into this BKB. So if IHC could just look to delay the game out long enough that Krish is going to be able to have both, then that's going to put them in a really good spot. Again, it's just about jumping FBC. That's their main goal.
Not again, Sanctity. Ooh. This time he's got some boys to play with him, which they are going to lose that ward though, but all right, take a look at the net worth then. Like the fact that PL, Natsumi has caught up, he's top of the net worth. This is crazy. Big props to his farming patterns here for the PL. 3, 1, and 0 has not died in quite some time, and you know, he might get to the stage where they're going to have some PL issues, because really it is only the Pudge that addresses him this game. Yeah.
I mean, if I'm IHC, well, hopefully this pause doesn't go too long, I'm looking to give Krish a little bit more of that super safe space to farm, right? They just de-warded this cliff ward, so they're probably going to think, you know what, Boom aren't going to just go and immediately look to place another ward there. Let's put him back into this safe farm around the Ancients camp area, and then look to make a rotation with Batrider, Disruptor, and Tusk, and try and find this PL, right? Because we cannot let him get too far out of control. We know that, yeah, you might use the Doppelganger, but if you get the Static Storm Blade in on top of that, or even if you can Static Storm beforehand, then that's going to be a dead PL. You've got enough damage to be able to burst him down before he gets into this heart, but he's picked up the Reaver already, so it's going to be just that little bit more difficult to be able to take him out now.
Yeah, that's the one thing we haven't really seen from IHC this game, is those aggressive smokes across the map. I can't even remember a time when they looked to make a proactive play. It's really been Boom that have been the ones on the kind of the forefront looking to get aggressive into IHC's territory. So I have no vision to play with, no deep wards at all.
And they kind of have to on Boom. So Boom are doing the right thing, right? A, you need to make sure that this Pudge/TA doesn't get out of control, because again, it is really like a dual core into a solo core, right? This PL is designed to be able to solo carry this game. Quap, not so much. But also it's going to be making space for that PL, right? So it's about denying away stuff from the enemy team as well as securing your own. So I understand that IHC might feel okay being able to play a little bit more passively, but I still feel like it's really important to be able to take out this PL and make sure he doesn't get into that heart, that next big item, you know?
Because he's getting close. He is getting very close with all the space they've been able to make for him. At least the Dire Ward next to the Roche Pit, what I'm actually starting to see a little bit more often.
I know that Natsumi's here, but it's just Seh. Like, and he doesn't even have an Observer Ward to be able to play around with, so I'm really not sure what he's doing here. Can you tell me what he's doing there? Because I don't know.
No, I can't. I can tell you the fight might be breaking out. Zephyr.
Oh.
All right, just gets him, but So a couple of heroes required. Meanwhile, your Paj is going to be able to secure the rune. Illusion, pretty nice to work with. Be able to continue farming across the map. Natsumi is going to be able to shove this bottom wave. Has the full jungle with that minute mark. So still, Boom have to be very happy with the status of this game.
I mean, yeah, giving a solo kill over to Natsumi, he's going to be like, well, thank you very much. Now I'm level 15. You just see a lot of the times you go, like, the Spirit Lance cooldown. This time around, it's just make those illusions as tanky as possible. Get value out of this diffusal blade. Plus 15 strength, plus the heart. It's going to be able to do that. And immediately after, Mage Slayer. He's not worried about damage. He's just worried about taking away all of the resources that IHC have to be able to play around with, mostly mana. Yep. Krish has the BKB, but again, they're lacking the jump.
Mid lane, FBZ. In some trouble. They got the Static Storm as well to follow up. The thing in question is going to be the damage, though. With the hood activated for the Brewmaster, is relatively survivable, but they were able to bring him down nonetheless. And now Yopaj, an aggressive blink into the middle, but the BKB is going to be able to cover his tracks. So Yopaj, he can continue to chase them down, especially with Natsumi nearby to provide the follow-up. So 1 for 1, and I'd say it's not the worst. You get the Brewmaster kill, get a couple of BKBs expended as well.
Bit of an odd game so far. I'm really not sure what FPC was doing, just watching a Pudge slowly waddle up to him and get that Dismember off. Probably a kill that you didn't need to give away, and well, actually going to look to try and take Roshan off the back of this. Why not? With the heart, I feel like they're strong enough to be able to just get the PL illusions to be able to tank up a lot of that damage.
Do they have a trap in there? I don't know, but there's a sentry. They might have. I don't know. They must know. You should have a trap in there, even if they get rid of it. You start to move on over. So the fact they're going to get this for free is a little bit of a concern.
I mean, Sanctity has been pressured a lot, right? Maybe he just doesn't feel comfortable going out onto the map anymore. But yeah, like you said, this is. How do you kill Natsumi twice? Is my issue. Once, maybe. Twice? I don't know.
Yeah, because
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
the Krish needs the BKB for both those times. If he doesn't have them, he's going to get kited. They have so many slows on Radiant.
Sanctity needs a BKB as well.
Yeah, so it's... And you're going to need those first... Oh, actually, he won't die? Okay, they get him in the end. Looks like 4-2-3 is going to be okay as well. They'll get a D-ward in the meantime. But yeah, my big concern is I feel like IHC have to commit so much to kill the first life, and then what are they going to have in the tank left?
Yeah, so maybe this is going to be just one of those, see how much you could delay out the Aegis, look to see that they don't just take too much of your map away. Because again, if you're able to continue farming on Krish and Sanctity, I feel like you're generally okay with this, right? You just got to limit what Boom are able to get out of it. And sometimes that means an aggressive smoke, trying to find a pick-off specifically around a playmaker. They are not going for the PL with this. They're going for Quap, they're going for Shaker.
And they should be able to get her. Zephyr though, can he disrupt the combo? Tries to mess around with the fissure. And that might be enough to keep Yopaj alive. Has to expend a BKB, but Radiant, they're starting to move on over. At Busy, looking to play around with the Spit to stop the escape avenue. A lock into Tusk, and now they can turn back to Krish as well. There's going to be BKB and a TP available. They should be able to make it.
That's good though, right? You're able to get a BKB out of the Quap. You're able to get a kill onto the Shaker. Sure, you might lose your Tusk, but he's already got his Blink Dagger. That's the main thing that he's concerned about. And it takes away a lot of that aggressive kill threat that you've got on Boom. Not having that Echo Slam available, not having the BKB on the Quap. You can see that FBZ's trying to do his best to open up the map a little bit and be able to find that next pickoff, but well, it's actually going to be Natsumi kind of playing that role, putting himself on the front lines. Why not, right?
I was going to Mage Slayer. Oh, wow, 4-2-3. Gonna pop the BKB defensively. Just able to get on out as well, but it's another thing now on cooldown for IHC.
I mean, Natsumi's doing exactly what he needs to, right? He's like, Sanctity is just melded right next to him.
Yeah, that's not a good spot to be in. And Tusk, no, he jumped into the aftershock. Snowball comes out too late. Ace, he attempted to save the president, but it was just a little bit too slow.
They waited too long, man. This is what I was talking about. You can't let PL sit back and do this. I think it's all around like that movement that Seth made onto the bottom side. You know, big fan of Seth, but just giving that free kill over to the PL, not having a ward to be able to try and find him out, and the boys not connecting through onto him as well meant that he was just able to get into these two big items. Like the Aegis doesn't happen if you don't have the heart. The Mage Slayer doesn't happen without all of that bounty gold that you're able to get off the back of it. The heart doesn't happen if you just look to get a little bit more aggressive. So I feel like they've just gone a little bit too far into the passiveness on IHC.
Big reason why they're down this 4,000 gold and continuing to lose a lot of objectives. I'd say they've only found one T1 across the map, and they might even get Krish bottom lane as well.
Oh, they see
Look
him.
at Zephyr's positioning. He's perfect. He's already here to set up, and they already have FBZ as well to connect. So as long as they hold their stuns, there should be a 0 way for Krish to escape. Well, actually, he can be TP out. So if that's what he wants to do,
doesn't BKB.
Oh no, Krish, and now he pops it in the end. So regardless, the team's coming. It's probably going to be a little bit too late. Blink over the top. Krish, boys are here now. Cautious, they need the vision though. That's where 4-2-3 can come into play. As soon as they see the sticky though, Boom will be able to react. I still think he's in the tree line.
Yes. But now, you can see they got the Storm Panda to be able to play around with permanently. Got that extra dispel as well to be able to get you out of the silencers coming through. Not the silencers, the damage over time. But even eventually the TA trap silence, if Sanctity is able to get into that one, they're just trying to get the remaining little value out of this this Aegis from PL. If they can look to push into this bottom tower, they would be very happy with that. They still realize that IHC don't want to fight into this.
Looks like they're going to be forced to though if FBZ keeps getting pickoffs like this with the Cyclone. The catch out ace this time. Pry was just able to slip away with the blink, but you see the second time will be fast enough, and now the tower is going to go down. Aegis will expire from Natsumi. Looks like they don't care though. Maybe going to try and consider out poking the high ground a little bit. They know there's no glyph, and now 4-2-3 is going to be in some trouble as well with the BKB. He's not going to have an opportunity to use it. Natsumi just blows him up, and how are you going to kill the PL? 3,100 health that you have to go through. It's going to come down to Krish. Dismember's there, but a defensive 4-staff gets Natsumi out of danger. A lot committed to try and kill off Natsumi, and now they're going to turn it back around. Sanctity, no refraction charges. BKB is going to think that keeps him alive for the moment, but still Krish, he's in the middle of it all. Still is able to stand strong, turns to Natsumi, they get the dismember, but the fissure instantly from Zephyr stops the control short. Natsumi's still alive. IHC, what can you do? They're continuing to bleed their members and their cooldowns. One by one they go down, and boom, they haven't lost anyone.
And they haven't, and they even buy back on the Pudge. I mean, I was thinking maybe he's going to buy that. Boots of Travel really wouldn't have changed too much there, but it's just, again, the BKB usage not quite on the mark.
That's a big jump. We've seen the Earthshaker be a big issue through the team fights, but
that's
they might just blow up Krish. They're too far ahead, man. Natsumi is too far ahead. They got some PL issues, and they've got no way to address them at this stage of the game. Sanj and Yasha even completed. Why not for Natsumi? It's time to farm. Beyond godlike, Sanctity's next on the chopping block. A meld will not be enough to cover his escape as QWE have to tap out 28 minutes in, and boom, just doing boom things.
Boom doing boom things is right, and to me it was the FBZ and Natsumi show, right? I think FBZ got way too much out of that lane. Wasn't really expecting him to be the one to make that rotation towards the mid lane to be able to pick up that early kill onto Sanctity, but well, they were able to do it. They were able to open up the map, taking that tier 1 tower, and again, I feel like IHC got punished by just being a little bit too passive, thinking, you know, two win conditions against one, we're going to bank on that. But the one win condition that they had on Boom was just way too far ahead, was being fed solo kills, and was able to close it out for them.
So the only time Natsumi died that game was to the solo Batrider, which is crazy. That was the only time he died. I was like at that stage, maybe there's a bit of a concern when your counter pick dies the hero that you're trying to counter, but Natsumi PL, we don't see it too often, but when we see it, it is definitely one of his better heroes as well. And I don't know about you, Denog, but I would be considering about putting Zephyr into the list of the potential Earthshakers that I'm happy to see play, because I think he was a big reason of why those mid-rotations were able to work out early on as well. We saw those 2 fissures were perfect to get the kills onto Sanctity. Yes, FBZ was a big reason as well with those rotations, and then later throughout the game as well. You know, just the fissures to disrupt, Dismember in particular through those last couple of fights, they finally started to realize that Earthshaker's got to go. He's just too much of that control, too difficult for them to be able to kill anyone if he's still alive, and I was very impressed with Zeph for that game. 1-3-11. KDA's not crazy, but I think he had a lot of involvement. There we go. Let's go.
He had the lowest kill involvement on his team. So, I mean, obviously, Zephyr, like I said, he's a good player. He's a good Earthshaker player. But I think you need to be a great Earthshaker player to be able to make it work every single time. And
sound like a hater.
I am a Shaker hater. I agree. So I don't know. This hero, I feel like it was able to thrive because of how passive IHC were. That's how I feel about it.
Man. What? Zephyr had some great early rotations mid.
He did.
Come on.
He did. He had some early rotations, but okay, at least he got the shard first and wasn't waiting for this massive like Blink Echo or anything like that. He wasn't playing super far on the backlines. He was playing aggressively around his quaps. So, you know, I'll give it to him, but
okay,
we're going to need to see it again. You know, he's not a one-hit wonder.
All right, well, hopefully they pull it out in game 2. Then we get to continue to put his name higher up on the list on the potential to join those famous people that you have on your Earthshaker list. But that's a time for another draft if we do get that one. We'll see what we have in store for us, though, after the break. Boom are indeed showcasing that they don't deserve to be here in Division 2, or they don't belong to be here in Division 2 with how incredible their games continue to be. They are still undefeated, another game going their way. Was there signs of hope, though, in that game one, Daniel, for IHC that they can look to work on heading into the next game?
I like the draft. It's just a matter of what do you do with it, you know? We were casting some Western Europe the other day, D2 Hustlers versus Secret. I like D2 Hustlers game one draft, and they just took their foot off the pedal. And I think it was the same issue this time around with what IHC were able to do. I think they needed to get a lot more aggressive onto that PL, especially around Pudge's timings. You know, once he had the BKB and the Blink Dagger, I'm like, why are you not smoking? Why are you not doing something happening right now? Because with the fact that PL was able to farm just about as fast as you were, it meant that you just couldn't fight into it. So I really want to see, if you've got this great counter to the enemy's win condition, don't let the enemy's win condition get to a stage where maybe they can actually make a meal out of it.
Yeah. And we saw that being the case in the end, when Natsumu was just completely untouchable on that last real push where he got a vast majority of his kills. But we get to wipe the slate clean. We do have the second draft coming up very, very shortly with Boom up against IHC, of course, formerly known as QWE, which keeps messing me up a little bit. It's unfortunate they still have it in their name tag and their team name as well. But
it's all right. It happens. It just happened recently. It's fine. You know, if they make it a promotion to Div 1, maybe, never know. Maybe they'll be able to get that change up before tour number 3.
No, it's still a little bit for them to work on in particular, but of course they're sitting okay in the standings, 2-1 at the moment. But I'm trying to see who their loss was against. Do you remember?
It was either Xerxia or UDV, one of them.
UDV, yeah, UDV. And yeah, we do have the draft ready, so let's get that one up on screen. Boom, of course. They're going to be playing on the Radiant side, QWE on the Die side with first pick, it looks like.
Yep. So Boom getting rid of these heroes makes complete sense to me, right? These are the heroes that you want to be able to prevent that last pick of the first phase to be able to just run away with. I like Rubik, very flexible, right? You can run at 4 or 5, gives you a lot. So what are Boom going to do in response to this? Really, the ball is in their court as to, with the heroes that are remaining that are going to be really strong on 8, like the Timbersaw, like the Beastmaster, how do they feel that they can address these? This doesn't really address Timbersaw, so I really wouldn't hate to see IHC go into a Timber sort of route, but this certainly does address Beastmaster if they were looking to go down that sort of path. You think they're happy enough to Timber here? I do. I don't think you... Like, Ench is annoying for the lane, don't get me wrong, but Ember Spirit's fine too. Gives them that flex as well that they've been wanting, right? For being able to play it on Sanctity in the mid lane, who we know is a great Ember player, but Krish can play it well too, and you can still give Sanctity that win condition. So yeah, I don't hate this either.
I don't want to say it's definitely not a counter to the Nature's Prophet, but it is a nice hero to play into it, right? Where NP is always able to split push the map, and Ember can kind of mirror that. He can't do it as well, but he can probably do it better compared to a vast majority of the heroes in the game. Yeah,
I wonder with the remainder of picks that IHC are going for, we've seen Embers occasionally go for the Boots of Travel just to be able to combat this a little bit. You know, it's going to depend on, is your role just shutting out this Nature's Prophet and making sure that he doesn't have a game? So we'll have to wait and see. I mean, it made it a pretty easy Nature's Prophet pick, just with Batrider and Primal Beast both banned out, right? So you just had to try and take advantage of that immediately, and they did on Boom. Zephyr could play a pretty mean Enchantress as well, so they've got some layer of flex. Doesn't just have to be X-Nova.
Yeah, and you see they're even trying to protect the Ember too. Dragon Knight banned out, even Monkey King is well banned out.
We've seen it.
Natsumi plays a good Monkey, Yopaj can play it as well mid lane, so it's just covering their tracks, because of course you picked it early on, so looking to try and make sure it has the best game possible.
Death Prophet ban, please. I think it's A, an FBZ hero that's very strong, but B, hero that does very well into the Ember Spirit. Wouldn't even hate seeing the Shadow Fiend banned.
DP would be a big issue for IHC to deal with. You've got a Death Prophet pushing you, Enchantress, Nature's Prophet to add to that as well. So, and it just continues with their flex. That's a big thing.
Continues with the flex. I kind of feel, obviously not as much on the flex, but Shadow Fiend also just provides a bit of that push. Maybe not super early, but level 15 timing makes it pretty dangerous. And, I would say for Boom, probably their last ban is going to be something like a Slark. Looking to come through here, just again, anything that's going to be able to get on top of this Nature's Prophet. Actually looking to get rid of the Brewmaster instead. Okay, so they feel like the mid lane matchup is strong enough. They got to take away some of the comfort for FBZ, but I really feel like Boom should just go straight into that DP, to be honest.
Okay. So of course that's where the Clockwork ban really comes into play. Spectre ban as well a little bit, but I'm sure that's more to protect the Nature's Prophet, but...
I guess they were feeling like they were just lacking a little bit of CC for the Ember, right? And that's what the Shaker can provide, but you're going to need something in addition to this. So... Go on.
Sorry, I was just going to say, you'd say Earthshaker and Enchantress cover both each other's weaknesses quite well, yeah?
Yep. When one's strong, the other's weak. And that's basically it, right? ENG for the first 15 or so minutes of the game. Then Shaker obviously takes over once those team fights start to break out. You can push a little bit, create some space to allow the Shaker to be a little bit more greedy with the farm. Again, I love going into the Shard instead of the Blink Dagger, just because it always feels like it could contribute something to the team fight. Yeah. It's not all on the back of this massive Blink Echo. Even just Blink Enchant Totem. If it's against an Ember Spirit, he's probably going to Remnant away, whereas you actually have some chain lockdown as well with this Shaker, with the Aghanim Shard. So I'm going to need to see some more lockdown, though.
Well, I think people are realizing that Echo Slam is not really the main toolkit of the hero. It's
people are echoing just on the back of the Shard, not even hitting any heroes, just to be able to get another Aftershock proc.
Yep. So, I'm really starting to enjoy the Ag Shard change, at least item change, I should say, more the priority. So of course we saw it last game from Zephyr, and there's that Death Prophet. Great call. So look, I will say I do think it's not a reason for you not to pick it, but I think Rubik is one of the worst matchups for DP. Every ability is crap to steal. Sorry, every ability you don't like to give away, and Spirit Siphon does so much damage back against you, so
with
much.
The fear.
And yes, and you like going Ag Shard. You're also playing into Doom, which it can be okay. If you already have Exo pop, then maybe a Siphon, then sure. But also if you don't have abilities used, then it can be a bit crap. So it's not a free Death Prophet game. There's a bit he has to be concerned about, but overall, it looks really good, right? Your DP versus Ember, more than likely. That is an incredible lane. You dump to the Ember, and it just works well with their heroes as well.
And you have the potential of this not even being a DP mid. I know it's still very good against the Ember, so you might just still want to do it. But they could still just Shadow Fiend, right? And then put this DP in the offlane. You could even put DP position 1 if you really don't want this Doom position 3 to be able to run into the Nature's Prophet, They've got a lot of flex on Boom.
Yeah.
This is an amazing Rubik game, though. If IHC are going to win this, it's because Rubik popped off. A, for the Aghanim Shard, but B, you're just against an Earthshaker, right? You don't even need to be able to have the Aghanim Shard to get the Aftershock component of the Shaker. As long as you steal Fissure, you get Aftershock. Whatever level it's leveled up, you just get that passive, kind of like Venomancer and the Poison Steam.
So that flex for Boom is going to be a big thing heading towards the later stages with the 24th overall. So not going to be an easy task for IHC to work out what the hell is going on. We do have to try and see what the 23rd pick is going to be. At the moment, they're banning out the Lycan. I mean, there's a lot of flex. Krish can play the Doom if they want to and still look for an offlaner. You can put Ember mid, Doom 3, look for a 1. They too have a lot to play with, but they're going to have to reveal it first. So I guess, what do we feel like they're currently lacking on IHC?
What are they lacking on IHC? I mean, they don't exactly have the strongest tower push either, right? You're going to be constantly playing on the back foot, and I feel like Jakiro is decent at that, but Doom doesn't really want to be on the back foot. He wants to be pressuring forward. So I think just a little bit more aggressive pressure. That's why the Lycan's being taken out. But what even is left now? Like, is it this Beastmaster that they're just looking to have? But Beastmaster into Ench doesn't feel very solid unless you max out the axes. Maybe that is the route that they're going to look to go down. Because there's not really any other pushing style heroes that are going to give vision to enable this this Ember Spirit. Get rid of a Morphling. Okay. So, Slark Chaos Knight. Okay. I was really thinking that they were going to go a sort of hero like that on Boom. Because the thing that... I was just looking at IHC's bans more than anything that Boom were doing. And it's like the Puck and the Shadow Fiends. So A, they want to stop the Death Ball. And B, they still feel like they're a little lacking in that lockdown. It's only the Shaker that they have to play around with stuns right now. So I think Boom maybe need to consider that a little bit. Just a little bit of extra lockdown. Could they even Slark themselves? That's a big hero for sure. I wouldn't hate to see it. Into a Doom. Just takes away so much of their map, right? You know you're going to be getting aggressive with the push. If it's an off-lane Nature's Prophet as well, you can go Aghanim Scepter so that you're getting that additional layer of lockdown with the root.
I think what you just said kind of convinced me, though, with how they can play the map at nighttime with just the very fast-paced tempo. I don't think it matches up pretty well versus CK. You're very dependent on Shadow Dance and Depth Shroud. If you don't have that available, CK is going to rip you apart. We got Timber. So, okay. Nature's Prophet 1. Looks like they're going to give the Timber over to FBZ. Of course, another very comfort hero for himself. And it's a pretty good Timber game. Not a whole lot he has to be worried about. It's another hero that, like, you don't... It's another hero that Rubik isn't a deterrent for you to pick it, but it doesn't feel the best playing into it. Like, that's more abilities that are great to steal. Using the pure damage back against him can be a little bit awkward. You've got Doom as well with the ultimate, but overall, this Timber addresses the CK. Like, have fun playing around with your Phantasm illusions, because I think that was going to be the big issue for Boom this game, where CK destroys the Death Prophet, destroys the Nature's Prophet, had really good core-to-core matchups. Your only real concern was the Earthshaker and his AoE control, but now you've got the Timber. Hopefully that can kind of cover the tracks, I should say, cover the weaknesses even for that, you know, Death Prophet, Nature's Prophet matchup into the CK. So I like the last pick. I like it a lot.
Whenever I see the CK, I'm always just thinking, all right, is it a good Underlord game? And it still would have been decent, right? You're only up against 2 strength heroes. You would have been able to reduce a lot of that physical damage. But it's just, to me, I know we've seen it a few times, prove me wrong, but I think it's a little slow for what Boom were looking to go for, right? They want to get...
You're saying?
Yes. I think the Timbersaw is going to let them play a little bit more aggressively, you know, on the front foot. But it does give you that little bit of an opening for Sanctity to be able to have... a game where he pops off. They haven't confirmed the fact that they're going to be able to chain lock him down. So for Boom, it's going to be on the back of Zephyr to be able to land those great fishes, to be able to chain them together with the enchant, to be able to have the silence come through as well from Yopaj. But if you get an early enough BKB, then I feel like IHC's chances are going to be off the back of Ace on his Rubik and Sanctity on that Ember Spirit. So we'll see how it goes. I guess Boom are just feeling like maybe the lane for DP is just going to go so overwhelmingly well that Ember's not going to be that big of a concern.
They have... I think this is going to be a... I don't think Sanctity is going to ever come online this game. It's
going to be rough.
Yeah, but I'm... The reason why I say that is because I'm looking for supports that can rotate for Boom. Your side lanes are so free, man. Timber can easily play into a Chaos Knight once he's able to get past that kind of early couple of levels. Nature's Prophet, he can just go play in the jungle. He's a very self-sufficient carry. You're going to be able to rotate X-Nova. You're going to be able to rotate Zephyr once Yopaj has 6. You're going to run it the Ember with a creep as well, like a big creep. What the hell are they going to do on IHC? What are you going to nuke the wave with Fade Bolt and with Dual Breath? The tower's going to go down, and I think that's going to be a big concern. So already you have a bad matchup for the Ember, and then you're going to have 2 supports at 5 minutes in your lane.
Yeah, and you need to have supports rotating for you. You need to be the one to grab these power runes to be able to, have some semblance of a game right now. Oh, he doesn't even get the bounty rune there, Sanctity. Slightly quicker fingers on Yopaj. thing I do like about this Timbersaw, and I'm interested to see what skill build he's looking to go for as well. We've seen the rise of a lot more Timbers going either 0 or 2 points in the reactive armor, just for that value that it provides and the damage boost. We can even see Zephyr making the body blocks happen on the top side. But FBZ, he's got the Ring of Protection to start off with. Yeah, I know it's natural build up into the Soul Ring, but if you're going to die, it's going to be against the heavy physical damage from this CK early on once he hits level 2 with that Reality Rift. The bottom? How low is this Doom already?
Yeah.
What? Was it just some great body blocks from the Treants? I didn't quite see.
I mean, Natsumi is
might get a double.
continuing to have great body blocks. Wait, Natsumi, hang on a second. Don't die, friend. 8 health. 8 health Natsumi was living on. But X-Nova used like 5 impetus, and yeah, I just saw Natsumi just tear them apart with the body blocks. They've got a Blightstone as well, which helps, but what a disastrous start to your bottom lane.
Dude doesn't have that Ring of Protection. Obviously, he's going into a Wraith Band, so feels like that's going to provide him that little bit of extra armor, but the advantage of this goddamn Nature's Prophet, man, you just get to TP back to phase, TP straight back out, full regen to be able to go into this after an early first blood.
And how does Doom ever get aggressive in this lane versus the enchant? Just one level from X-Nova, and you see as soon as he tries to maybe play around with Scorched Earth, he's slowed down for 5 seconds.
He's slowed down for 5 seconds, but as well, you can even just use the enchant onto a creep as well, just to prevent them from going for this deeper dive under the tower. That's really what you want. You want the lane to be shoving in towards the enemy team, and then level 3 on the Scorched Earth, you're going for the kills, right? You dive in, you don't use any right clicks, it's just off the back of the Scorched Earth damage, but like you said, the enchant is going to give them another creep that they have to go through. It's going to slow them down so that you can't go for that. Really does feel like a very strong start to this game from Boom. So that's one lane going well for them. Mid lane, Sanctity's doing a decent job against the Death Prophet so far. They seem to be tied up in net worth, getting a lot of those important creeps.
Yeah, I think the denies is really going to be the big thing to look at in the range creeps if you're able to find that experience for Yopaj, because if he just hits 6 before Sanctity does, and those rotations come out, he's going to be very, very vulnerable. So he's already up to 4 denies, which is at least nice. So he's going to hit that level 4 just before Yopaj, but really it's the 6 that we're looking at.
A lot of the times we look at the old Dota Plus levels to be able to give an understanding of how familiar. This is the biggest lie of all time, Sanctity being level 5 on the Ember. Obviously just hasn't renewed his Dota Plus subscription because he is a damn good Ember Spirit player. I say that as he might be able to go down against Yopaj, but who knows, maybe he turns it back the other way. He's got a Fairy Fire and a stick to be able to play around with, and some tangos. Now they know that there's no Spirit Siphon, so will Sanctity look to go for the big play? Not with everything on cooldown, I don't think.
Lane, there's the blocks. Off to the wrong side, but it's not going to matter. I mean, it's just the same time as last game.
Yep.
So it's just a little bit too late on his rotation. This is his role this game, to mirror the movements from the Earthshaker, to give that vision, to know wherever Zephyr is. But Zephyr has that brute advantage, so he's always just one step ahead of him. And that, if you don't get the vision, if you don't know where the Earthshaker is, then Sanctity has to play so defensively. And at bottom, 4-2-3, he's going to go down as well. This game is just going to get too fast for IHC in 5 minutes. They won't be able to deal with it. And Yopaj is in a bit of trouble. 1 charge of Fairy Fire to work with. Another round of the Spirit Siphon in a couple of seconds as well. Sanctity actually might be chased down. It's 3rd level in that Spirit Siphon, so the damage does really start to ramp up. Sanctity, they've got a Creep Swarm, Fissure as well. And yeah. Uh-oh.
All right, Zephyr, you're building your case right now with these early rotation. I mean, the one happiest about all of this as well is FBZ. He gets to lane 1v1 against a Chaos Knight on the top side of the map. I mean, what more could you possibly want? There is absolutely nothing that the CK could do into this, and he's even just going to fall behind in net worth as a result of it, because you can't go into this lane. I really want to see him just not put another point into the reactive armor. I think based off this start, you could just build up the aggression so much now.
Mm-hmm. And the thing about the Chaos Knight is you are lane dominator. Like, you do not farm fast at all. I mean, unless you're K1, But still at the early stage, falling back to the jungle is not what you want on the Chaos Knight. You are supposed to dominate lanes, and you will not in a 1v1 matchup versus the Timber.
Zeph is back mid, but at least says there, he's like, I'm not going to let you do that again. Twice is already too many, and, well, Sanctity was basically neck and neck with the DP and net worth, but just off the back of those two kills, he's level 6 into the level 4.
But look at this though, man. Like, X-Nova's now here with a Centaur creep. So this is exactly what we were speaking about. Your 6 in combination with the catapult, with the supports rotating, and you've got a ward behind the tower to see if anyone else is here. Then look, this game is...
Is it over?
It's
in a very precarious position, let's say. And
sure.
I mean, this is why I was called for the DP ban in that second phase of bans, right? They got rid of the DK, they got rid of the Monkey King, good. But I really feel like DP was the third one there that was really going to make your life a whole lot more challenging. You know, even the Shadow Fiend wouldn't have been as bad to be able to lane up into, just because you wouldn't have that same level of sustain as what a DP does. He's got for more.
What's going to stop Yopaj? Fissure once again from Zephyr. And they still got the catapult as well.
Where are you going?
No Flame Guard as well, because X-Nova's got the enchant. That's something that he's actually already put 2 points into on Sanctity. Not looking too great. Level 6 on FBZ, freshly picked up. They've still got a siege creep up on this top side to be able to play around with if supports wanted to make a rotation there. Kind of want to see FBZ just continue to force the creep weight to be a little bit short of the tower.
Oh no, Yopaj got a haste, man. Poor Sanctity. You did ban it though, so honestly, whose fault is it? But
Don't
4 deaths.
Sarah was the one doing the drafting, don't say that.
Yeah, true.
Top tower is under attack.
And top tower's going to go down as well. The Timber has shoved the Chaos Knight into the jungle. So they might be able to get Zephyr. So at least they should be able to find something.
I always knew he was trash.
Set up the ice path. What the hell? Yeah, sorry. All right.
Yeah, that's what Oh, they get another kill off the Wrath of Nature as well.
Oh no, even FBZ drag creeps over here and farming at the neutrals just in case he's required. And well, he won't really be required, but it'll help out nonetheless. So FBZ gets a kill. They've still got the catapult top as well, so that tower is also going to go down. This is going to be a pre-20-minute GG call.
Oh, I want a number on it. Well, how many minutes?
16:43.
All right. 16:44.
Bottom lane, Natsumi's in some trouble. Yeah, screw you, X-Nova. He's got the enchant ready. Is the slow going to be fast enough to hold 4-2-3 into place? It's actually the Sprout that'll help out in the end. And now Ace as well. It's like he'll be able to slip on out of danger. They do force the TP out of Yopaj though. Meanwhile, top lane. Krish is
running.
He's getting chased out. He is running and he's going to run into multiple heroes. That's a Phantasm used as well, so 70 seconds without that to keep up his farm inside the jungle. And Natsumi is killing spree. He might even have a Midas on his Koro. He went double, what the? He went double glove. Okay.
Got two hands, man. What do you mean?
Okay. What do you build this into?
Who says you need to build into things? Maybe it's a bit chilly. Maybe he just wants a little bit of that heat protection.
Nova? They do have Scorch Earth still. Oh, he's not even gonna die. Okay. Double gloves.
Do you ever just wear one glove yourself when you go out in the cold?
Come on, stop the memeing, all
no.
right? It's...
I will never stop the memeing.
No, I do not wear one glove though. Nor one sock. Or one shoe.
Maybe after a big night.
Yeah. Sometimes you lose one shoe. I don't know.
The shoey does shoey. At least he's got level 6 on Sanctity now, so he's going to be able to get away from this. But I love the fact that Boom identified the one hero that had the potential to pop off if you gave him a laning stage. But, I mean, look at him. He's barely got more net worth than the Enchantress at this stage, just because of how targeted he's been. So you're forced to not be the playmaker. You're forced to play a lot further on the back foot. And this is something that I said that IHC just can't afford to do. They need to be a lot more aggressive. And, well, I'm not sure if this is going to be allowed to continue for too much longer. They've already taken 2 tier 1 towers before the, I think it was before the 8-minute mark, and they're just going to look to continue that. Paj, he's got the arcane rune, so we can look to pop it on this bottom side as well.
And FBZ is going to get a solo kill onto Chris. Tipper-chain, he'll find it.
What'd you say, 1643?
Dire's bottom tower
I think 46, but honestly, I don't know. Yeah, 1640 something.
tower is under attack.
Honestly, like at that 8.5-minute mark, I was like, is this going to be a pre-10-minute GG coming through here?
Nah, come on.
It's dominant, man. It's real dominant. I really don't see the avenue back into them for this. Like, 4-2-3, yeah, he's going to have his Midas soon, but it's going to be a Midas soon. That's not going to stop anything. Doesn't give you any additional power in these team fights.
Well, Ace does have his 6, so we'll see what abilities he's going to be able to steal. That was one thing you were mentioning was going to be kind of the big thing to success for the boys on IHC, but this is more than likely going to go down. The Crypt Swarm just connecting before he escapes.
Again, they popped Exo with that arcane rune, so it's going to be up in just 40 or so seconds. FBZ putting pressure up top, Catapult putting pressure on mid. Sanctity is at least able... They don't feel strong enough yet to be able to dive tier 2 towers. That's the one plus side to this. And I think they fed Zephyr over the tome as well, because he was only level 3 just a couple of minutes ago because of how far away from these creep waves he's been. He's been allowed to just leave FBZ to get all this solo experience for himself, to be able to bully the CK out of lane, secure a ton of kills.
This is it.
For mid.
I was going to say, this rotation is it down bottom. They smoke and they've got a great observe ward, but Natsumi's already TP'd out.
Yeah.
Come on, sprites.
It's just hang on. Is he going to die?
No.
The boys are... he's not even going to die.
He got the stomp off on his Centaur Conqueror as well.
Alright, see, can they escape? Zephyr's going to try and get in range for the fissure. Sanctity does have a remnant, but the chain control might be there. Oh, no, Sanctity. You're this far behind. You have to play on an edge. Like, you just have to play as best as you can, hoping that you just juke out some spells and fall into that edge. Sometimes it tips you over.
I think you just got to all-in commit onto something, right? Like, I'm sure they were like, God damn it, Enchantress was probably the one hero that we didn't want to see. Anyone else would have been fine. Even the Shaker at this point, with how much he's able to provide with just that Aghanim Shard, but he's still going to be a little bit away. But, I mean, all of the net worth is being funneled into the core, so do you really care what Shaker has or doesn't have? I don't think so, as they even find a kill onto that Doom. Use the Midas, use the Devour. He's going to get a little bit more of that passive gold, but, I mean...
Silver lining?
Yeah. All lanes being shoved in at the same time, but you don't feel safe to farm under any of these towers. And look at that, just a Hood of Defiance on X-Nova as well. He knows that he's very hard to kill already.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
It seems like Boom are just doing this to pretty much every team but the one. We see another member go down. Against Xerxia, they won in 2 games, but both those games were 42 minutes. But every other team they've versed has been either a GG in the 20-minute mark, a GG in the under that as well, so...
I mean, Ace is prioritizing stealing this Crypt Swarm a lot, and I understand why. It's just a nice way to be able to keep these lanes shoved out, but it also means that you're taking a lot of the farm, and your cores need that farm, and you probably want the Fissure to prevent your cores from dying as well, so props do need to be given to Zephyr, I suppose, not just throwing out that Fissure under vision, instantly using the enchant totem every single time afterwards, and Paj are looking to go for more. They might just Echo Slam this if they can catch up. Doesn't seem like it. And they even use Phantasm.
And also, I say bottom lane might be in trouble. They get the... Oh, there's the root. There's the... Yeah, okay, he's in a lot of trouble. This early Atos from Yopaj. Said they might be lacking some control. It's going to be all back on Zephyr.
Ember has less net worth than Ench.
Yikes. 7 deaths. Very good.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
That is
was a
targeted killing. It's what it is.
Yeah.
This is a hit. This is an assassination.
Nature attack.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Run, friends! There's still
Oh, they're picking him again. They're picking Sanctity again. Look at them all move down towards him. They want that bounty.
Meanwhile, Natsumi's just free farming. Almost beyond
Radiant
completed.
are
So
scanning.
we got to see this matchup last night over in Dream League with Execration versus Asta, I think it was. I think, where Bob absolutely got bodied in the lane. He was Ember versus Death Prophet, but he was able to have a lot of impact that game. You know, pretty much the exact same thing happened. He had supports rotate. He was like level 4. The Death Prophet was 6. They took the tier 1 tower, but Bob was still able to make a game out of it. They won in the end, but this is not that game.
They might find Natsumi here. This would be pretty huge if they're able to catch him.
All right. That they will indeed. And they're not even going to need the Doom for it. Very nicely done.
Just
Somehow.
look at Doom's net worth relative to everyone else on his team.
Yeah.
It is still just a Doom, though, at the end of the day. Death Prophet, probably one of the last heroes that you want to Doom as long as she's got that exorcism out, right? Timbersaw, much more of an ideal target if you can afford to get in onto him. But again, you're just going to be lacking the damage. Ember, I was about to say all physical, at least he's got the Javelin now to do a little bit of extra damage, but I'm kind of, I'm stretching it. Instantly dispels the Flame Guard as well at X-Nova, so even though they might not have the kill threat up in Ember. Ooh.
Yeah, that's where we got the kills going on. 4-2-3. He's going to end up going down.
I mean, Ember's getting bullied out by an Enchantress. That's the state of the game that we're at 16.5 minutes. By the way, your prediction is wrong in 10 seconds.
Yeah, I know. I was hoping it wasn't going to be, but Boom are playing this one too slow. Kind of disappointed.
Another Arcane Rune right before Roshan, right before level 12 on Yopaj as well. So, going to be able to get insane value out of that. It's a Yopaj, actually. Okay. I guess he's going to be the one going in onto the front lines, and they feel like he's the squishiest right now. That's me. He's still got his double gloves to be able to play around with, and they're going to find Ace as well.
And bottom lane, X-Nova's still doing Enchantress things, trying to stand his ground. Zephyr. Oh no, the Ice Path! Couldn't find the angle for the Echo Slam. It's not going to matter though. FBZ will fly into the middle. Jane's over to the right side as well. Poor old Jakiro tries to find a little hole to hide in, but FBZ rewarded with the triple kill in the end. And
keep it going. Keep it up. I mean, DP, again, X's has been 45. You've got X-Nova just being that pushing nuisance off the back of the Dark Troll Summoner.
Tower is under attack.
They're just going to try and find people elsewhere. They're even going to be able to protect Natsumi.
Oh, no. Oh! Goes well, why not? Zephyr doesn't see another angle for it. Let's just drop it down. Ulti for ulti trade.
There's multiple people rotating towards X-Nova, but he's got his own Observer Ward to be able to play around with, even though he was under the vision of IHCs. He feels so tanky right now. Sure, he doesn't have the 21 charges that he did previously, but he's still a freaking edge. 3 points Nature's Attendance with a Hood of Defiance this early on, still ahead of the Ember Spirit. His goal is to be ahead of the CK as well by the end of this game. He's got a Dragon Lance.
Oh, God. He's mighty farmed here, Miss X-Nova.
Hello, CK.
Yeah, goodbye, CK. Easy, just in case it's needed with the wraparound. Godlike as well. Great series from him overall. I mean, great series from every member of Boom. Like, they've done what was required of them to get this victory. Just very clean, very methodical, nothing crazy.
Well, let's have a look at the deaths. I mean, not a great series from Zephyr and Natsumi. That's,
honestly.
Although we are 7 kills away from the magic number.
Okay. I will say, though, they are the first ones I'm considering about when I'm looking to kick them now, because they did die, so she's got their head on the chopping block.
They're going to do 50 push-ups per death.
It'd be funny if they had the challenge like that, especially in a game like this.
They work out together at the team house.
Yeah. Ace.
In the driveway.
That seems like a best way to do it. In the driveway, go to the lifting weights, Men doing men stuff.
Big sweaty men. There we go. All right, 20-minute GG. We don't get the magic number. That's probably the only way that IHC would have been able to come back from this one. And well, another dominant performance coming through is, well, that's the sort of face that you have. It's kind of like shell shock, the 1,000-yard stare that IHC have to be able to play around with. And, you know, just another day as Natsumi takes a stretch, Yopaj and Zephyr's a bit of a sip. We saw smiles come out after that game number one, especially from X-Nova, something that, you know, we don't see a lot. He's not the most emotive person, but that game was just like, oh, well, that worked exactly like we thought it would.
Yeah, it's nice for a captain when the plan goes accordingly, and when you're able to have a game like that. Really didn't need to fear a whole lot. I mean, just there's not much to say, man. Boom, just doing boom things again. Yes, they had a disappointing first two up, but it seems like they're looking to make amends and book their ticket very shortly. I mean, if they keep playing like this and keep being dominant, I don't know if there's going to be a team that stops them. Xerxes, again, they've already versed them. That was a competitive series, but you don't have to worry about them anymore. So who else is going to be a competition? Maybe UDV, but...
UDV against them is the last series of the entire tour, and that's going to be on a new patch. So that's probably going to be the one that maybe looks to go in another team's favor, or at least take a game off of them. When was the last time a team went flawless in the DPC as well? I think it's been quite some time.
Has it? I actually don't know.
One team got like one game loss pretty recently. Like it wasn't completely without issue. And yeah, I'm very happy with this. I mean, of course it was assisted by the support rotations, but this is what you drafted for. It was the perfect DP pick. Ember Spirit players in Captain's mode, please ban out DP. Please ban out the Dragon Knight. Monkey King, probably a little bit less so, but it still sucks to play up against. And considering all of the early tempo that Boom already had, it really just rounded out their draft amazingly.
What was the other ban? It was Monkey. You just said the other one, but there was a...
It wasn't a Morphling in this stage. It wasn't a Huskar. Can't quite remember, but...
yeah. Anyway.
It was wrong. So,
It was wrong.
That's all we know.
Yeah, unfortunately for them, it's that's not the first series they're hoping for with this new organization as well. You're definitely wanting to start off on the front foot, start off on good terms, but unfortunately not the case. We do have a winner's interview. It's going to be Natsumi to join us. Natsumi, congratulations, firstly. A very, very dominant series. So I've got a question about your item build in particular for the Nature's Prophet. I'm wondering, what's the go with the double gloves of haste?
I just saw it on Mickey. I just copied it. Like Mickey built it on his NP.
What do you think it provides to you? Like, do you think it's for something specific? Is it something that Nature's Prophet just works really well with a lot of extra attack speed early on? Like, what do you think he was thinking when he went that double build?
I think like the Midas and the two level face the same attack speed. Then the Midas like quite more expensive than the two gloves. So yeah, I think it's better maybe.
Yeah, and you probably were thinking you're not going to get value out of a Midas this game because of how hard you're stomping as well, right? Yeah. Cool. Game number one, playing that Phantom Lancer. It's not really something that we see all that often. I want to know your opinion on the matchup into the Bat Rider in lane. Do you feel like it's a lot more Bat Rider favored now just because of the damage to the Napalm, where you are constantly looking to apply that? How do you feel like that balances out?
I think when Bat get level 5, it's hard to play anymore with PL. Like Bat, so he's sticky now, so strong with the damage. So yeah, that just the level 5 timing it's hard to learn already. But the overall matchup, like PL is good.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, were you surprised that they didn't get a little bit more active into try and killing you early on? Because it really did feel like once you got to that really late stage, you were going to become like a raid boss, basically. Were you surprised that you were allowed to just sit back and farm in the jungle a lot of the time?
I mean, because my team doing a lot also, that's why they cannot touch me. Like my team keep going on them also. So yeah.
And a lot of the time, you're really used to playing with like these heavy Filipino rosters, for example. Whereas this time, it's a lot more mixed, right? You've got some Malaysian, you've got some Indonesian as part of it. How do you feel that that's different, being able to play like a multi-country team?
I think it's like for me it's just like the same. Like we are all professional, like even before. So yeah, I think like there's no much different for me, I think.
Cool. And I just want to ask something about, maybe discussions that you guys have had with Mushi, now that we know that the patch is going to be coming out in about a week's time, which we're all very happy about. Is that something where he's like, okay, I've really wanted to try this, let's try it in games now, because why not? It's not like we're going to be revealing anything that we might be able to use down the line. What sort of discussions go through with the drafts and stuff like that?
Not really. I think like for us, like even the patch changes, like Mushi keeps saying that we still stick to our gameplay and our mindset. So yeah. So
Cool.
There's no much change, I think.
Okay, there you go. Well, Natsumi, we won't hold you up too long. Thank you for joining us for the winners interview. Congratulations
Thank you.
once again, and good luck for the rest of the games.
Yep. Thank you.
Okay, there we go. Then our first series done. It's another very clean and methodical series as well for Boom. Didn't take them too long to be able to take down the lads on IHC. Again, unfortunately for them, that was their first series under the new organization. So hopefully with their upcoming series, they're able to get some better results. But that's just our first series of the night. We're going to have a long break, though. So we are going to have quite a long break. Next up, we've got the boys on Spawn up against UDV, which is going to be in an hour and 20, hour and 25. So plenty of time to get food, plenty of time to get some drink as well. And we'll see you guys around the corner for our second series. After a long break, we are back with our second series of the night. Two new teams to battle it out. It's going to be the boys on Spawn up against UDV. Denog, what's going on with UDV? This is a different tour, but a tour with a lot more success so far for them. We saw, of course, previously they had a bit of a rough showing in that first tour where they were actually completely relegated out of Division 2. They made their way all the way through the closed qualifiers and now sitting, pretty comfortably with a 2-0 score.
Just on that point, I mean, technically they didn't even make it through the closed qualifiers. They were third. The only reason they're even here is because Team Flow, Team Rose, whatever you want to call them, they were DQ'd. So they've been able to find their way through. They've beaten one of their closed qualifier competitors in IHC, but also being able to take a win off of Myth Avenue Gaming is certainly no mean feat. So, I mean, with those two wins, those are really the teams that you're going to be battling to avoid that relegation again. So the fact you've already been able to pick up a win against those, and now you're playing up against Spawn, who, this is a pretty good roster, at least in terms of names, but they just haven't been able to get the results on the board.
Yeah, which I think we were both a little bit surprised by because we casted the most recent series for Spawn. That was a bit of
I always love watching the Mamang Naruto symbol. I'm sorry. He's a big weeb, but I mean, we see the ePols chat, Greyburger's been able to turn every single emote into a weeb version of what it actually is, the IIR, the Kek W, it's all anime-ified.
Sounds cringe to me. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that.
Have you done your homework, though? Have you done your homework? I need to give you anime to watch.
No, I haven't.
The next big one's going to be one called Mashal. I think you'll enjoy Mashal.
Okay, I'm starting with, and this is a basic anime, just to get me into things, but I really liked Avatar Last Airbender when I was younger. Haven't watched all of it. I want to do it.
Is it an anime?
That's the thing. Western. Is it an anime? All right, production's in my ear saying it's not an anime. You guys don't have taste. Excuse me.
No, I think it's a great show. Don't get me wrong. I think it's a great show. It's just not an anime.
No, I was going to say, look, I don't really think that's an anime, but it's something maybe to get me in the door because I'm sure there's a lot out there that I would enjoy. And I do feel like I'm kind of left out considering everyone loves it in the scene. But yeah, it's a step in. Regardless, enough about that. Maybe UDV, they've got the power of anime on their side as well. It is pretty much the same roster as the...
though.
I know, he's a bit of a
Aviators.
slaggadicious little guy he is. I mean, that's going to give you a little bit of extra oomph on the right click damage, right? Plus 10 just for wearing the aviators? Sure.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I saw CM in the background checking him out on the right-hand side there. I would too. The man's looking pretty fresh in his shades. What sort of shades do you wear? Are you the full mirror reflectors? Are you full on black, see-through? What do we get with you?
I don't know. I just wear some circle glasses. I don't know. They're nothing
You rock at the
crazy.
John Lennons, basically.
I mean, sure. What the hell, John Lennon.
Do you not know? Oh my
glasses.
God! One of the main people from the Beatles. How do you not know John Lennon?
Okay, yeah. I didn't know what glasses he wears.
Zoomers, man.
But yes, those ones actually, I do.
He doesn't know the Beatles. He doesn't know anime. What do you know? Tell me something that you're a subject matter expert on, and don't you dare say Dota.
Baseball.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
How many games have the Blue Jays won this year?
I don't know about that.
Well, not an expert. There we go.
Well,
revealed in 4K.
Oh, I haven't. I played 8+ years of baseball through my youth, so definitely something. A mix, but first, third was mainly the big two, but first and third. So it was that's the youth. That's sport talk. We don't need to bring sports thing.
Don't start. You're still youth.
I am still in youth. I am still in youth, but yeah, we'll see. We don't have to bring sports talk into a Dota cast. Don't worry about that. It's we'll leave that for off the stage where we get to speak about AFL as well. But with these two teams, it's going to be an important series. UDV, we just
you have to
say
their favorite.
Yes, you would have to just say their favorite. And we had a discussion, maybe even the last series, honestly, or it could have been the last time we casted, who's going to potentially take down Boom. And I am a bit of a myth fan, and you actually put UDV in there. Have always not really been entirely impressed, but they're 2-0. This is the series for me where I get to sit down and lock in and completely watch them and maybe get to be impressed and see if they can tackle the Titan in Boom.
Not just, it's very different, right? Like watching a replay versus watching a game live, you understand and you see lots of different little things, especially when you're casting it, right? Because you're so tuned into it. So you just want to be able to make up your own mind as opposed to going off like, just a pure win-loss record, basically. But you heard it here first. Aries hates the ties. He absolutely thinks that they have no chance. But I mean, a big part of what I was saying about them being the ones to potentially take down Boom, yes, they've got that winning record, but also they've got some new players that Boom might have not been able to play up against before, in RDP, for example, and it will be on that new patch. So maybe they'll figure out something before Boom does. But of course, Boom have a lot of resources behind them. I mean, you've got probably the best, most successful C player of all time in Mushi coaching them. So that's got to count for something.
Yeah, so definitely will count for something. I'm hoping that at least we have a date, right, for the patch. It was kind of up in the air, like when was it coming? Who knows what was going on? There was just this late April, which sometimes even goes into the next month when they say like the end of a month. But no, we've got a date, we've got something to look forward to, so that's always going to be exciting stuff. But for these two teams in particular, they've got to get to that stage, and you need to continue getting wins under your belt. And again, for UDV, like you said, they came through the closed qualifiers. A little bit lucky for them to actually be in this position, but it seems like they're making the most of the luck that they've been given.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you can be put in the perfect situation, kind of like just in Dota, right? You can have the perfect draft, but you got to execute off the back of it. And what I also like about them is that it's not just they're playing one style of Dota. If it goes late game, they've been able to pick up wins. If they stop the early game, they can convert onto it and finish the game as well. And I feel like that's what you're going to need against Spawn, because there've been a couple of times that Spawn have actually started their games out relatively well, and then they've just dived a little bit too deep and through. So we'll see if they're going to be able to punish that with that flexibility.
Yeah, and with the previous series that we got the cast with Spawn as well, their loss versus Team Tough, we got to see some interesting drafts as well for them, where Hyde Actually, did they pick Pugner in every single game? Wasn't it Pied played it twice and Wommy played it once? Or was it just 2 games? Regardless, at least 2 games they played it in that full best of 3. And I wonder if they're going to continue to try and pick it up, which is showcasing that they have different ideas, and also with some other Indonesian boys in Army Geniuses, they've got some different ideas as well. So it looks like the Indos, they have a different way to play the game, but the Thais also have a different way to play the game as well. So it's just kind of interesting to see whose idea comes out on top.
I mean, all of these, well, most of these guys have played on Army Geniuses at some point, and that really feels like where a lot of the innovation has come from. I'm a little surprised that we haven't seen more Mamang Daya, unique heroes come out. I don't think we haven't seen a Husker come out from him yet. I might be wrong there, but just that style of things. The mid Dawnbreaker, the Husker coming out. It's crazy stuff that allows him to play that more unique style that we know he's capable of.
I'm trying to remember. I think they were picking Mamang Daya's hero pretty early on in the draft, those past couple of games we casted. So, that's kind of the issue then. If you're wanting that specialty Husker to come out, you need to save his pick all the way to the end of the draft, which then maybe means that your other heroes aren't going to have as good of a game. Remembering now as well, they actually, in that series we casted of them, they picked the Tiny in every single game for Delu, who looked pretty solid on the hero. And it's going to be intriguing to see if they want to continue to go for his hero earlier. It seems like they like him being on some playmaking 4 type of hero, someone that can start the fights.
I have no issues with a Tiny being picked up, especially early on into the draft. You can go at mid, you can go at position 4, there's flex, it's great for repositioning, it's great for team fight, it's great for pickoff. You only really need levels and maybe a Tumbler's Toy really early on, so I want to see Spawn pick it up if they get the opportunity to. Just stick with Comfort for now, and I believe they have second picks, so if they were wanting to get Mamang Daya, one of those more unique style of heroes, maybe don't pick his hero in the first phase, save it for the second, at the end of it, to be able to get that uncounterable pick. I really wouldn't hate to see that happen.
Yeah, it does look like they have second pick. Spawn going to be on the Daya side, UDV with first pick on the Radiant side as well. So that's going to be the selection heading into game 1 as we do get our draft up on the screen. Yeah, there's a little bit of respect. Pugner banned out and a Broodmother first pick for UDV. So they didn't really cover the Brood much, honestly, with their bans. Maybe just not worrying too much if RDP gets counterpicked here with a Brood. They feel like Io and Pugner just have too much value that they want to take it out of the hands of Spawn.
And, I mean, Spawn have kind of done them a favor with banning out the Naga Siren, right? That is one of the bigger counters to the Broodmother. If I'm Spawn, I'm just picking, CM plus... would I hate? No, I think CM Tiny is fine for Spawn to be able to go for. You don't necessarily reveal your support duo. There's the CM, good in lane for the Broodmother and just for locking him into position for a lot of these ganks. And you can flex the Tiny to mid because burst damage against the Broodmother is what you need to be able to take him out.
Yep. Definitely.
RDP's most played hero of the past 3 or so months is the Brood as well, so they just want comfort for that. Primal's fine too. Active early.
Yep, and another thing that gives him flex. Both Mamang Daya and Wommy's going to play it. We will get the response though with the Rubik, so of course a very strong support at the moment. Already some great abilities to be able to steal as well here for Mr. Boom Booey.
Mm-hmm. So, what are they looking to go for here? Just more stuff that's going to be able to punish the Brood in lane, I'm guessing. Slark, Pudge, big removers. I mean, we know how strong Pudge CM is just for that lane killing potential. Could they consider a Chaos Knight? Maybe. It's a little single target for once the game does start to break open, but I feel like the CM and the Primal Beast are going to be able to deal with the Spiderlings, but I really feel like it gives you a strong laning threat. Uh-oh, KMP's out of here.
You trust the boys. You trust Lion Axe, of course, one of the more experienced people on UDV.
He might be going to get his shades.
Ah, that's what he's forgetting. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Come on now. Gotta have the shades on strap always.
On strap? Is that a new term?
Oh, you haven't heard on strap? Oh, boomer.
I mean, I know strap means something else, but I don't know.
On strap, just have it on you.
On lock.
Yeah, on lock,
in your
on
pocket.
strap. Yeah.
Okay.
Come on. I thought you were hip. Thought you were hippity hoppity. Thought you were with it, but apparently not.
I just have a sore hip, that's all.
Oh.
No, not really. I'm not that old. All right, so they do get rid of more stuff that's strong against the Broodmother. Like, they are just putting so much emphasis into RDP, and I want to see him crack a smile. Like, you have invested 3 heroes in this second phase just to be able to protect this Brood, so they're putting a lot of faith into him, saying, you know what, we just want to give you the best early game possible. Yeah, you're against a CM, which makes it a little bit more difficult, but you really can't complain too much. There's that Tiny that I was hoping for. Again, keeps the flex available for Spawn Team. I'm liking this start from them just to be able to, again, change these heroes up to wherever you want to be, because Tiny could go into 2 lanes. Primal Beast can go into probably even 3 positions at this point.
I wonder if UDVs do still consider about a disruptor to address the Primal Beast. Of course, one of the better supports to be able to deal with it. Very strong at the moment as well. I don't think there's...
Dream yourselves playing Ricky. I wonder if they're even considering Oracle, because this is a lot of magic damage early on, and Oracle's great against the Primal Beast if it's being played in that off lane.
All chuckles once again from among Dire.
Mm-hmm.
A team that has a lot of cohesion, loves to play together. Sure, the Chuckles would see even more if they're able to get some wins under the belt. And a puck and a life steal is going to be for UDV, their response in the second phase. So showing a lot of the cores early on.
Are indeed. What are they wanting to go up into this? Ember's banned, so they feel confident with the... I mean, do you conquer this? I feel like Conquer's fine. Maybe not so much against the Lifestealer, but against every single other hero that you've got. It really amps up your kill threat. And then you just go your last pick to be able to counter the Lifestealer, I think would be totally fine. Something that Mamang Daya is incredibly comfortable on as well. Grandmaster.
I think there's even some value for you to pick up your Ursa here, if you want to. I think it matches up very well versus the puck. You don't really care about him, and Coil's not an issue because the status resistance.
Dreamer Cell plays it well.
Yep. Very good way to be able to address the Brood. You're going to have a lot of kill threat with that Crystal Maiden, and your carrier-to-carrier matchup versus Lifestealer is pretty solid as well.
Mm-hmm. Although Lifestealer is a nullifier buyer, so that might be what's making them feel a little more hesitant as they go for an anti-mage, so not necessarily kill threat for the Brood in lane. The thing that I'm concerned about on UDV right now is that they have a lack of damage early. Like, Puck wants to be able to make rotations off the Dream Coil and be able to secure a kill, and I feel like you can't necessarily go, for the Lifestealer for the anti-mage's lane, just because he might just have a single point encounter spell, a lot more magic resistance just off the back of that. And Rubik doesn't do a ton of damage, so unless you're lifting the anti-mage and like snapping the coil, there's no way he's really going to die. So like, what position 5 can you go that does a lot of damage off the back of a puck rotation? I'm not sure there is any that you can look to go for. I mean, Snapfire, maybe? They're still banning out the Disruptor, which again would have been fine. I don't hate this Bounty Hunter ban, actually. It's so annoying into a Lifestealer. You could play like off-lane Bounty Hunter. Just look to yoink him every single chance you get. Even just tracking the Broodmother feels nice.
Man, what is actually available for Lionax?
I don't want to say techies, but it's decent with the puck. It also gives you some of that like AoE control that an anti-mage, unless you get like the perfect Manta dodge, you can't look to avoid that silence / stun once you get the Aghanim shard. Buffs up a lot of the spell damage as well, but yeah, the damage early is really what I feel like UDV are lacking right now. So Snapfire and techies are what I'm really thinking of here.
Okay. How do you think overall this AM plays into the Lifestealer? Is this a matchup that is a bit more one-sided?
I honestly have no idea. I don't think Anti-Mage is going to look to try and man-fight into the Lifestealer for starters, right? He just wants to be able to go on onto everyone else, try and catch out the Rubik, burst him down to be able to start things off, catch out the Broodmother, look to get the Basher off onto him. This is a game where Anti-Mage wants to take, like, late-ish, you know? You just need to try and kite out the rage timings and then look to go in onto the lifestealer so that he can't like get a second rage off or he can't infest someone.
I think it's a must BKB game though for him. I still think like Puck is one of the for lifestealer. Yeah. I think Puck is one of the few intel heroes that can actually play pretty well versus AM with how slippery you are to catch and with the coil as well to hold the anti-mage into place because Manta can't do anything first that. And we get the Undying. So it's a Lion Axe staple. It's a lane secure as well, but it's not really the damage. It does have some pretty nice synergy with the Puck though.
So maybe they're just saying, all right, well, we want to make sure that we can set up for this eventual dive that's going to be coming. So we get the Delul Tiny. I mean, Tiny Enigma is still really strong, even with the nerf to the demonic conversion. Eidolon's obviously not able to take away the range creep super early on. So yeah, I feel like this is a decent amount of kill threat, especially against that Undying if he looks to get in early. And it is a Mamangdaya style hero with this Primal Beast, right? He's going to get those early levels. He's going to be able to make these rotations, especially up towards that Brute Mother. That's going to be the main concern for him. Just keep those lanes pushed out so that you can look to make that rotation, hopefully off of a power rune. The thing is, you're going up against BB's Puck. BB Puck is very, very good. And he's just constantly going to be shoving the lane back the other way. So a lot of these movements are going to be telegraphed a little bit. I'm going to be interested to see if UDV look to put up one of those really deep wards inside of the Dire jungle so that they can see that rotation happening when it comes.
Okay. I'm a bit concerned though that we felt like UDV were going to be lacking damage and our spawn go for a hero that's able to build auras. So I feel like already now you had some issues prior to that. And now you're going to have to deal with the potential Greaves, Pipe, whatever auras Wombi wants to go into. And I think it's a goddamn pretty good Enigma game as well. Like you do have some ways to address a BKB Black Hole as the game goes on in the Rubik, but really it's not the best way to address it. There's definitely other heroes that you'd feel more comfortable to answer that. Because often that can just be a win condition in itself. A BKB Black Hole onto a Lifestealer, fight's over. So I really like this last pick for Spawn and probably, I think it's gonna side. Yeah, it's gonna make me side with them. I think with that Enigma pick.
I'm leaning towards them as well. I mean, it's on the back of Bumbui, right? Can he look to steal that black hole away? Can he look to get some great spells like the Avalanche as well to be able to play around with? Even just the Crystal Nova, the Frostbite, they're going to be quite effective at just keeping Anti-Mage, for example, locked into the middle of these team fights. So I'm really looking to see what Bumbui is going to be able to do. The plus side for UDV is that they've got a lot of high Dota Plus levels on their heroes. So clearly they've chosen to go for comfort.
Well, we'll see if comfort's going to be enough to edge out this victory here for UDV. Of course, still yet to be defeated in the series, and for Spawn, yet to find their first victory. But Spawn at least seems like they have set themselves up with a pretty solid draft.
They have. They did place up that really deep observer wall that I was talking about on the top side of the map. I believe Bumbui as well, he did the trick where you buy the boots to be able to start off. Under the smoke, you could just get out so much faster so that you're able to place that one down, walk back to the shop, sell it, and then he couriered out his actual items that he wants to the lane. So nicely done by him.
The battle begins.
I'm excited I get to see this Anti-Mage Broodmother matchup again as well. We saw it in a couple of games when we were casting the Western Europe closed qualifiers, and AM just, he has a great time versus the Brood. You go Vanguard, never really get shoved out. That's
another reason why the lack of damage is really going to be prominent, right? Like Broodmother on its own, even with the Spiderlings against a Vanguard, really doesn't do much.
No, it does not. So we'll see. Maybe it might be a little bit easier with the Puck being able to rotate early once RDP hits level 6 to help maybe shove Dreamer Cell into the jungle, but yeah, we'll see how this top matchup's able to go. Mid lane though, what are we expecting out of the Dino up against the Puck? Is it a little bit more one favored compared to the other, or are both going to have a pretty good time?
I think both will have a good time. It's just about shoving lanes back and forth, getting a lot of your farm. Maybe you get lucky on a power rune. I think that's really the thing that we're going to be looking out for here.
Does one side
to make the move? I mean, both honestly really want it. Puck, I think, needs the Dream Coil to be able to make that effectiveness, whereas Mamangdaya probably only needs level 5, for example, to be able to make that sort of play.
And does one side have a little bit easier of a time to secure those power runes with their supports?
Depends what Delul's going to be able to do on this bottom side of the map, right? He's targeted a little bit here, and well, no Orb of Venom on the Lifestealer to be able to chase him down. But again, against the Undying, what do? You pull the wave. You make sure that Wami is able to farm as close back towards his tower as possible. But right now, the lane is actually favoring UDV, and actually to go in deep and deny away a few of those Eidolons. Got to be very careful there. So does KNP. Just getting a little bit too much harass onto him at this stage. Such a high amount of kill threat though. Once you get that level 2, level 3 especially on spawn. Delul doing a good job of keeping that small camp blocked up just to keep the lane in a positive space. But 2 points conversion, Avatos combination, anyone can die, especially once the Eidolon split happens.
And you'd say Enigma is probably one of the better offlaners to lane into the Undying, yeah?
Yeah, for sure. Not really any easy ways to be able to deal with those creeps. Keeps the lane pushed back as well, so Undying doesn't have the easiest time of being able to contest up against this. And I mean, again, it's with the Tiny, which just feels so solid. He's got 1,000 life though on Lionax, so really expecting him to get even more aggressive against them. Delul, he's got the full stick charges as well. Mid lane, it's just going back and forth, kind of like what we were expecting. I think top's probably going to be pretty passive though. Yeah. I do want to see Dreamer still get 1 point into the counter spell, just so that he's able to reflect back the Silken Bowler, for example, or prevent the puck from having quite as much damage if BB looks to make that sort of rotation up towards the top side.
Overall, though, seems like a very static start to the game. Nothing too crazy. Everyone seems pretty happy. Delul's going to be able to take away the bounty rune that spawns on Radiant side. There's still the bounty up top. Been seeing a lot more supports put emphasis on rotating by that 3 minutes. Of course, a little bit extra gold that you can give into the bank of all the members, so...
I wonder if this bot side is where they're going to look for the kill, and yeah, there we go. You can see Lionax thrown back into it, into the stun, the Eidolon split, but drop of the tombstone down forces them to back off. So, Undying might not have the easiest time into the Enigma, but at least you can prevent yourself from dying with that first blood. Nice toss, though, on Delul of the tree to be able to cancel out the clarity from Lionax, and, well, it's going to be like just trying to force out a lot of this regen on the Undying. BB should be fine, but Lionax has less than 400 net worth at this stage, just because he's gone all into regen at this point.
He always does this though, doesn't he? Like when he plays the Undying, I swear, he's always such a low net worth, constantly ferrying out mangoes and regen just to keep him afloat. And
toss back.
Alright, this time onto KMP. He's got the rage to play with though for the lifesteal. Dul's getting some pretty good body blocks, but nice chip damage into KMP without having to commit too heavily is for spawn.
And actually even putting a single point into the Soul Rip, realizing that there's going to be plenty of units to be able to play around with, so it's just about ensuring that survivability. Of course, Delul was going for another toss back with those Eidolons being split for the next 10 seconds, and that's really what UDV are playing around, right? They're going to be looking at the duration left on the Eidolons and staying as far away from the lane as possible until they're not available anymore.
Yeah.
Good job so far on spawn, though. Keeping this camp pulled, allowing the Enigma to not necessarily have the most farm, but at least he's going to have the levels to be able to play around with, and that's really what you want. Even just the Midnight Pulse piercing the spell immunity is going to be decent against the Lifestealer once these teamfights start to break out.
We're getting close towards that 6-minute mark, though. So for the first power rune of the game, see how both sides are able to get aggressive. Already among Dire.
Dire's middle tower
pulverize,
is under
but
attack.
taken off straight away from BB. Use it onto a new, onto the catapult instead. But regardless, Mamang Dai gets a little bit of damage done into the puck, so it will be a bit more difficult for BB to contest this rune.
Yeah, he's soaking up a lot of these tower hits. I really wanted to see him do it a couple more times just to be able to protect that siege creep, get another trample off, so that BB would have had to address that rather than go towards the power rune. And Boom Boo is actually going to be the one to look to secure at least top side, but it's bottom. And it's an illusion rune, which feels really nice against the puck, right? If you get silenced, you're still going to be able to get that one off and perhaps land the pulverize. Puck herself also has the Dream Coil finished up. She's gone back to base. Wonder if she could potentially look to make a rotation elsewhere, just off the back of that Dream Coil freshly picked up with that Power Treads, if they feel like they've got the damage to be able to pick up a kill. We'll see.
I don't know if they can kill Dreamer Cell with the Vanguard now. I think it would be
bottom.
Yeah, definitely could be bottom. Got to be, like you said earlier, cautious though of the timing with the Eidolons. So the big thing you got to be looking at. Like KMP's even running up, trying to rage aggressively to kill off some of the Eidolons to slow down Wami's lean. But Wami was off to a bit more of a rough start in the first minute or so. But Coil was out, BB. Should be able to find a kill onto Mamang Daya. Uproar, bottle sips. No way, Mamang Daya. He's going to be able to get away. Orbs up in a couple of seconds. BBs are going to go for it to snipe the Dino. Not the case. So Coil expended and they won't get a kill.
Good use of the illusion too. I think he dodged out a little bit of the damage. Just of course enabled him to get those additional bottle sips. Even gets fed over a Tango. Oh, he's got double bounty runes to fill up on this top side. So maybe it's them that go for a kill onto RDP. He's got 0 mana to be able to play around with, although Mana Void was just used by Dreamer Cell.
What? A farming or a little bit of harassment avoid?
They'll see him though. They'll see the Mamang Dyers coming up. Again, they're putting this Observer Ward to be able to ping it out, and there we go. Bumbui looks to do that. So RDP's going to back off. They'll see that he's backed off, so they're saying, hey, there's probably some sort of vision here. High doesn't have a sentry at this time. So both teams kind of anticipating where the movement's going to come from and responding effectively. So this is, it might not be the most exciting Dota, but it's solid Dota.
Yep.
Oh, and that DD might be the extra damage that they need to be able to go for one of these early kills. And onto the Enigma. It feels so welcome, but at least going to have Hyde backing him up here on the bottom side. They know that this is coming too. They just want anything. They want that first blood desperately.
Big bounty if they're going to be able to find it. Got to be cautious. So Wami has the black hole. It's going to be up to 2 at the moment. Eclipse the puck. That's the important one. BB goes down, and now KMP is in some trouble as well with a soul rip. Not enough to repair the damage. A 2 for 1, but they're going to be able to get another kill on to spawn as Mamang Daya even looks to veer his attention over towards the bottom lane. In the end, it is a 3 for 2. Somehow it's the Undying that's rewarded with a double kill for UDV, but Spawn, you have to be so happy with that. You get first blood, great usage out of the black hole, and a lot of levels for the cause.
Yeah, and it's the first blood onto the Tiny as well. Again, we know how much Dalul is able to do on this hero in general, but, oh, he's even going to get a D-Ward as well, so lots of experience going through to him. He's going to be almost level 5 now. Will he look to go into the Arcane Boots? I don't think he needs to. I think he just needs to continue to play up for this this Blink Dagger ASAP. This is the issue that I was talking about, right? Even with that double damage rune, they didn't have enough to be able to secure that early kill.
It seemed like Hyde read them like a book, though. He anticipated that movement down bottom with the TP. Was in a perfect position. You're right. Yes.
On the cliff.
Yeah. I was just checking how recent it was placed. Dreamer's on top lane, let's see. Let's start with the coil. A lot of damage early on. He's got the strength treads, but it's not going to be enough. Dreamer's
kind of griefed.
And now they might be able to get the Broodmother as well, although one guy's going to be a bit cautious. Spells are coming up shortly. With all the movement speed Mamang Dai is going to be able to duck on out. Did he knock away the blink on AM?
Yeah. He did indeed. A little unfortunate, but, you know, it happens. Still very important, though, to not allow that to happen too many times onto the anti-mage. He'd gone the correct sort of build, right? Just 1 point into the counter spell to be able to counter out that movement, but he probably gets away if not for that small mistake there. So, again, damage issues, at least until BB gets up into that Witchblade. That's really going to be the big thing that they're going to need to be able to play around with. So at least he was able to get that kill onto the anti-mage to A, slow his game down, but also enable his own a little bit too.
Because you see he's 700 gold behind his counterpart. Mid lane Mamang Dai off to a great start. Able to farm and continue to make a lot of the rotations at the same time. So very active. We've seen the Dino so far. Maybe bottom lane, though, is where the action's going to continue. You've got this catapult wave. You've got maxed out demonic conversion. Tower's going to be under a lot of threat. Maybe they can look to fight, but it is only 1 level in the tombstone.
Radiant's
And
middle
you're just
tower
level
is
6
under
on the
attack.
CM as well, so I really don't think you can look to respond into this.
Radiant's
That freezing field is going to do a
structures
lot,
are
and not too many ways to be able to cancel it out. Really just the
Radiant's
puck, and
bottom tower
well, CM's
is
never
under
going to be the one that
attack.
gets dream called first unless you're acting as like a smoke breaker. Got a good track on where the puck is looking to play as well, just with Mamang Daya constantly keeping this lane shoved in. So, yep, all those demonic conversion Eidolons going to look to clear out this bottom tower pretty quickly. Might get the deny.
Radiant's
Nicely done,
bottom
Linux.
tower has been denied.
Where's this smoke going to connect onto, though? Looks like they're looking for the Brood, but Boom Buoy actually going to be in position to be able to stop that. Doesn't get the lift. Went for the steal instead. That's
Dire's top
quite
tower
greedy.
is under attack.
So we do get a trade across the map though with T1 Tower, so both sides going to be able to open up. The jungle's a little bit easier, but you see Dreamer Cell still is having a great time here with the anti-mage. 400 net worth over the life sealer, and again with the Vanguard, it's going to be difficult to shove him out. I do think though now, like with the Brood being pretty equal, we might see RDP just completely take over Spawn's jungle, so they probably need to continue to make these rotations to slow down the farm that RDP is going to take away from them.
I'm liking this movement towards the mid lane, but again, like this warding has been solid as hell this game. The support's just being able to preemptively know where a lot of these movements are going to come from. They have that one placed down by BB himself previously, making sure that he's not going to get caught out by the gank. Black Hole had just come off cooldown. I'm a little surprised that Tiny went into the phase boots, maybe feeling that they just needed a little bit more right-click damage against the puck and the lifestealer, I guess. Even just the Spiderlings feels kind of nice, but really felt like he was set up to go for that super early
Wait,
lead.
first bomb. Maybe straight on top of Mangaya. He's pretty goddamn tanky. Let's see if it's going to be enough, though. It's got one charges to work with. Then hides nearby to potentially keep him alive. Freezing Field gets stolen.
Yeah, I think it was just used previously in mid or something. I'm not sure.
A farm and freezing field or what? Dreamer Cells continue to use the Mana Void to farm up those Spiderlings as well. So, regardless, that first attempt there with the Infest onto BB's not going to go their way. It just showcases truly how tanky Mamang Daya is, and this is without a BKB as well.
BB's got the Witchblade now, though, coming out to him. So maybe that's going to be a bit of a difference maker. Maybe they can look to shove in this mid lane, play off the back of the power runes, use that 14-minute timing, plus the Witchblade to be able to go for a kill. But where is their vision right now? Who do they have an understanding of who is where? I think Dreamer Cell's too farmed now at this stage to be able to take out. So plenty of levels. What are that? Just passive HP looking to come through. They got to try and play down bottom. Did they smoke underneath the ward? No, they didn't. So this is actually a play that could look to try and catch someone out. They got to make sure they catch Boom Buoy, though.
Lulu's going to look to start off the back of the phase boots movement speed. They'll get onto the park and instant use of the black hole. Wami's not going to mess around, just wanting to drop the ultimate. Boom though sweats the freezing field, but can they hold them down? It's like the Rubik's Cube. A lot of damage. Hyde's going to turn with his own ulti as well, but it's just not enough as even RDP's here for the cleanup if it's required. As UDV, a great defense. Yes, you lose BB, but multiple members from Spawn will go down. In fact, it was the Rubik that dealt the most damage in that engagement.
All off the back of freezing field, baby. It feels so good to be able to play around this one on the Rubik, especially once you've used all of that initial lockdown to be able to try and take out this puck. So I was really expecting that to perhaps go a little bit better for Spawn. You know, being able to take out the puck removes a lot of the control, and I kind of thought they would be able to just walk on away, but just continued to commit into a freezing field. Was it actually the Rubik's Cubes falling? I didn't quite see.
Yes. That is kind of cool. With all that going on, there was plenty of space given over to Dreamer Cell though, so this is Battle Fury completed with the disassemble of the Vanguard. We do see KMP though, with him also getting involved in that engagement. He comes out with a little bit of extra golden experience, so he's not too far behind the life still. Quite impressed at, honestly, how much he's been able to get so far.
Especially considering the lane, almost every second creep you're going to get denied away from you with the Eidolons. Cell's playing quite far forward with the rest of the team. Maybe they're looking to try and bait out Wami on this bottom side. CM looking to join together with the rest of the boys as well. They'll know that the black hole's not on cooldown. They've got a siege creep to be able to play around with, so maybe that's the mentality here. Just use them as a little bit of bait, but Look at that, the sentry just catching out the observer ward. Going to prevent that sort of play.
Thoughts on Octarine first item from Wami?
I mean, they've got enough jump, right? The Tiny's still going for the Blink Dagger, albeit it's going to be a little slow. You've got Anti-Mage with a Blink in. You've got a Primal Beast who's going to be going in first with the BKB, so I think it's fine. Are you just saying, like, that instead of auras?
Oh, I just mean in general, honestly, I'm quite intrigued about a Octarine first. I still would have kind of liked, like, Aether Pipe. Pipe stops just all the damage till the life steal it comes online, but...
The extra cast range is kind of nice, and I mean, just being able to spam out the conversions a little bit more frequently feels kind of nice too.
Do we think there might be an Ag Shard in consideration shortly from Wami? Because he has gone for the early Aether / Octarine.
Wouldn't hate it, especially considering he's gone into the idle on attack speed, and yep, there we go. He just wants to keep these lanes as pushed in. Of course, you're going to have Anti-Mage that has that same potential. Primal Beast can clear waves quickly. Tiny, even CM to a lesser extent, is able to do it. Has to be careful with CM's positioning, though. He was walking underneath that cliff ward freshly placed up by Bubui, and he's going to be able to get a D-ward off as well. So pretty clear that they were going for some kind of setup for that bottom side of the map, but they're not going to be able to claim it.
An axe. Blue's going to be able to run into him among guys nearby to provide any damage, and even pops a BKB on the Dino, so maybe a little bit unnecessary. It could free up RDP to try and consider about Delu. Of course, he does have a crapload of armor to play with. Also an avalanche to cover the retreat.
Actually, TPing more people up top.
Yeah, looking for the Infest Bomb. Coil on the 2. The TP is going to be a little bit too late from spawn, so multiple members are going to go down deep inside their own territory. This time it looks like the Infest will convert. Very nicely done.
It was surprising that they chose to pop that BKB on the Primal Beast, right? Like, there really isn't anything that's going to keep you locked into position. I feel like BKB is much more of a reactionary item that needs to be coming out here for the Primal Beast, unless it's on, like, a super high priority target that you found, you know? If Onslaught connects onto the Lifestealer or the Puck, for example, then maybe you can afford to use the BKB just so that you can guarantee that you're going to get that Pulverize off, but certainly not an Undying. And then, well, you'll see what happens off the back of that. They take a tower, and they're going to take Roshan as well. And they weren't pushing the bottom side at the exact same time. Even with Rubik TPing up towards the top side, there was no real defense towards this bottom tower. So this is a lot of stuff that UDV are getting that they probably shouldn't. They have an idea that this is going on, but they might just be a bit too slow.
It will be. And it's so close to having the blink completed on Delul. Now 35 gold. Maybe with that, might have been easier for him to get the jump and contest Roche, but in the end, it's going to be KMP that's working with the second life now. So we'll see. I mean, this game is going to ramp up very shortly with UDV hitting these early timings. It's going to be a question of Spawn, can they combat that or not?
At least they've got the Blink Dagger now, though, on the Tiny. Alright, IDP, though, is about 350 gold away from the pipe, so he's going to become a lot harder to be able to deal with, too. Even going to be able to have the, I'm assuming, Guardian Greaves coming after that, just to be able to get out of the Malefice, to be able to get out of the Frostbite if he gets caught out. It seems like they want to be able to make a play towards this bottom side of the map.
Again, a BKB expended. KMP, can he get one last swipe? The case, BB wants him, and BB will get him, but Wami's still...
Stolen Black Hole!
Stolen Black Hole! They won't be able to keep BB alive, and Boo Boo is just going to use it for the Enigma as well. Doesn't want to waste a round to look at the jumping though. It's a great combo with Hyde nearby. The damage, it's enough to get one. It wasn't enough to find another one though. Thought they would have some other boys. Dream Cell was nearby, but very hesitant is the Anti-Mage to jump in, and alright, game's starting to ramp up now.
Are fortified.
Yeah, I mean, Mummy Dire's just been caught out a couple too many times here, and with that, Broodmother able to join the rest of the boys. That was all without the Brood, right? He's even got those auras to be able to play around with. He's got the mech that he pops to keep the Brave healthy enough so that the Siege Creep is going to keep hitting into this tower with the Desolator debuff, and oh, now you've got no tier 2s to be able to play around with on the top half of the map. And they still haven't touched this bottom tower any further. I'm surprised that they haven't looked to commit a little bit further onto this bottom side. They've taken one tower with an Enigma draft, which I don't think is good enough.
A prize.
Rubik's
Looking to
nearly
hit
got
back.
the
They
blink
do
dagger
see
as well.
BB. They're all looking for the maximum amount of chain control. So among Dire can just close the distance to get the pulverize at the last second. Radiant, they are starting to tip in. The Broodmother's pretty goddamn survival with the mechanism coming up shortly. RDP though runs straight into the
nice
avalanche. And up with the Mana Void as well. Dreamer Cell finally feels strong enough to show up to take the fight. As a result, UDV, they're going to crumble one by one off the back of the respawn. There will be no escape for KNP. That is the fight they've been looking for.
It is, and it shows the power of and the importance of having those TPs available. They didn't have the outpost that entire time, but Rubik was making that play towards the mid lane and the top side previously. He shows up bot. You know he's not there. You've got decent vision inside of your own jungle. You're able to find that jump, and then suddenly the team fight turns around because you know you've got a 5v4. It ends up being a 5v5 because of the second life on the Lifestealer, but importantly, he's the one they focus last. They just take away everyone else around him.
Pole vault streamer cells to the top of the net worth. Manta now completed for him as well. A lot of experience soon game, and they're looking to go again, actually. They didn't
Why
even
not?
need the black hole for that last fight, so they've got it at the ready. Bottom lane, onto the park, Delul with the start, among Dive with the follow-up.
That's what I wanted to see. Just pressure around this bottom side of the map, taking out the puck because he's really the only playmaker that you got. Broodmother's not going to do anything solo. Undying, Rubik, absolutely not. KNP's doing a good job to keep up in the net worth, but as soon as you take out this puck, then you've just got nothing to be able to play around with. They take out mid tower, they go for another smoke. I'm not sure if that was too quick, that they might have just caught the remnants of it, and well, Boombui, he's got the blink dagger freshly picked up, so he might be able to break this one.
Great positioning, but this time Delul gonna be able to hold him down into place, and Diet, they're just gonna swarm over them. They have the numbers advantage deep inside enemy lines. There is no escape. Once again, multiple members going down. A tombstone as well to add to the tally. This spawn all of a sudden, these past couple of sequences, they've been so fast across the map, and they've been able to build a 4,000 net worth lead now.
I feel like this is always what they've been capable of. They just haven't chosen to do it though, right? Maybe now, just with that Manta style on Dreamer Cell, they feel so much more comfortable in doing so. He's also going into the Basher next, so might be able to provide that little bit of extra lockdown that you need for the puck, but it's all around just playing without BB. You cannot let BB die easily anymore. He's going to look to try and shove out this mid lane a little bit. Seems like they might even be going for a smoke here in this mid lane. Just off the back of not having, the Mana Void in the freezing field, but again, they've got such low cooldowns on spawn. Delul certainly isn't the one that you want to walk into, and that's a decent pick.
Okay, they still get the coil out. KP is going to turn to the Crystal Maiden as well. There's going to be nothing that can hold down this lifesteal in that attempt.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Starting
attack.
to break some of the momentum that was building for spawn. These bottom towers should be claimed as well, thanks to the Desolator. KMP not needing any creeps
Dire's
nearby.
bottom tower has fallen.
Primal's nearly got his Ags though. Going to be able to break the Lifestealer, make him even less likely to want to go for that man fight. Also just more things that are going to be killing the spiders.
Man, Puck's out of mana. Oh, BB's going to be in some
Void's up.
trouble. They've got the high ground ward. They just want the tower. Dreamer Cell, does he jump in? Because the Radiant side are beelining to bottom. Dreamer Cell wants nothing to do with that. Trying to see if there was an angle to get that Mana Void up, but not to be. So in the end, it's still, you're happy. It's a tier 2 tower that goes down. Yes, you lose Delul, but now you've got the outposts that are able to be claimed.
Yeah, can claim the outpost. Pick up the Basher for yourself. You've got the Kyron Sanj now on Mamang Daya just for that additional damage output. Also got Tiny, who by the time he respawns, and the courier comes back up, he'll have the 4-staff completed. It actually had the Staff of Wizardry on it. And again, I mentioned before, it's just about kiting out this UDV draft until that rage isn't available anymore. Like you mentioned,
Want me top lane?
side.
Yeah, straight away with the black hole, and they've got Mamang Dai here as well. Again, an early use of the BKB, but he just wants to guarantee the kill onto KMP. But Radiant is starting to come over though. They feel like with everything on cooldown, they can consider about taking a team fight, but Dreamer Cell says otherwise. An aggressive jump into the river, trying to stalk Lion Axe under the cover of the Glimmer Cape, and as soon as he pops out, Lion Axe will go down.
And they were really banking off the fact that Rubik wasn't going to be there. The only way you make that turnaround is if you steal the black hole and look to use that in onto them as they make that dive in on the Primal Beast, but not quite being there, just a couple seconds too late on Boombui. I was saying before, it's going to be on the back of this Rubik if they're going to stand any sort of chances to be able to counteract this spawn draft that they're ready to just consistently run at you. It's going to take some pretty big misplays for them to fall too far behind in this one. And they've even almost got the Abyssal on Dreamer Cell as well. Level 20, I'm sure he's going to go for the additional blink range just to be able to find that quick pick-off. It's a nice kill to pick off though. At least he buys up the 4-stuff before he dies though. But I mean, Puck is so vulnerable, Lifesteal is so vulnerable. They've got that initial burst that they're going to require.
Yeah, and the main reason Puck's been vulnerable this game though is off the back of Delul, right? Like you're playing this Puck into the tiny matchup, even though it's not a core. As long as Delul is able to find one stun, then you've got other boys nearby to get the follow-up.
Roche is up, and once again, they're taking it quickly. I don't think he's really in the position to be able to make too much happen here. Is Mamang Dai just going to go in super deep? He's got the blink and the BKB to be able to do it. Eidolon's looking to try and scout it out. Should know. Crystal Nova. Does he go for the blink? It's too late. They've even got the open wounds now as well.
Oh, baby. It's a jump of the toss back. It'll be both position 5s that go down. But Diet, they're going to have an advantage off the back of the buybacks. They can tip it to the outpost. Dreamer Cell to the north. They get the Puck. The Abyssal Blade revealed. Dreamer Cell gets the instant jump. A big win for them. Yes, you don't get the ages, but you've got now a bit of a window where you can get the map in a great position where Radiant, they're going to have to look to address that before they can think about playing aggressive off the back of the second life.
You've got a huge window. They can't fight without this Puck. I'll say it again just because that's the state of the game. He's got a few clarities coming out to him on the courier as well, not wanting to back off with this double damage freshly picked up. And Dreamer Cell is just going to continue taking charge of this game. All lanes trying to be pushing in, taking away that outpost control and suffocating UDV inside of their side of the map, which is not the position you want to be in when you've got this Aegis to be able to play around with.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I really want to see Mamang Dai get this Titan Sliver for himself as well. Yeah, it's coming out to him. You already have such great right-click damage, but just to be able to combine the status resistance from the Kyron Sange with the Titan Sliver, the magic resistance that it provides as well, means that really the only hero that you're worried about is that Lifestealer. And again, they've got the kiting potential for it. They've got BKBs, they've got 4-staffs that are being built up on multiple heroes. Even Delul just protecting himself by carrying that blast rig as well. He wants to be the one going in first alongside the anti-mage in almost every single encounter. I'm just trying to think, like, who does UDV look to make the jump onto to make it a successful fight for themselves? Because unless it's an Infest Bomb, I just don't think you have the ability for KNP to connect onto... You still just don't have stuns, right? You might get a Dream Coil off onto the Primal Beast, but then what? He BKBs and walks away.
The Primal isn't a really big issue though for the Lifestealer, so it's probably not a concern for them if they don't catch him in coil. Like, it seems like it's going to be Enigma +1 that needs to be core. Because if you're only getting a coil onto one person, yes, you get the kill on KMP, but what do you do after the coil? Then they're just going to kite the Lifestealer, so...
Yep.
It's going to be
a... Wami would be great to be able to start on, right? But I just feel like he's always going to be in such a defensive position that should never really happen.
Okay. He's got the headband as well, so even more cast range to make his positioning that much safer, so...
Yeah.
We'll see what they're able to do for UDV. They still have just under 2 minutes left on the Ages. Now I'm going to look for an Infest play off the back of BB. All of Spawn are back inside their own base, so it seems like they are aware that something might be going on. And
yeah, Mamang Dai pinged it out. He's just like, they're here, guys. There's no way that they're going to be able to make this this catch out. Look at this. Who does?
Boombui.
Oh.
Hey, he's got a lot of gold.
Again, big plays going to be on his shoulders. What are we thinking? Freezing field while black holing?
Sure.
I don't think you can do that.
Yeah, I don't.
Or maybe you can actually. With the
Radiant's
shard, you
bottom
might be able
tower
to.
is under attack.
If you freezing field first.
Oh, now Dire, they're going to counter smoke as well to get themselves back out of the map.
What would you call that? A freezing hole?
Yes, that is a great way to describe it.
Mm-hmm.
There's some among Dire. I thought he was going to show on the lane. It's just an illusion. Maybe they're... Look, re-smoke again from UDV. Can they find their mid lane? Blind Axe going to be able to pop the smoke. Great reaction from Boom Boom. It's a goal just sort of the tiny. You get the kill, but Dire, they can back up. You're okay with that. You lose the lull. It's not going to matter. This ages. They're going to get nothing out of it, it looks like. Maybe they might force high ground.
I mean, he's got buyback, though. And you're pushing in this top side with the Octarine core, with the Aghanim's shard on the Enigma, which means that you're just going to force a lot of people back here.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
AC now completed for Dreamercell.
Yeah.
More ways to protect you against the
Radiant's
physical
top
damage
tower
from
is under
KNP.
attack. Are scanning.
Seems like they've a bit of an opportunity going begging. Dreamercell, like they're aware that there's a ward place up on the cliff. You want to re-smoke there on spawn. You know the age is expired, or are you looking to hold that for the future?
Do they have any left? I think that might be the issue.
They do not, by the looks of it.
Yeah. Not even in the shop for another minute and 10 seconds. So
They're coming though. They want to protect the ward.
well, they're not going to be able
Too
to.
late. Another ward's going to get applied. BB starting to the tiny KMP, trying to close the distance again. A coil just onto Delor, who can look to buy back. This is an opening here for spawn. They want nothing to do with it though. They're going to look to back off. They don't want to force Delor's buyback. We're looking to have him to continue to scale in regards to his items here for the tiny.
I think they're happy to just play around this high ground ward, right? You use the Dream Coil, you
Bottom lane, they're onto
the
KMP. He's alone.
I'll take that.
No one is here. KMP separates for a split second. And Dreamercell and Wummy, no, they see an opportunity and they're going to make sure it doesn't go away.
Far too deep to be there. I mean, that is the definition of greed at that stage. And he doesn't have buyback. What did he just buy up? Was it anything on the courier? He's had AC for a little bit, I feel.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
So now, even with those Spiderlings constantly scouting out a lot of these movements, I really don't think they're going to care. Even a DD on the top side, Bumbui, he's not going to be able to protect it. And Dreamercell, he's one that can look to go on this bottom side again. Without that lifestealer, almost all of your damage is magic. So he's got that counterspell maxed out. Really wouldn't be surprised if he went the additional
Radiant's
counterspell
bottom
magic
tower
resistance
is
at
under
the level
attack.
25 talent.
Radiant's
How are you going to deal with Dreamercell?
You're not.
Yeah, that really doesn't seem like it.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Again, Bumbui needs to go off, but they don't even have a black hole to be able to make a big play around off of a stolen one.
Radiant's
Kind of
bottom
a positive
tower is
thing
under
that they used that for that kill previously. So it should be, okay, they're not going to overly commit here. Respecting the fact that Lifestealer's coming back up.
Wouldn't hate if Spawn continue to play aggressive though. You've got Black Hole in 35. You can send maybe the Eidolons to cut mid. Top's getting shoved out as well in your favor.
Yeah, maybe just take the tier 2 mid, play around the high ground ward.
Radiant are
I
scanning.
really don't want to see them back up onto their side of the map, though.
Scan
You gotta
does
keep playing around
connect.
this.
They know someone's nearby. Oh, this is a
good
better
initiation.
coil. Look at the Crystal Maiden. It's a dieback for her, but off to the other side.
Missiles in.
Dreamercell looking to
Hello.
assassinate the backline, but he doesn't have enough damage to kill Bumbui. Just able to get the blink away. Dreamercell, he doesn't have a lot of mana as well. BB Hunt, but with the abilities on cooldown, can't hold Dreamercell down. So in the end, it's a great start for UDV, but they weren't able to capitalize. The coil was just onto 2. Of course, Momong is easily able to BKB that off. So they get the kill into the Crystal Maiden, but nothing too crazy.
One of the advantages of playing around that Rubik, right? All of that cast range with the Aether Lens, with the maxed out Arcane Supremacy. He was just able to get that vision up onto the high ground so quickly that BB has been able to go for that quick jump. Even just the right click coming through from the Mindbreaker, really locking in the CM, who I don't even think that was a dieback from...
Surely not. Really? He was dead for so long.
I know.
Tis mine.
But he's level 15. Pretty decent, decent level at this point of the game for a support. Oh, don't hate this. Well,
let's think about
the
it.
Yule Scepter on the Tiny. I'm just thinking, like, you're into a Lifestealer who, again, I think needs to go Nullifier. Like, he's going Basher next, but Nullifier is so important. Up against a Yules, up against 4-staffs to be able to get yourself away. CM's got a Glimmer Cape as well. I think you just need to be able to guarantee that you can lock in onto a target, onto this Lifestealer. That's really where I feel UDV are coming unstuck, is that KMP can never confirm a kill unless it's like a perfect initiation coming through from BB. The Basher's going to help a little, but
Yeah.
again, not enough in my opinion.
See the smoke from Spawn. I believe the scan
Good
was on the
positioning.
mark, so they know that someone's near the high ground.
Found
That's a
two.
pretty juicy target. Dream Assault, but he got the Lifestealer instead, and the Wami's got the follow-up. Oh, baby, you couldn't have asked for a better start. Spawn, foregone, obliterated instantaneously.
Yeah, and again, they knew it was coming. They didn't have the ward on the high ground, and for whatever reason, RDP just walks off the cliff. I feel like the rest of the boys at least get a little bit of information. You might give up your Broodmother, but he had buyback, and well, instead, you enable Mamang Daya to be able to go in onto the backlines with all that increased vision. He takes out the Rubik, so there's not going to be any sort of turnaround play off of like a stolen black hole. And yeah, you give up 4 when it probably should have been 1 at the absolute worst, or you just retreat as a team, you know?
This is 2 full
lanes.
sets,
Yeah.
and maybe not Roche.
I don't know. Mid lane's pressuring in. I guess there's a pretty healthy wave down bottom, so they're going to want to address that first. But you've got AM level 25. He still did go the Mana Void cooldown. Okay. Just, I guess, always useful of being able to clear out a lot of those Spiderlings as well.
BB looking for the solo kill, but now BB might be in some trouble. Tossing the puck over towards Dream Cell, but the phase shift buys BB some time, but they'll get the Abyssal just at the last second. An inch of control is this time not all they need. BB's out. They were able to guarantee the kill onto Delul as well, so they convert on that and keep the puck alive. A 4v5, if they can get the lane shoved out, maybe UDV can think about Roche because they're on the prowl. Infest bomb from BB. Lifestealer's not even going to jump out, so they might not know that BB has the extra member stuck inside him. Among Daya, though,
Quick
great fingers. Phase shift's going to be able to protect him. KMP looking to turn it. Got to be cautious, though. Black hole. It's up in 8. That could be the thing to turn this fight back around if Spawn, if they get ever an opening.
They should know they've got this vision on the left-hand side of the fight. I really want to see someone try and deal with it.
Oh, Delul.
That's a bit... That would be a dieback.
Lovely kill if they're going to be able to find it, but there's Wami! That's the black hole you're hoping for to turn the fight around with Dreamer still nearby. He gets the bash onto KMP with the life still unable to man-fight the anti-mage. Dreamer Cell is far too ahead. And now Mamang Dai in combination with Wami. Well, they're looking to clean up some of the remaining members, and they'll do just that. Catching out Lion Axe on the escape.
I mean, they're pinging Roche. I don't think you need to do it, right? It was a double dieback of the supports on Spawn, but they just had to commit for far too long onto the Tiny. Again, it's just the value coming through from the lack of the Nullifier. He Yule Scepters himself up, he gets Glimmered, he gets double forced back to safety, and, well, you just see what happens when you're facing up into an Enigma without that vision advantage. They're able to get an amazing black hole up once again. He's even finished up the refresher now on Wami, looking to play around the tree line with his Eidolons pushing out the wave. I'm sure he was tempted to try and go in onto the puck, but BB, full HP, wouldn't be too vulnerable. If BB can get into his level 25, maybe things turn around a little bit in their favor, but I mean, you're going up against an Aegis now on the anti-mage who's holding on to...
Primal Beast.
Yeah, Primal's got it. Okay, don't hate it. He's nearly level 25, so why not, right? Even an arcane rune to be able to play around with.
Oh, BB.
Dire's
Gonna reveal himself with getting that choreo. Dreamer Cell's nearby farming. Wait, he might team.
middle tower is under attack.
Okay, far out, man.
Ballsy movement up into probably where they had the most vision.
This is, though, the spawn that we've been
Radiant's
hoping
middle
to
tower
see.
has
This team
fallen.
is looking very clean in this game one.
Yeah. I'm going to need RDP to buy another item because he's been holding on to a lot of money for a long time.
Wow.
And you really
Yeah.
haven't felt the scaling from him. Even just the casual ultimate orb, right? You could be a Lincoln's that you're looking to go for. And it's going to provide a whole lot more utility than 3 mangoes.
What do you mean? You don't like the 3 mangoes? Seems pretty value.
Not at 41.5 minutes.
Ah,
You got Greaves as well to give you mana against the anti-mage. So,
that loses Courier. Oh, if he's not watching,
Radiant's courier
he's
has
gonna
been
lose it.
killed.
where did it die?
At the secret shop. The creep
Oh, okay.
aggroed. He didn't buy at least, but still. He's going to have to get outside the base if he wants that Hex and Spawn. They're not going to give him an opportunity. Spoken, all they need is one more fight. One more 5-man wipe. They'll be able to take this game. They do know they're outside their base, though, with the Observer Sentry combo. Radiant are aware.
Again, they can just put Dreamer Cell on the front lines. Why not? Mumuk Daya looking to try and bait out a little bit. He's level 25, so he's got that Pulverized Piercing magic immunity as well. So even Lifestealer now doesn't
Maybe.
feel
Oh,
safe.
there we go. All right, KP. He jumped further inside the base. Dreamer Cell. Has he gone a bit too far with the Bashes raining down? They're going to be relying on the Black Hole. It does get stolen. Could this be the fight they're waiting for on UDV?
Trying to kill the
They
Rubik,
need
though.
to keep the Rubik alive. Among Die deep inside the base. He'll be successful. That is a huge kill. Probably their only turnaround potential. But it means that KMP, he's still free to take the engagement. They'll be able to deal with the first life. Can they set themselves up with a formation on the respawn as Dreamer Cell looking to jump to the north onto the KMP?
Out of
Goes
mana.
a huge mana void means that Dreamer Cell will come out on top in the 1v1. And I can turn to the supporting
back.
cast. There's going to be no escape. Glimmercape will only buy some time for Lion Axe. The Wommy's back in again. An even better Black Hole this time to close out our game one as Wommy's done it. We said it was going to be a great Enigma game, and he proved it right. What a performance from him. What a pick from Spawn as well.
A Dreamer Cell, he's just acted like, it's just a little bit of work. You see Wommy there calculating very carefully as to how he's going to be able to close out game number 2 because it was a really solid Enigma performance coming out. It was a really solid draft from Spawn Gaming overall, and again, like you said, this is the type of gameplay that we've been really waiting to see from them.
Hopefully they're able to continue it up, though. Like, you need to back up your solid game performances. We saw their game 1 versus Horizon was very, very good, but they weren't able to back that up into the rest of the series. So that's just the thing now for them. Consistency. You can get a couple of map victories, but can you continue to find and be able to have success in game 2 and potentially game 3 as well? But for them, it just felt like clean draft, clean gameplay.
Having a quick look at the damage score from UDV, and BB does a decent amount. He almost tops the damage for the entire game. Dreamer Cell did a little bit more, but KNP, he was level to Mamung Daya. He did about the same as the Enigma. That's not what you want out of your position 1, especially not when you're not taking too many towers either. And again, we really saw there wasn't this impact out of the Broodmother that you were really wanting for, especially if you're going to go for a first pick overall Broodmother. I think that's, you got to protect it a little bit more. We were saying that they had expended a lot of bans to be able to make sure that he has a good lane, and they still had a good lane. This was a good anti-mage pick that I feel like the last overall pick coming out of, what was it, the Undying was the last pick. The damage was lacking. They could not lock down the Enigma. They could not make aggressive moves onto the anti-mage. They couldn't play around that early Dream Coil. The fact that they were able to get that early kill on the AM was only because Mamung Daya ended up hitting him with the Onslaught when he tried to go for the save. So after that point, that was the only time he died. So I really feel like this just all comes back to a draft issue for UDV. Hopefully they're able to change it in game number 2.
Yeah, we'll have to pay attention to that then heading into the next draft and how they're able to address some of their damage issues, because it's very difficult to fix that and find a solution if you're looking for your position 5 in the last pick. So we'll see. We'll see what they're able to do. They still made it a competitive game through and through, but we get to see once again the Anti-Mage and how it's able to fare versus the Broodmother. Like, I'm starting to feel like this is a pretty solid, pretty solid matchup, and Dreaming Soul definitely proving that to be the case as well for Spawn. They're going to be able to find their first map victory here in this series, but can they continue with the momentum? We'll find out after the break. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Spawn off to a great start here in our second series of the night. Danok, what do we need to look at differently for UDV? We were kind of mentioning that damage was their main issue and kind of having a position 5 towards the end of the draft that you're needing to pick up to fix that damage issue is maybe not the way to go about it. So would we like to see them switch up their formation with how they're drafting heading into this game?
It wasn't just a lack of damage, it's that the damage that they had was almost all one type in Magic, right? Unless Lifesteal was able to lock in onto that anti-mage, he felt basically unkillable. I mean, we saw Dreamer Cell in that very last fight, probably because he had the Aegis. He was diving in under tier 4s and all that sort of stuff, so they were getting a little bit of help there, but I think they just got to spread it out a little bit more. This is the issue that I have with some other teams, like I'm going to use a Western Europe team, for example, Old G. You know, the way that they draft and play seems kind of one-dimensional. So teams know how to play up against it. They know what heroes to address that's going to give them issues if they get too strong. And that's exactly what Spawn did. They said, all right, well, we just need to make sure that this Puck doesn't have a game, because then that's the thing that's going to make initiations happen. That's going to give Lifestealer the advantage over the anti-mage, so they put a lot more attention onto him. They killed him a couple of times early on. They took the towers, they reduced the space that Lifestealer had to farm, they increased anti-mage's farming space, and we just saw he took over the game from there. So I think just multi-layered drafting is what I want to see, not something that you could see it and see this is how they're going to play.
All right, multi-layered drafting and not a one-dimensional draft. We do have it underway as well, so we'll take a look at the adaptations. And well, for Spawn, Black and Naga banned out. UDV, they're going to get rid of the Io and the Brood. So UDV not going to go back into RDP's comfort in the Brood Mother, and they'll make sure that Wami can't play it as well.
Everything switched though. Spawn's on Radiant now. Spawn has first pick now. So we'll see if both teams look to play this one a little bit differently. Spawn looks like they're still trying to up the tempo. I like the Enchantress just overall. As a starter, right, you can, again, flex it into multiple lanes. We've seen a couple of teams, I don't think Spawn are one that does it, play it as a position 3 as well, but it means that you can deal with some of the stronger laners in the off lane quite effectively, such as Timbersaw. You can look to get a little bit of pushing happening with it. You can really roam around the map and provide a lot of information if you're going to go for a bit greedier of a draft. So I think Ench, while you are kind of one note in team fights, what it provides to the macro game is still quite good.
Are you currently, do you have a preference of Ench 5 over Ench 4?
Depends on what you're going up against. If it's good for the lane, throw it wherever, you know. I'm just wondering what UDV are going to look to go into this. Like, is it going to be a lot of damage that doesn't really care about the Ench, like AoE or stuff that goes into like BKB or higher magic damage? It's a remake, okay. What's going on? Oh, okay.
Let's
get it back into the lobbo.
Get me in the lobby!
What do you prefer, lobby or lobbo?
I prefer the right word, the one that actually...
We're Australian, okay? The right word is not always the word that gets used.
No, lobby is what I prefer. I like my lobbies lobbied up, and we should have that one pretty shortly here. So, but I guess it gives them more time to be like, how do we address this Enchantress?
Maybe. Like, how do you address an Edge, right? Like, again, very single target, so maybe some kind of illusion hero is what they're thinking of really early on, so they're going to look to preemptively ban against a lot of that sort of stuff. I think you could probably still afford to go something like a Lycan against it, just because you're going to be running down. I know there's the little friends, and I know there's the talent that lets you address it, but the talent comes at level 20. That's something that you're really not that scared of an Enchantress having to run into you. So I think Lycan's a possibility. Lycan or illusions or magic damage, or, you know, the world's your oyster.
The world is your oyster. Well, I mean, KMP is a level 30 Lycan, so it's going to be some flex for them if they want to give it to Kim or RDP in the off lane. But we'll get this one underway, just waiting for all the broadcasters just to get their slots real quick, people that were not aware. So we're going to have that one pretty shortly. Try to take a look at what our last series of the night's going to be. It's Myth Avenue versus Tough as well. So that's it's still another series towards the bottom, but a series that really means a lot. Myth Avenue 1-2, Tough 0 and 3. So get some wins under your belts, lads.
It's an important one, that's for sure. So I'm just having a look, as I always do, about people's avatars. I'm seeing a lot of weeb on UDV. Not so much on Spawn, a little bit. But is yours the Drake album cover?
No, it's not an album cover. It's just a
fan art
image, I suppose. Yeah. Yeah. I haven't changed mine in way too many years.
I used to have the ice cream. Now I've got my.
That's right.
My comfort anime.
Oh, really? Okay. I haven't looked properly at it. I thought it was just a stupid image of Squidward. That's what I honestly thought it was. Yeah, I don't know why.
Nothing to do with Squidward at all.
I know, but well, people can't see, so I don't know how to like.
I don't think you could, even if people could see it.
Well, like I haven't been on your profile, so I didn't know the thing on the left was actually a person's face. I thought it was anyway. Doesn't matter.
It's a guy laying down on the grass with his little slime pet, basically.
Yeah. What anime is that? Little nerd.
Campfire Cooking in Another World, which is I've told you about.
That's yes, that's the one. Yep. Yeah. Campfire Cooking in Another World. So interesting one. There's so many.
It's a good one, man. Anything food related, give me it. Food Wars, Campfire Cooking. There's one
Can you cook though?
I like watching people cook.
So you can't cook?
I can cook. I just don't like to because I don't like cleaning. You know.
What'd you have for dinner?
Macca's.
What'd you have for last night's dinner?
What did I have? I had braised beef with mushrooms, potatoes, and peas.
Did your flatmate cook?
No. He's actually got like a broken collarbone now, so he can't. I'm doing a lot of more stuff.
Did you beat him up?
Yes, it was all.
That's rude. How dare you? All right, we do have our draft back underway, so UDV had plenty of time to work out what the response to the Enchantress was going to be, and we see the Death Prophet and the Tiny picked up. So importantly, Delul's not going to have his Tiny to work with, but Spawn will go with the Batrider response from 8th, so they can protect it now with a couple of bands.
Like it. It is one of Among Dire's favorite heroes as well, which you're always very happy to see come out for him. But again, the thing is, you could just put this DP to 3, you could put the Tiny to 4, you've got that flex, and there's going to be maybe not a counter to the Batrider, but there's going to be someone that gets out of the lane fine against the Bat in this. Like, you can look to go Storm's Band, you can go Lesh, you can go Quap, you could probably even go Shadow Fiend, honestly, just with how much they're able to keep the lane shoved away. So something's going to slip through. So I really don't. I think UDV don't need to necessarily worry about the Batrider so much. You can just see they're banning out the big lane encounters for it, as Among Dire is like, right, what am I going to get to play outside? Maybe this Bat isn't what I actually want to pick. Maybe we'll throw this Batrider into one of the side lanes instead. But I really don't think that's what you should be using your first pick for.
Nah, surely it's going to be mid lane.
You'd think so, but I mean, I just want to see what UDV are banning out, right? Like, I think they're looking to protect a little bit. Okay, Pango a little bit. It is something else that shoves out lane a little bit. BB very solid on this hero as well. Again, something that doesn't really care about the Enchantress. You don't need to commit too much to be able to kill it on any of these heroes, so it really does take away that roaming ward potential, right? You're not going to be allowed to stay out on the map.
Gives them a lot of nice team fight and early kind of engagements where you got EXO.
High damage too.
Yeah, a lot of high damage, so that you've kind of fixed that issue which you had prior, but these heroes will play very well around each other early on, so it means you can go maybe for a little bit more of a greedy carry for KMP where he doesn't have to get into the mix early.
Really doesn't feel like there's too much weaknesses on UDV's draft right now, does it? Like, they've got tower push, they've got team fight, they've got pick off, they've got physical damage, they've got magic damage, they've got tankiness, initiation, 2 forms as well. Like, they've got a lot with this draft already. I quite like it. and they've protected it, the Pango from one of the worst matchups in the Bloodseeker, even just Bloodseeker for the Death Prophet as well, a little bit.
And you see, importantly, that's their last ban as well, so they weren't able to telegraph what they were picking, where Spawn maybe could have reacted, where instead of the Puck, they might have been like, oh, they banned Bloodseeker, let's put the Pango there instead. So it's a little thing, but it's important. All right, so they get the Beastmaster. So it's going to lock in the Batrider to be in the middle lane.
I'm just seeing, like, what are they going to look to go against this? I was thinking, do they consider their, like, big Beastmaster lane counter? But CM feels just fine, right? They say, go on, build Helm of the Overlord. We're just going to frostbite that creep, and then it's going to be a non-factor in a lot of these fights. It's, of course, going to depend on CM's positioning a lot of the time as to whether you're allowed to do that. But I feel like they don't necessarily need to go this big Overlord creep killer, you know? You could just look to go something that perhaps is able to address a lot more Batrider harass. Maybe they do go into an Illusion Hero now at this stage. Naga's obviously not available, but PL is... It's an alright PL game.
A little bit of...
I feel like... Yeah.
I was going to say there's some value on Slark if they want to go for that. I think Beast has a fine lane, nothing crazy into Slark, but the game goes
If you're able to get on top of the Beastmaster, though, it makes it a lot more difficult, and CM's probably one of the better heroes to allow you to do that. So they're going to ban it out.
Very interesting they ban Anti-Mage. That actually could have been a potential pick for them against the Beastmaster. Batrider doesn't deal a whole lot to it as well.
What were you just thinking, like a Manta builder is what you were looking for? Or...
That, but
because, like, who is Anti-Mage jumping on and blowing up at the start of these fights?
I think the lane versus Beast is very good. I'm still under this assumption. People keep first phasing Beast, and then I'm seeing an Anti-Mage 8th pick response. So teams have to, if they're doing that, it's got to be for a reason. Even though some of the recent matchups I've seen has not gone that way.
I think it depends on what position 5 you're playing around with as well with that Anti-Mage, right? Because if you could just jump onto the Beastmaster and drain his mana, then if he's gone the Axes build, he's useless. If he's gone the Boars, then you've got a CM to be able to kill it, right? So then he just doesn't have a lane altogether. So yeah, a little odd that they do look to get rid of it, but it is what it is.
Yes,
so what are they even looking to go? Like with this Drow, I guess they're just trying to take away a lot of the early pressure that they've got now, like Beastmaster, Enchantress, Drow. Feels fairly solid with being able to come online, but they had jump. I don't know. I really don't know what the UDV are angling for with this last pick overall. For Spawn team, what do they need? They need some... I wouldn't hate a Lifestealer in this game. I think it's going to be something that you can invest into the Batrider. I think you can deal with the Avalanche fairly well. You're a Nullifier builder, so the Pango Shield Crash doesn't feel great. You don't care about CM. You can commit onto the Death Prophet, and you get buffed up with the attack speed against, with the Beastmaster. I think it'd be solid enough. Shadow Fiend, okay. Again, it's fast, right?
Yeah.
They're playing around an early game here on Spawn. So what's going to be able to stall that out? Well, Pango can push lanes. Tiny can keep lanes pushed. So can DP.
Yeah. Okay, never mind. It's banned. Okay, there's not a lot. I was thinking terribly.
Were you thinking Troll? Oh, terribly. You're never thinking Troll.
Oh, that hero is atrocious.
Something that's just able to defend the space on UDV, basically, is what you're wanting, right? And Terrorblade's pretty decent at that.
Good sniper. Batrider is...
Gyrocopter?
Ooh, Gyrocopter. I don't know. Is that a hero right now? Is that a carry?
Again, if they're going to be running at you, I think like cooldown's really effective for that. Could they go down like a... They couldn't Night Stalker into this, could they?
I think they can. I was thinking about it before with the Beast, but... Yeah, I'm fine with it.
Again, it gives a lot of information for Pango and Tiny to be able to jump as well on the back lines. Sniper. I mean, it holds space, fine. I was just thinking, like, I guess they really don't have a way to be able to close in onto it in the laning stage, right?
Yeah.
Like the Beastmaster and the Rubik, so it's going to need to be an Axes build coming through from Wommy here, which feels kind of okay, right? No one really going to be getting up in his face to be able to harass him out, but I'm just not sure how much Dalul's going to be able to do in this lane, really. Like, even if he goes for pulls, Lionax has a slow, he has a root with that Frostbite, so I don't think it's going to be quite so easy, but I much prefer this UDV draft compared to their game number one. I thought they had almost no chance in game one, and you could see a lot of things that synergize fairly well together in this game too.
Yeah, I think if Spawn are going to win, it's off the back of the Batrider on Among Dire. I think it's still a pretty good back game overall. There are some stuns that can make it a little bit awkward for him to kind of play his distance and keep stalking people inside the fights. But Wommy has a really bad lane matchup. The Shadow Fiend, if you're scaling against Sniper, you do not win that. You've already got issues if Sniper has a free game as well, because Pango, Death Prophet can act as a bodyguard. So I think if Spawn win this game, it is solely off the back of the Batrider.
Yeah, it's a question of like what lane do you actually rotate to, right? On this Batrider. If you go top, you're going to get Frostbitten. If you go bot, you're going to get Avatos. It's like what can you actually do in this game? So Mamang Dyer, it does feel like he's going to need a Blink Dagger plus a BKB before he's able to do anything. That's one thing that they don't actually have a way to stop the BKB coming through once it is picked up. But again, is that going to be too late and you're going to have enough levels on Tiny to just feel massively impactful in these fights? Is DP going to have level 2 Exo and survivability? Is Pango going to have his 2-3 items? And then even Sniper's going to have a lot of damage coming back the other way from range. So I'm feeling more confident in UDV this time around. I think we might be going to a game 3.
Yes, I think we might be as well. So we'll see. We'll get ourselves underway. We'll see what Spawn are going to be able to do with it. I guess if they do come online, like they do have a lineup that can look to take objectives very fast with the Inner Beast to buff up Dreamer Cell with the 15 talent as well. You got the Enchantress to run creeps around the map and give you the vision, where Dire are like kind of relying on Exo to get objectives and the Rolling Thunder to maybe make plays before the blink on Boom Buoy. That's if they're behind. So maybe that's something they can look to play off, where they get a little bit of a lead on Spawn and they just go objective after objective after objective. But even then, like UDV, they can defend towers pretty goddamn well with the Shrapnel and just like Crystal Nova from afar.
Yep, I think so too. Swashbuckle as well.
So,
Not sure how I feel about Wommy going for an early wand for this lane. I really don't feel like he's going to be getting a ton of charges here. Completely understand KNP's decision to go a Magic Stick, just because, again, he already had the Wild Axes leveled up pre-Bounty Rune engagement. So that's constantly going to need to be used to be able to try and secure any of these creeps in the lane. So, like that decision. Does CM have... No, just a Sentry coming out to him. I was wondering if Lionax might look to buy a Magic Stick for himself as well, but he's just going to be off the back of a bunch of Tangos and Mangos as well. His main job is just to secure that range creep in this first couple of waves. Or KNP's able to build up a little bit more of that capability to harass from afar.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Nice little snipe. Hyde's not going to have another set of Tangos to work with down bottom, but we already do see the shenanigans. Boom Buoy looking to avoid the lane by dragging. Also gets the block on both the small and the hard camp, so already helping out early on. Is this... Could this be a lane where Spawn look to come out on top? Like both Enchantress, Shadowfiend are quite strong laners, and you have a hero to be able to set up for the Raze as well.
I guess so. Maybe they're just looking to try and... They've got a decent lane as well on UDV's side as well, right? Like, it's just a matter of getting into probably level 3 for Boom Buoy and RDP, and especially if you're able to get it while farming underneath this tower. Hyde really can't contest quite as much. You're just going to get tossed back into a really vulnerable position.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Alright, first blood though, KNP. They'll be able to find it on Wommy. They should be able to get the kill onto Dalul as well with the Fairy Fire activated. KNP has plenty of health to continue to stand strong, and this is already not a good start to the lane. That were expecting to be favored for UDV.
Getting really good value out of that magic stick as well, wasn't he? Now he's able to build up into that level 3. Of course, he had to use a lot of shrapnel charges to be able to secure that, but I wonder when he's going to look to prioritize a little bit more of that range with the take aim, or if it's just into the shrapnel. It looks like it's the latter. Maybe with the lane going quite well, with it being shoved in and likely to shove back, they might look to try and build up a few stacks for him to quickly claim inside the jungle. Of course, Pango is able to do that as well. It's not like you want to consistently stay in this lane against the Bat Rider either, especially once he hits up onto that level 6. Maybe you can look to go for a kill attempt. For now, Lionax just making sure that he's got a small camp to be able to play around with, trying to disrupt Delul, going for that block, but doesn't seem like he's going to be able to do it. Even just gets the re-sentry onto the camp, which always feels great. KMP's doing just fine. What's he got coming out to? A full Wraith Band plus a band of Elven Skin. He's going to be just fine in this lane.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Another Courier Snipe from Boombui. I'm sure this might reveal that... Ooh. Oh, okay. Nicely done. I'd kind of writing intercept to block the tree. Maybe that's a signal, though, that there's a ward up on the cliff. Hyde does have a sentry, so we'll see if he eventually going over there to try and D-ward.
Does he feel safe enough to leave the lane, though, again? I guess Boombui just being level 1 and you know he's got the tree grab, you're not all that concerned. So we'll see. We'll see what he chooses to do.
Top lane again.
Lane.
Oh, looking at battle. This time, Womi's going to be on top of KMP, but the Frostbite helps KMP reset his positioning. Shrapnel up in 5 seconds.
1 second.
If it's going to be enough, well, they've got the Frostbite. They might not even need the Shrapnel. Womi's got a Creep Wave, though. Well, he might get the kill onto Lionax. Still, they've got multiple stacks of the axe, and
one more axes.
He's going to get another kill. Okay, very nicely done. That is a... They are some much-needed killers in a lane that is not going to go your way.
I was thinking maybe you might have chosen to use the healing salve when they went for that dive back forward, knowing that you're really not going to be in a position to turn around and get a right-click off, but didn't do it on, on KNP, and one was able to turn that one around and get a very vital kill. Not just for, of course, the gold, but the experience that it gets him up to as well. He's level 5 now at 4.5 minutes on this Beastmaster, and he's just about got enough to be able to finish up that arcane boots too, so he can continue to spam this one out in lane.
And importantly, it meant that they could just grab the next creep wave and freely drag it behind without anyone contesting. Like, seems one of the better supports to make that not an easy trip around. So he's going to be able to farm freely. He can also use that time to get some stacks going for himself. So yeah, this is really what you needed to kind of recover this top lane.
I didn't quite see if Delul was able to refill the bottle on Mumung Dire as well, or if it was just around taking away that bounty rune on the top side. Seems like it might have been the second one, because he placed down the Observer Ward as well, to be able to scout out any of those early-ish movements. But I really don't feel like Pango is going to be making too much aggressive movements elsewhere. It's really just trying to keep this these waves away from their tower. A slow game benefits UDV.
More importantly, bottom lane, still on to RDP as well, so...
Back in base.
Mid lane, look at the wraparound among Dire. All of a sudden, 2 supports come from left, they come from right as well. Boombui and Lionax. Great pathing from them. All of a sudden, was not expecting the UDV members to be here, and they might even be able to get another kill as well. BB has got the Rolling Thunder at the ready. Shield Crash as well to provide the damage. They're going to be rewarded with another kill, so great rotations coming out from the supports.
Radiant are scanning.
It is indeed. And Bat Rider was just a little bit short of that level 6. I was thinking maybe if he had got that Flaming Lasso available, they might have looked to go for a play up towards the top side with that Siege Creep, with the Roar available on the Beastmaster, but it's just going to be a little bit too vulnerable, the mid tower, plus probably wouldn't have confirmed that kill either. Seems like they might be looking to go for something, though, as Lionax might be a bit out of position, could afford to use the Roar just to be able to secure this one.
I think you've got to now. They're going to use it onto KMP. Womi's out of mana. Now BB's even going to look to TP as well. They're going to be cautious if they line up for the swashbuckle. BB's going to turn, recognizing that KMP Well, he's got plenty left to be able to get the kill onto Delul, so BB, he can use his spells to get Wommy as well. So, yeah, very greedy coming out from spawn.
You've got to go for those kind of cheeky plays, I suppose, when you're playing this draft, that you want to be able to try and get an early lead somehow. And, you know, if you're able to get a 2-for-1 where you normally could just go the safe route and get the 1 and maybe just try and slow the game down a little bit. But again, they can't play slow. This is somewhere where UDV are going to excel if they're able to get up into these later stages. So Batrider going that early boots of travel, nothing game breaking, right? But it's what he needs to do to be able to create a lot of space around the map. And he's really going to sacrifice a lot of his own farming to try and farm heroes instead of creeps.
At least for spawn, like really the one big silver lining is his bottom lane has gone incredibly well. Dreamer Cell,
They took the tower.
yep, took the tower. We do have a smoke though from UDV, so looking to try and invade aggressively. Among Dire, now they're going to be able to chain control him down before he can use that free pathing. Still, he'll get away from the Rolling Thunder. BB's going to leap around. Even KP wants to consider about getting involved in case he is
They got
required.
shrapnels.
Yeah, they should be able to get the stacks thanks to the shrapnel. So this is still a very big win for UDV. You shut down Among Dire and you take away the stacks.
Get a bunch of neutral items as well to keep yourselves powered up. They don't... No, they do actually have that sentry up to be able to take out the Hawk as well. So good little bit of value coming through there. And they even get the Sentry Ward block off as well to prevent even more of those stacks being built up, or at least slowing it down. So nice movement coming out there from UDV. Despite the fact that they're slightly behind in net worth, I think they're still going to be fairly satisfied with this.
Now you're going to be playing with a couple of heroes behind here for spawn. You take away the stack for the Beastmaster. That could have even been Among Dire's stack as well. So still is going to be pretty close to the boots of travel. Top lane though, Wommy, it's just, he can't even re-enter this lane. He'll use the Raw defensively, but Boom Booey's still going to be able to get the combo out. So Radiant is starting to TP in. Delul's not going to have the damage so to get the trade. So, it's just, man, yeah, I don't know if you can go back to this top lane mid though. Maybe this is what you can look to do. Among Dire, they got the damage, but BB just gets the Rolling Thunder off, and BB's actually going to look to try and turn it around. Get the kill on the hide, so a defensive Rolling Thunder, in fact, turns it into a kill. So, again, UDV, this lane's, even though I'm surprised they don't have the net worth lead, to be honest, but they're off to a great start.
Yeah, again, like, they don't need to go for the greedy plays, right? BB could have looked to try and keep the Batrider locked down, but he was fine enough just to kill the Enchantress, because she's the one person that maybe with that Blightstone would have been able to kill even without the impetus. So just get the free kill, back off, don't need to go for a 2-for-1. It's just enough to be able to keep this game slowed down. I'm kind of surprised that RDP has suffered this much in the net worth front. Like, I know you're laning up into an Enchantress, it's never easy, but I feel like he could have been a little bit more sustainable here. Rhinax actually sees Hyde walking around, taking away the Warpine Raider.
He yoinked one of the creeps.
Yoink. Yeah, with that nut shot. I'm never going to stop calling it that.
It's just, yeah, all right. You want to be edgy. That's what you want to do. You wanted to call it
It's not edgy, it's what it
biangle.
is.
Yeah, okay. You wanted to call the triangle biangle.
Where's the third camp?
Well,
Mid lane, I think Among Dire is just going to look to try and shove this one out as quickly as possible. If they can, look to join in on top, or even if he might not need to, then that's going to be able to open up the map for them a little bit. He's put a few more points into the Call of the Wildboar now on the Beastmaster. Kind of surprised that there's not just the 1 point in the Inner Beast to enable this push a little bit further. But they're going to look to do a response down towards this bottom side. RDP pops the Exo eventually. There we go. So I think a trade is something that UDV are going to be fairly satisfied with, right? Just 1-for-1 with a Death Prophet. You feel like with an Enchantress plus a Beastmaster, you're probably going to be a little bit in the lead in terms of towers. And I mean, you are. You've taken the bottom tier one as well. But I think for UDV, just to be able to provide a little bit more space for Sniper in particular, to be able to pick up that farm on the bottom side of the map, you're going to be pretty satisfied with that.
when we see KMP's got this Maelstrom now completed, so he has that real first big item to accelerate his farming speed. And they've got some stacks as well for him to clear back over to the Ancients once he looks to move on over Lionax to make some more for the moment. So still, even though the kills is 3-10, Spawn, they've got this net worth lead. For Dire, I think we're going to be looking maybe next minute or so till they get that EXO. You've got the mechanism now leaded for RDP, so they still want to fight mid lane without it. Trying to aim up among Dire, but not going to be an easy kill with the Firefly. So Batrider is able to reposition, but the Rubik will not have the same fate. And BB's still hunting. Dire is able to leap up. BB, though, man, this is pretty deep and just unable to connect with that last stun.
They are playing quite well, though. They're playing aggressively. They're playing off the back of this vision that they were able to get. They saw the Shadow Fiend to move down bottom to continuously farm, so they felt safe enough to be able to go for that sort of dive. And again, even without that Exo, they're putting a lot of tower pressure on. Top side, they're doing that as well on Wami. They're going to be able to get back in time. I think they will. Just clearing out the Hawk in the meantime. And not actually getting mid-tier 1 tower.
Oh, that's a pretty good freezing field. Oh, line. Again, man, multiple games. This Crystal Maiden. Some pretty good ultimates, and even Hyde just running into 5 people. But he, alright, just brute forcing them down.
Getting another tower for free. K&B putting himself on the front lines. Realizing that there's no Primal Roar for them to be able to play around with. No Requiem either. If the Spawn to have any sort of chances, it's kind of feels all on the back of Dreamercell at this stage. I know we were talking about Mamang Daya having to pop off this game, but he hasn't really. 0-3-0 to be able to start things off, and well, he's got the Boots of Travel to be able to make rotations, but they'll see that he died previously, and as soon as there's any sort of Firefly reveal on the bottom side of the map, they might even feel comfortable on UDV to be able to make a play once again around that Ancient Camp area. They've got it warded up, but I suppose Dreamercell hasn't walked underneath the ward just yet. That'd be a great pick-off for them to be able to get, though. Slow down this Shadow Fiend. Don't allow them to get into that level 15 timer with him, with the BKB plus Dragon Lance and Mask of Madness.
Radiant are scanning.
I guess that is the one silver lining for Spawn with how much he's getting, but if you don't hit this timing in full stride, then your late game is going to be a big concern. Bottom lane. Oh, Mamang Daya. No, he ran into the trap. RDP had Lion Axe nearby. They held him into place, so the Exo was able to just rip him apart.
They are putting a lot of pressure up on top, and they've got a Dark Troll Summoner to be able to play around with. Bumbui, he's going in to try and get a little bit of that additional damage. They get the Nature's Attendant off. Will it be enough to make Hyde survive?
Did you see Wami, though?
Yeah, just gets away.
I felt like he rolled on the edges of the TP, so get the kill, couple ultimates, and meanwhile mid lane now, Delaw's probably going to go down as well. KMP and Lion Axe in combination together, and they are just sweeping across the map here for UDV. Finally, they're going to be able to crack that net worth lead and swing it over to their favor.
Not really something that you're expecting to see from a 3-16 kill score, but I suppose they are playing off the back of an additional tower that they've been able to take down. Top got kind of low as well, and they forced the glyph too, but it's going to be up in another minute or so. They know that Wami is going to be the main one opening up this map, though, so as soon as he reveals on the wave, he's going to be a target for them to go on, but a decent ward, a decent Hawk placement down by him is going to allow him to get back into the tree line for safety. Let's see if they're tracking the Inner Beast aura on the creep wave. They're having an individual look there. The right creep actually had it for a brief second, but it's, he's going to be able to back off in time. They'll just look to re-show on the lanes as soon as the lane's pushed away.
I thought they might actually try and chase him down.
Oh, they should know he's there. That's a freshly used Hawk coming from the right-hand side, so they're pinging it out. Even just the creeps trying to pull him away. Not the Centaur Conqueror.
Mid lane though, BB might be in some trouble. He's gonna try and play around with the ulti, but Wame still can get in range. Is it gonna matter though? They've got the Lasso and Dreamercell nearby for the right click damage. BB though, is he healthy enough? One more right click, no way he gets out. Oh, BB just surviving on a slither of health.
That's all you need.
Radiant's bottom tower
And Aghanim Shah giving him a lot of value.
Dire's structures.
Well, it's a nice way to be able to get that that dispel off against the a lot of the damage over time that you've got
Middle tower
on
is under attack.
the Bat Rider as well.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Can
attack.
dispel the Wild Axe's debuff too.
This is
Dire's top tower is under attack.
a very interesting game we have. It seems like Spawn are trying to. If they don't hit this timing, I don't know what they're going to be able to do afterwards. It feels like it just might be a very quick GG call if they are unable to kind of make a go with that Dreamer Cell 15. We're going to see Enchantress will be right, but bottom lane Momang Die again. They just can't get out on the map. There is nowhere for them to be able to farm. All the safe farm has been given over to Dreamer Cell. It's a big reason why he's on top. But just Momang Die can't keep up. Your Beastmaster can't keep up. It's rough.
Feast is at least trying to push in that top tower. Like, it's getting lower and lower. They've forced another glyph out. So if they can take that one, maybe it gives Momang Die a little bit more space to be able to play around the top side. Maybe that'll allow him to get into the BKB. They can hit level 15. They can take a successful team fight. They can use that to go into either another tower or Roshan. That's really the avenue that I'm seeing for Spawn.
Radiant's bottom tower
Of course,
is under
they've got a
attack.
pretty good vision advantage just off the back of some nice aggressive wards that they've placed down, plus the Beastmaster Hawk as well.
Dire's top tower is under
This tower will at
attack.
least finally go down, so they're going to be able to
Dire's
claim the
top
outpost
tower
pretty
is
shortly.
Bot 2, though.
Yeah, so UDV will trade
Radiant's
T2s
bottom
across the
tower
map.
is under attack. Radiant's bottom
This
tower
game,
is
at
falling.
least for Radiant, you now open up Roche once Dreamer Cell hits 15. He's got BKB not completed.
Dire's top
Full on
tower
smoke,
is
though.
under attack.
See how they're going to be able to connect this. They do have a
Radiant's bottom
great
tower
ward that's
is under
scouting out
attack.
Wami farming deep inside their jungle. They're going to see Hyde and Delul. So, this is so much information for UDV to use.
Just kill that Beastmaster. He's got to be the one that dies first.
Smoke under the
You can go
ward.
for a smoke underneath it, but I don't think you're going to be able to catch the Beastmaster on the escape. At least it's just one that gets used, but, I mean, a smoke back, probably this isn't the way that you're wanting to use it. You've only got so many to play around, and again, they're the ones that need to be playing more aggressively, so those smokes are as good as gold.
They might just go Roche, though. They've got level 2 in Exo. It's really the big thing that Death Prophet needs. They're going to do just that.
They'll know that they're going into it, but I guess Enchantress doesn't exactly provide a lot to this, and you're still just a little bit short on the level 12 and the BKB on Momang Dia. How quickly is it going to die? They're even dropping freezing field to make sure it goes down quick. I like this from UDV.
It's gone. Too late.
Sean has fallen to the tower.
I wonder, like, is RDP going to show under vision? I think they see a couple of those spirits, so maybe they're going to say, you know what? They had to use the Exo to be able to go into it. They are.
Oh, Boom Booey with the wraparound. He's got a perfect angle. They're looking to take Wami out of the equation to start the fight, so there's no auras now to help Dreamer Cell out. He's even going to be able to catch up to Delul as well on the Rubik. It's just no signs of life for Spawn.
It's looking real good
Dire's bottom
from the
tower
very
is
start.
under
Even a
attack.
Haste Rune up the top side, 3 to 20. A few kills away from a couple of magic numbers coming through. It could go either way. What are we praying for? One more kill for Spawn or 2 more for UDV?
2 more for UDV.
Okay. So not the true magic number then.
Not the true magic number. Oh. I mean, that's the more likely one, I suppose, as well.
No.
Doesn't seem like Spawn at this stage. Just we've seen no life, nothing at all from them. It's been, which is so weird to say when this net worth lead is what it is when it's 3 to 20, but it's just, it has to be such a, it's so demoralizing to know that, yes, Dreamer Cell's farming, but he's just got horrible matchups. Like Pango's frustrating, Sniper's frustrating. Fun.
Precious bounty.
All right, Copium. It's only a 2k net worth lead, and they're very close to getting a lot of big timings on Spawn. You've hit level 15 on the Shadow Fiend, so
Radiant's middle
a
tower
successful
is
team
under
fight
attack.
will result in towers going down. Level 2 on the Beastmaster, so longer stun duration there. You've almost got Pipe on the...
Radiant's
was
middle
it?
tower
Enchantress?
is under attack.
Yeah, Enchantress almost has Pipe. You've got Helm of the Overlord.
Dire's top tower
You
is
almost
under
have Shadow
attack.
Blade on Shadow Fiend. And you've got BKB on the Bat Rider. And almost a Blink Dagger as well. So, like, a successful team fight could really start to turn things in their favor. I'm surprised it's not a higher net worth lead than
Let's
this.
see if it's this. RDP though. Let's see if he's gonna have enough time to pop the Greaves. They'll start with the Requiem, but RDP trying to slither on down to the south. It's not gonna matter. Look at the turnaround. Boom Booey lines him up for the Rolling Thunder, but that's where the Roar can come into play. So Dreamer Cell trying to get the damage out, but it's not enough. They'll turn to him among Dire.
That's the one with Aegis,
Dragging
though.
back RDP. But he, like you said, he's got the Aegis KMP. He'll stand strong. A 4-star 3 position. He's going to beat back onto Wami. They used everything in the tank of Spawn, and there's going to be nothing left. Frostbite holds Dreamer Cell into place. First death of the game for the Shadow Fiend, and now among Dire. He's going to be chased down as well.
Is under attack.
You were saying they needed one fight for Spawn, but UDB, they needed one fight as well to completely break open this game. And now they might even think about cracking the high ground.
I really don't think they needed to take that one. Again, they were so close to some of these items coming through. They had the Helm of the Overlord, sure, but Enchantress was like 100 gold short of Pipe, and she didn't pop the hood on the first one. Maybe she doesn't even die if you've got that passive 30% magic resistance for both yourself and the team. And with that, they're able to take a tier 2 tower. They're able to go up onto the high ground. They made the lasso play onto probably the least ideal target on the sniper with the Aegis too. So
Radiant's middle
that
barracks
is
are
just
under
coming
attack.
down to poor decision making on Spawn
Radiant
side
structures are fortified.
as well.
And your Beastmaster's such low level, he's only got 2 points in the inner beast. So that was the one fight where Dreamer Soul was able to right click, but maybe without that max out aura, who knows how much extra damage you would have been able to dish out inside the middle of the fight. You've now given up a tier 2 and a tier 3. Full map control goes the way of UDV. And this game is
I really want them to get their next item. Like, don't take a silly fight like that. Wait for your cooldowns, get your Blink Dagger on the Bat Rider. The thing is, he doesn't need the Blink Dagger. It does feel like a little bit of a luxury, but you've got the Beastmaster Hawk to be able to know where to find the right target, right? And he's got the budget, Blink Dagger in the Tumbler's Toy, he's got the Windlace, he's got the Boots of Travel, so plenty of movement speed alongside that Firefly. But if you could get into it, if you could get into that pipe, if you can get into the Silver Edge on the Shadow Fiend, I still think that they could win these engagements if they find it onto the right target. The thing is now, though, RDP, off that successful team fight, he's got a plate mail to be able to play around with. So he is so much tankier now, you can afford to put him onto the front lines.
and you got this Halberd on BB. So not only you got to be worried about the Lucky Shot, but you got to be worried about a Halberd to stop all the damage on the Shadow Fiend. It's just they're itemizing defensive on the side of UDV, just looking to make sure you've got the lead. The experience as well on your favor, just want to stay alive. You don't need any more damage when you are this far ahead. He's even going for a Halberd himself on RDP, so I love the call, but it's SF, that is all their damage.
Yep. I think
Dire's
the
middle
ideal
tower
initiation
has
from
fallen.
Spawn is going to come onto that DP. She did have to buy back in that last engagement. She TP'd back to the outpost.
Radiant
Yeah, she's got the
are
Lotus
scanning.
Orb, but just to be able to take away that Greaves, to be able to take away that frontline potential is going to be a big deal. They see where she's moving around as well. Is she away from the rest of the team? No. They're actually connecting through onto her.
They want to take the fight, it looks like, on Spawn. They won't have him on dive for 5 seconds. He doesn't have a TP to join them, so it's going to be off the back of Dreamer Cell, but again, they don't have the damage. RDP just runs away, healed up, and BB looking to try and catch up the Dreamer Cell, but won't be able to. Forces out a BKB nonetheless, but again, it's another fight. That just completely goes the way of UDB.
It really it doesn't seem like they're on the same page, does it? They're going to look to try and even kill Mamang Dire, forces a BKB out of him, and that's just how much damage KMP is doing at this stage, using the extra attack range from the Grove Bow, but what are they doing, taking a fight with almost zero vision without your Bat Rider, your main form of initiation? That seems so odd to me. Especially when you're this far behind.
And the consequences, objectives now, probably a full set. You didn't even have to pop
Radiant's
Exo.
top tower is under attack.
You have
They will.
I mean, you maybe go bottom? Like, if you're going high ground now, I guess there are some ultimates on cooldown, which will come up shortly if they want to push bot, but this is looking like a free full set of barracks.
Like in the Lotus Orb by RDP, realizing that, hey, the only way that we can really lose this is if I get lassoed back underneath the tower, but the thing is, you were in a good position on the CM and the Tiny to be able to counter that out. He doesn't have the BKB available on Mamang Dire, so even though he's got the Flaming Lasso available, doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. At least they'll be able to get rid of some of this vision that they've got inside of the base, but, well, now they're playing a full lane of racks down, which they probably shouldn't be. If they can get Dreamer Cell into the Silver Edge, though, would feel real nice. Maybe with this creep wave, it'll take another neutral camp until they can get into that. Maybe they get some lucky neutral items as well for them to be able to pick up into. Fight around that 2-2 tower would feel real nice for Spawn. Really the last area of relative safety outside of their base.
Look, I wonder how much is Alpha Wolf's even going to help as well. Let's see. Okay, it's not an ancient creep, but it is something that's going to buff up the Shadowfin's damage, so maybe it could be that 1%.
Last fight.
All right, last fight. Let's see.
RDP is going to be revealed here. He doesn't have the Lotus Orb on him, so if you can find that quick pickup, it's all about being able to find it, and this is it.
They will. This time they will. Every single ability dropped on the head of the Death Prophet. So that is a dieback, but now how do you fight? You lose the T2 tower.
They really want to play around this Roshan. They're checking if it's up. Hawk wasn't actually sent far enough forward. Still 35 seconds away, but again, you know that there's no DP here. They're going to use the Beastmaster units to provide that additional vision. Beastmaster have the Hawk up on another 10 seconds. So they're just protecting their high ground right now. I'm not really sure Hyde needed to go up there on his own. I mean, they've taken away that tier 2 tower. What's really the point in going into that? I would be much more confident in just pressuring out the map, putting a bit more pressure onto the enemy tier 2 tower.
It's an aggressive 4-staff. Flying Axe just feeds himself over. And while both supports are going to feed their life as BB. Look at the jump. It's going to be up to KMP. Oh, look how far he's attacking from. KMP just shredding them apart beyond a godlike here for the sniper.
Roach is up.
And it's a free Roche. Second one of the game to KMP. If he wants, he can take the shot as well. Going to give him more survivability, further help out with his positioning. He'll probably get the Aegis as well to help Siege, and with that Roche fight not going the way of Spawn, it is going to be a difficult comeback into this.
I wouldn't even hate seeing them give the shard over to the DP just for a little bit of that additional survivability with the Spirit Siphon, but looks like Sniper's going to take it. Why not? KMP's doing such a great job this game. And this is really the net worth advantage that we were expecting to see, right? Like, they've got full control over this game. They get the dieback out of Lion-X. Okay. Small chances. Gonna look to roam across the map, place down a sentry ward on that high ground, take that away from UDV.
No one died.
Way to give it up for free, though.
Oh, no, he couldn't get the lasso out. The bash is from BB. BKB is going to expire. BB jumps as soon as it does. He's not going to be able to enter any resemblance of a safety net. And now it looks like BB's even going to be able to catch up to Delul as well. So down goes the Rubik. They're even trying to get up to Wummy. Will they get the vision for him? They will. Boom Buoy. Just a little bit too late there before he's able to successfully TP out. Very close to the buzzer, but UDV continuing just to dominate this game.
Dreamer Cell? I'm going to be a little bit careful up here. He does have the Pango playing around him. Does Pango have Gem? Who has Gem at all? I think it's Tiny that's holding on to it at the moment. So they're just... There's a little bit of pressure being put up onto this top side. Understandably, you kind of have to try and force the back if you can, but they want no part of that on UDV. They say, we're confident, we're strong, we're able to fight with this Aegis. Unfortunately for KNP, his courier with these two components of that Daedalus died, so he's not going to have it for the next 2 or so minutes, but actually they're going to be forced to back up here. Decent damage into the tier 3.
Oh, and they... no. Another bash.
Didn't try for the TP yet.
I will go for the Ike shot. I mean, the BKB is about to expire on Dreamer Cell. As soon as it does, BB will get stuck in between the pillars, but it's not going to matter. They go for that high ground push to maybe exchange, but all you need to do is TP one back in BB. And all right. Well, they'll be able to get RDP as well.
See, this is why you give him the shard. Probably would have been able to get away if he had it.
Stolen Exo.
Be able to get that fear on all to the boys. And, oh, okay. Stolen Exo feels... Yeah, Exo? No, he got the Spirit side.
Sorry.
Oh, no, he had it previously.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Buy the shard. Do it. When you have the money. mean, Shadow Fiend had to do that, right? He had to force them back. It sucks that your SF dies, but like, you don't lose a tier 3. You force everyone back. You get a kill off onto, you know, an enemy core. Gives you a tiny bit more time to be able to get into your next item. I mean, Batrider's going 4-star just so that they can instantly find that catch and hopefully try and find that initial pick off. You can see Delul, he had the Aghanim Shard queued up. He's also got the Philosopher's Stone, so hopefully he'll get up into that one pretty quickly. And Wami's approaching his level 15. He's approaching the BKB as well, so I wonder if it's just going to be going into that Inner Beast attack speed aura as quickly as possible. Finding a little bit more aggressiveness for the Shadow Fiend, and yep, that's the plan. That's still 25 seconds away, of course, from the lasso, so that's what's leading this sniper to feel confident. Even with that Aegis, you have to be worried going up onto this high ground against the lasso and all the repositioning that they've got available to themselves. Korea, though, about to respawn for Sniper, so he's going to have that Daedalus coming out to him shortly.
Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack.
Among Dire, lasso's available. Who can you catch, though?
But he's got Aegis.
Yeah, but RDP, I think, is fine.
He might
take him out.
He'll probably just die if he lassos RDP. KMP will just turn and kill him.
Hyde's just trying to push top. They're trying to go for a rat play all throughout this.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
And back up.
Dire's
Guy's hunting, but KMP with a quick use of the grenade. They might just turn on Among on the high ground. He gets the jump. Lincoln's pop, but that was the lasso that was used for it.
Nearly dies as well.
There is
a run back.
No BB who TP'd back to kill Hyde, but it's not going to matter. They're not going to be able to use that numbers advantage, or even numbers, I should say. So, get the kill. Tier 3 does go down a little bit of damage into the range barracks as well, but the lines were drawn for UDV. They're going to look to connect with BB and go through top. They're themselves in a pretty good position with Wami.
Yeah.
Try and get geared up for the Requiem. He stepped a little bit too far away. We'll use it on the outskirts. Maybe with the extra fear control. He right-click some of the neutrals. Oh no, those extra hits probably would have been enough to get the kill onto the Death Prophet, but just the auto attacks going the other way.
Man likes to farm. You know, he's a carry. It's inbuilt into his system, and like you said,
Don't give up.
That little bit. Yeah, don't give up. There's still hope. Winnable, guys, winnable. But Dota Plus says 2% win probability. We call that the low-fat milk chance. They're even going to be able to use. They're even going to be able to use the little bit left of the Exo to get some solid damage into this tier 3 tower as well. You like that one?
Who'd you hear that off?
Me.
You're not. Shut up. You're not creative enough to come.
No, I did. I did.
Yeah. All right.
I was quite impressed with myself. You know how hard that is.
All right, I'll give you that one. Some of the other ones you come up with is pretty shit, but that one I'll give it to you. High. All right, Tiny's probably gonna go down, although he's got a bunch of armor. Maybe one of the best heroes to be up in the face of the Shadow Fiend if they're unable to get the break.
Double 4-staff back as well.
Oh, jump in. Lincoln's popped.
Oh, the back.
Instant stun though, and he doesn't get full duration out of the lasso to drag him back. The status resistance from KMP means that that control is just for a split second almost. Second full set of barracks. It's just the range racks that sends in between UDV and Mega Creeps.
You really can't fault too much about how UDV have played this game, can you?
No.
From the draft to the pickoffs to the
All right.
prioritization, maybe walking up onto high ground.
Yeah, that's a big old Requiem. But it might be in some trouble though. Defensive Raw is able to reposition.
I mean, they've got Glimmer, they've got 3 4-staffs.
And potentially a dead Hyde. Man, KMP, what a sniper performance. Now they're even going for more. BB's got an abyssal. What? Just let him farm. Let him go to work. Celebrate their kills. You guys deserve it. With a game like this, 10-40. Go deep inside the base. What's stopping you? Jeez, it dropped. What a performance from UDV. They're going to send us to a game 3.
Didn't even get a single point into the assassinate either on the sniper, just for a little bit of that extra vision, all into the stats, and why not? Finishing up
smiles.
17, 1, and 15. No. They're all business right now. I mean, they probably lost that game 1. They would have been feeling a little bit embarrassed. Not able to make it for the W, but this was a complete turnaround, right? And to me, it's all been draft-based. We said Spawn had a much better draft in game 1. They executed. UDV, much better draft in game 2. They executed. I mean, this Spawn kind of did what I feel UDV didn't do too well in the last game, right? They went to one note. You know, you knew who you needed to lock down to be able to give them a hard time. Like, Shadow Fiend still had a decent game. Dreamer Cell 7, 2, and 0. But if you don't have the initiation to be able to lock in onto them, then it's going to give you a little bit more of an issue, right? Like, you just need to make sure that the Batrider is dealt with. You need to make sure that the Beastmaster is dealt with. And then if you can't find that initiation to enable Dreamer Cell to right-click, then what's he going to be able to do? Nothing against the sniper. It was a great sniper counter pick as well. And both times now, I think the team that's had second pick have been able to use that to its full effect.
So is that what we're looking for heading into the next game? Which team has the second pick?
It's a big factor, I think, but again, I was praising the UDV draft that game off the back of the first 3 picks. So not even like taking second pick into consideration. They just had a really spread out draft that covered basically all areas except for like solid right click was the only thing that they were lacking. And then they finished the game off with a sniper. So like, what more could you want?
What more could you want indeed for the boys on UDV? They're going to send us to a game 3. We'll see if they're going to be able to close out the series or if the boys on Spawn can find their first series victory overall for 2-2. We'll see you guys after the break. All right, well, our second series of the day, we're going to be going the distance here. Game 3 around the corner. Denog, it's felt like whoever's had a more favorable draft has been the one that has been able to come out on top in this series in particular. So we just got to see what happens at the draft. If we feel like one side has it, then it's GG. We don't even need to play it out.
Pretty much, second pick has won both times. UDV, I believe, have it this time around. We saw with UDV in game number 1, when they had first pick, they first picked the Broodmother. And I think that's just a mistake. You want the threat of picking Brood on 8 so that the other team, leans into their first 2 picks to be able to, kind of address it a little bit. But then you could just swerve and go something else, right, that addresses those 2 heroes. So I think picking it first just leaves way too much open. Sure, you give the enemy team the possibility of picking the Broodmother yourselves, but then again, you have the counter to it. So I don't know. I don't know how I feel about the way that both teams have done their first pick drafting so far. We'll see how Spawn does it this time around, as I believe we're just about and we don't actually have the Broodmother again. It is going to be banned out another time, as well as a lot more of these annoying rat-style heroes, which, I'm always a fan of. Just play Dota. Play Dota normally.
Well, would you say Dota is not normal with every heroes in the game? They're meant to be in the game, right? And not make it normal then?
Yeah, but it's like old techies. That was not Dota when it was old techies. It just forces you to play a techies game, not Dota.
Ah, right. So every hero makes it their own individual game. It's just not playing the game of Dota 2.
I'd say there's about 100 heroes that don't do that, right? You don't have to play around a Rubik. You don't have to play around a CM, a Lion, a Shadow Shaman, all these sorts of things, right? That's what I like. I like ones that just leave the possibilities open. Whereas it's it's a Broodmother. We know he's going to take the early tower. We know he's going to set up on this side of the map. That's why I'm so excited when in some of these other regions we see a position 1 Broodmother. And I'm like, oh, this is new. This is nice. You show on some of the other strengths of the hero. I will say, though, Spawn team, like the tiny first pick, right? Gives Delula comfort, doesn't reveal everything if you don't want to actually put it into this lane, and you get a death profit. So I want to see... I guess the Primal's a little bit of flex, but I really wanted to see something that was a little bit more of a DP counter, Something that's just able to stop him in his tracks, either stop him running at you or have additional range against. But maybe they just don't feel comfortable going a Sniper or a Drow or a Shadow Fiend this early. I would have been fine with a Shadow Fiend, to be honest, at this point, just because I feel like the Tiny protects him somewhat,
Yeah, I agree with what you just said before, though. I don't like that they didn't address the death profit. I think this is a call that can be played as 2 or 3 that you pick in the first phase. It gives you ample time to respond to it, and you haven't. You had the 8th pick where you could go for a really good matchup to deal with the death profit, and you just continue to go for another hero that's flex, which, okay, sure, I understand. But it feels like Tiny and Primal Beast fulfill a similar role in the game. They are both initiating heroes. They don't play too differently. So
initiating high magic damage heroes with lockdown. Both of them do that.
And now your DP gets away with being picked here when they could have responded to it. So that's my kind of thing. We'll see if they can continue to address it or not. But UDV, they banned out the Morphling, so decent way to be able to deal with Death Prophet. Anti-Mage even banned out as well, so another way. So already we're seeing they can now, all right, let's protect the Death Prophet then. Why not? Because we don't need to protect our 15th. That's going to be our position 5. So they might even clockwork at the 15th. They might disrupt the 15th for UDV.
If they don't back clockwork, I'm going to be real surprised. I feel like I liked the Undying ban a lot. A, for the potential lane, but B, you just want one of these heroes that can stand in front of the DP and allow you to get value out of the Siphon, whether that's just a hero that's going to focus a lot in onto you, drop the Tombstone, you get a Soul Rip-Off, yada, yada, yada. But Clockwork against Primal Beast is just an incredibly good counter. They're still not going to get rid of it. To me, this is the easiest Clockwork pick of all time coming into the next phase for UDV. And they could still flex it, right? It could be a DP mid. It could allow you to go, one of these other ranged heroes that's going to have a decent enough time against, we're assuming, a Tiny position 4, right? Tiny position 4, 0 armor. You could just get slowly blinked away. They actually don't pick him. Okay. Going a different route here for UDV. I guess you're assuming that they're going to run at you, right? So, you know I like Jakiro if that's going to be the case.
But is it Jakiro? Is that a good response to Primal Beast?
It's not amazing. I mean, pre-BKB, it's kind of nice, right? You just throw out the Ice Path from ranged.
Is that more like a laning matchup though? Because he's in a position too, like you're going to have... You won't really be playing into the Jakiro until you have high enough levels in Nuke where like the dual breath slow in the lane as well isn't going to be as much of a concern.
Yeah, and the other thing with the Jakiro is as well is that maybe it takes away the... A DP Rubik or a DP Jakiro lane doesn't feel quite as strong, you know? So maybe this is almost certainly revealing that it's going to be a DP mid and they're satisfied enough with, you know, whatever they might be looking to go up against. I think you could still Shadow Fiend here on Spawn Team, right? If it is mid, then it's one of the heroes that does pretty decently against the DP. Even a sniper potentially. Like, where's your initiation right now? And you can't pick a Clockwork. You can't pick any of the others because you've already picked your 2 supports. So, I mean, it fulfills a similar sort of role, right? Just someone high damage from far away. And again, lack of initiation coming through from UDV. 2 very tanky heroes to be able to stand in front of her as well. So, I mean, are you spectering here on UDV?
I would not hate a Spectre. Trying to think of what other carries they might look to pick up here. With the Ember, they actually go for the Ember first. Okay, so he plays pretty well into the Primal Beast in the game. Now I'm not too sure about how the lane goes, considering Yopaj just bodied the Ember and he didn't really give us too much information about.
I mean, even tiny into the Ember is kind of nice, isn't it? Higher right-click damage. Like, yes, the first 6 levels you don't have any armor to be able to play around with, but Tiny's still able to provide a lot of harass just through his high right-click damage.
I think it's almost certain the low hero, though. That's the only thing.
I know. But then also you've got now a Drow +1, we're assuming it's a Disruptor, into a DP plus Rubik lane. Like, Drow is going to be able to harass to a heart's content in this lane.
Yep.
And with that, if you try and run away, you're just going to get glimpsed back. So I'm really feeling a lot more strongly about Spawn Team's early start to this game, and they immediately ban out the Spectre as well, saying, oh, really? You didn't look to pick that one up? All right. So what other heroes are going to enable them to just dive on in? Anti-Mage is gone, Monkey King's gone, Ursa, Slark. They're really the only other ones that are going to be able to instantly get right on in there. Probably Slark? What are you thinking?
Yeah, I'm down for Slark. Arc Warden, ew. Even Pugner and Enigma getting banned out as well, just to cover Wami's potential crazy last pick shenanigans that we might see come out from him. So,
give me a little tower damage, Spawn Team. That's what I want. I mean, is Beastmaster bad here? I don't think it is.
I think they might PA if they're Beast.
But is that not too slow against this Spawn Team draft? You can just go Axes instead. It's fine. PA is going to be spamming out that dagger. Then you can just buy a wand and spam Axes going the other way. Don't care about all of that high armor. Picks up the pace, synergizes together with the Drow, gives you vision to be able to go for glimpses. Magnus instead. Not what I was expecting, to be honest.
It's the same lane they had, remember, in that game they won versus Horizon. It was Wami Mag with the little Tiny, and they looked very good overall with the Magnus as well, so it gives them a little bit extra team fight.
Is anyone really going to be looking to get into melee range, though, against this lineup? Like, it's probably going to be... I was about to say dual range, but probably not, actually. Slark can just get away. Is it just Slark here? Sniper, okay. Someone that just able to stay at range. Okay. Interesting draft on both sides. You know, dual ranged lanes, dual melee lanes into dual ranged. It's, I don't know how this one's going to turn out, to be honest, right? Like, just going core to core, Drow and Sniper kind of feel similar. I think it's really just going to depend on how these team fights start to break out, and you would have to say that Spawn team probably have the better pick-off, they have the better repositioning, they have the better AoE team fight. So I'm inclined to lean a little bit more towards them. Yourself?
I think...
I feel like a Drow plus a Disruptor is going to have a totally fine time against a Death Prophet Rubik lane. I think a Primal Beast into an Ember Spirit is going to have a totally fine time. I know people have been saying like it's very Ember favored. We've been speaking to a few teams now that have said as such, but I think you could just make rotations elsewhere and do just fine. Like, it's not necessarily about what you do in the lane, you know? And then even just they specifically went for this tiny Magnus, so clearly they're confident with it, as opposed to something that's able to perhaps provide a little bit more tempo for the early game. So they just want to try and crush that lane. But that's probably the one lane that I'm a little bit more concerned about for Spawn team, is the double melee into the Sniper plus Jakiro. I'm not really thinking that they're going to be able to get quite as easy, you know, Avalanche toss combos back into the Skewer.
I do think overall, like, it's not as free of a sniper game as what we saw prior. I still see the value with you playing it versus the Drow. It's similar to the Shadow Fiend. You just outrange them. It's as simple as that. You just outrange them. They can never right-click you. But you are against tiny Primal Beast and Mag that will get on top of you. And if you're ever caught out of place, Disruptor can glimpse you. I mean, that ability is broken right now. So that's even something you've got to be a little bit cautious about. But it is another game where you also have a lot of people to play in front of the Sniper, where you've got the Ember to go in first, you've got the Death Prophet to do that as well. I also think it's a very good Ember game. I know we're just, like, I know what we just mentioned with the Dino, where that's probably going to be, in fact, maybe Primal Beast might have a little bit of a slight advantage in the lane. But I think overall in the game, I don't know if they're able to really deal with him once he gets BKB. Like, if Disruptor is food, once you have that ability, and you're able to get on top of the Drow very easily. You can disrupt the Magnus from being able to find his blink combo. So I think I slightly favor UDV's draft, but very slight.
Okay. I'm going to slightly favor Spawn. Just because I feel like it.
Okay, just because you feel like it. Does anything have to come into consideration about the fact that Spawn are 0-3 and UDV 2-0?
Nah.
No wonder you're on the
I throw that all out the window.
Throw that all out the window.
We've seen two really convincing wins on games 1 and 2, either way, right? So, to me, it just comes down to the draft, and the draft is even-ish, but I give it a very slight edge to Spawn.
All right. Well, let's see if they're going to be able to execute off the back of this draft here for Mr. Spawn Gaming. Gotta get some wins. This is it. You gotta get some wins under your belt. I mean, considering we're one of the few teams that were able to stick around in Division 2 last tour. They had a 4th place finish then. It was a bit of a different roster back then, though. Now with this one, they're not having a whole lot of success, but there's the toss and there's the skewer, KMP. What are you doing out of the tier 1 tower, brother? That's not a good spot to be. And all that repositioning.
That's a good way to be able to equalize the lane. So I know we talked to Yopaj about this one, and he didn't reveal all that much. He was like, oh, it's about lane matchups, yada, yada, yada. I actually got a chance to cast with John the other night when it was a European region, and he said it was at Xantic after D2 Hustlers were able to beat Secret. He said it was like a 60-40 matchup in Ember Spirit's favor. Just off the back of like the Searing Chains to be able to get a bit of an advantage against that Primal Beast. So we'll see what BB's able to do, but of course that First Blood is going to make it much more of an even matchup going towards the Primal Beast.
So I was thinking maybe a little more favored for the Dino, just because of your damage advantage. You've got Crate, like all of a sudden, look how much damage he's doing, 77. So...
Yep.
And
you see that he was caught underneath the tower as well on the Ember Spirit, so he ended up just copping a few hits for free, which never feels all that great.
And you've got to be pretty on point with your chains usages in this lane, right? Because if you're not, then there's so much kill threat from the Dino when you hit your levels. I mean, he's gone for a 1-0-1. Might see him go for a 1-1-1 build, so maybe that Sage BB might be in some trouble. But overall, looking like it's a fine start for them. They've got a shenanigans, and it's actually Jeremy Cell that's able to find a kill bottom lane, so there's even more shenanigans. That's the 4 ranged heroes down bottom, battling it out, duking it out.
Drow's going to be on the winning end almost every single time, right? And that's the thing. If you move forward to try and contest, Drow's going to be able to get more damage into you than you are into him, and then into her, excuse me. Then if you try and run away, yeah, it's only level 1 for now, but Hyde's just going to glimpse you back once it gets later on, especially around that level 3. Really big damage spike coming through for the Disruptor at that stage. I honestly wouldn't even hate to see like a kinetic field leveled up before the Thunderstrike for this lane in particular. Yeah, he still goes Thunderstrike just to protect from a move off into the tree lines. Really works either way.
Yep.
How's top looking? Seems like they're just wanting to do the thing of, you know what, we're 2 melee into 2 ranged, and probably one of the better ranged supports at being able to provide a good amount of harass in the lane. Let's just not lane into it. While me making a few pulls happen. It's a very juicy wave for KMP to be able to have up here next to him. There's going to be a lot of creeps denied out as well. He's able to secure a couple of those last hits, but he's not hitting any of these creeps in the lane, just wanting to kite it back and forth so that at least the wave meets, but still don't feel really confident about all of this, and even Lionax just moving on forward without too much care. KMP's got to be careful about how much damage he's taking, though, just from those creeps.
I wonder if he'll use another shrapnel to try and shove that lane out, considering it's almost like a triple wave now. Him up top. He's going to be in some trouble, though. Toss back, Pommy. It's got a skewer as well to put him further into the tree line. So KMP is going to try and play off the back of the shrapnel to help him get inside some cover, but double melee will be able to hunt him down. So 3 early kills for Spawn.
And that's the thing, right? With this lane, you don't necessarily need to go the tree grab, right? Because you've got the shockwave to be able to secure some of those last hits. So it really enables a lot of these kills to be able to happen. And they might even... probably can't go for another. He's full HP, it's underneath the tower, but you got a lot of creeps to be able to play on the back of, and Dr. will at least be able to snipe the courier there. Well, he does have the hard camp blocked up, so he's not going to be able to play off the back of making that pull happen. Maybe they're pinging out the fact that Lionax is playing around here, but I'd say he's going to feel satisfied enough just keeping the Magnus away for as long as possible as Delul guards the top rune. Yeah, all lanes going fairly well right now for Spawn Gaming, especially that bot lane. I mean, this is kind of what I was expecting to happen, right? I really don't see a universe where the DP is going to have a decent time. At least she has gone into that Wraithbands build, so you're going to be able to withstand a little bit more from what the Drow's able to pump out against you, especially once that level 6 starts to come out with how active they're going to be. There are real ways to be able to jump in onto her outside of the Ember Spirit, so that marksmanship is going to be up a lot of the time.
And this was a counter we were kind of hoping Spawn would draft in the first phase, though. So the fact that they were still able to get the Drow, gonna be very nice for them to be able to play up against the RDP Death Prophet.
Yep, Drow, Sniper, Shadow Fiend, any of those 3 I would have been very happy enough with. Mid lane, just able to get away on BB.
This Drow Arcana looks awesome. I don't know why I can't click on the progress. I imagine he's got a very high Drow Arcana. Those attack animations look sick. What is that?
Yep. And that's the thing, like...
bolts?
You're forcing the Spirit Siphon onto a lane creep as well, and not onto the actual hero. So one of DP's strengths is, of course, being able to trade very effectively, but if there's no actual trade happening and it's just trying to sustain, then you end up falling behind pretty damn quickly. I did not expect the lane to go this well for Mamang Daya into BB, and they're actually even going to fortify the creep wave to enable Mamang Daya to go for this push. He's not quite yet level 6 on the Primal Beast. Probably would have been able to pick up the kill, but I think he still will be able to.
And Mamang Daya, he just got the 6 now off the back of the kill. He's going to need to play around with the bottle sips.
Oh, he's even
got an illusion as well. Wooly denied in their face. Well, they let him get it, so There goes the
Illusion Rune
dual
as well.
breath, and now he's going to turn. Because he was able to dispel the dual breath. It means that Lion Axe is in a lot of trouble. Ultimate will not even be needed from among Dire.
Even gets the bounty.
Middle tower is under attack.
Going incredibly well. He's nearly double his net worth, man.
Yeah.
6.5 minutes in.
I really wonder how you need to skill build on the Ember versus matchup. Like if a 1-2-2 build is right, like what Xantic said with the chains. Like if you need to go like a 2-2 build or whatever.
I think you need 1 point in it. I think it just looks a lot worse because of the first blood.
KP. Oh, no good. They're on the sniper. Great toss as well from Delul. Gets him close to them among Dire's AoE damage. He's got some one charges he wants to turn with the Pulverize, but they've got concerns now with the Ember showing up as BB looking for some revenge. Instant cancellation of the Pulverize. And that's a huge kill for them to find. Among Dai was really starting to get out of control here with the Dino.
Even gets the Fairy's Trinket as well as his level
Dire's
6 off the
middle
back of that
tower
kill.
is under
So
attack.
BB recovers his game a little bit. Of course, you need to make those early rotations, and you still ended up getting KNP off the back of that. He's 5 seconds away from the TP back to the lane. His farm is honestly suffering against this Magnus. Wasn't really expecting him to go for it as Delul looking to try and get another toss back to the... Oh, slightly off the mark, actually. It's going to be a free kill given over to KMP. All right. Some freebies given over here to UDV. Plus side is, of course, that Dreamer Cell is still doing incredibly well on the bottom side. Looking to speed into that Dragonlance as quickly as possible, of course. Just being able to stay as far at range as you can against the DP always feels good. To be able to force the Ember Spirit to commit in deeper than the rest of his team. Be in a really vulnerable position because it's not like they're lacking in stuns or control on Spawn. They've got silences, they've got stuns, they've got BKB piercing stun on one hero as well.
Mass TP's out from UDV. Wami's got the RP ready to go. He's just going to try and find the angle for it. Connects onto 2, but there's going to be no damage follow-up. He'll skill them away to try and help the
Shockwave
escape.
in one.
Wami can get the damage up for KMP. It's not going to be enough, but maybe Delul.
Oh, he's
He's
hunting.
wrapping around. He's sneaky. Delul.
They don't see him.
He's
Just
the
waiting
avalanche,
for that
though.
avalanche. Yeah. ANP
Come on,
doesn't
mid lane
see
now.
him.
Bumbui, he should be diving under the tower successfully. Momunk died though. He's in a bit of trouble. This dual breath and tower hit, along with BB wrapping over, but he's going to miss the combo though. Very close, just on the edge though. Not that maxed out slide on, may have cost him there.
I think Delul's been able to dodge out the tower vision here, so he might be able to quickly catch out KNP. I think he got the briefest of glimpses.
Dire's bottom tower
Will be
is
able to
under
just get
attack.
away. I definitely see him as he walks underneath the outpost as well. They're gonna maybe look to go for a bit of a turnaround here. Yeah, they will.
All right. And again, silver lining is that Dreamer Cell it's another great game for the carry on Spawn. We saw it be the same case with the Shadow Fiend prior.
Radiant are
But still, it's like you're against another really bad carry matchup. So we'll see. But what can you see that in timing wise when Dreamer Cell needs to use the lead that he has to their advantage?
Do you think it's really sniper favored? Like,
Yes.
one-on-one. In a vacuum, yes. But look at what you've got to play with, right? You've got a Primal Beast that's going to get up in his face. You've got Toss back. You've got Skewer back. You've got more damage
Dire's
being given
middle
over to
tower
you by the
is under
Empower
attack.
as well on the Drow Rangers. So I think you can't just look at it in a one-to-one. There's going to be so few situations where they're just, shooting bullets and arrows at each other. It's just going to be around the rest of the team and how they're going to set up for their carry. And I feel like Spawn come out ahead by a big margin there.
Well, this is nice, Momung Dai. I think that was a triple stack of the hard camp. He's going to run straight to RDP, who's level 8 on the Death Prophet, even off the back of a rough lane, but Glimpse is going to be able to protect him. They'll still get high, though, nonetheless, so... But you get the stack. Momung Dai is able to live to tell the tale. Level 9, getting closer towards the BKB here. Top of the net worth is the Dino. And it frees up top for Wami as well. There's almost the mechanism. They're going to continue to go, though. BB... Oh, just gets away.
is under attack.
Tossback is not the worst thing to be able to steal. I mean, have a hover over it. Look at that range on the toss that Rubik's able to get off the back of it. Kind of nutty. But yeah, like you said, top being pushed in by Wami. He's got the siege creep to be able to assist, obviously not wanting to reveal
Radiant's
himself in the
bottom
lane
tower
to make
is
him
under attack.
too vulnerable to a lot of these
Dire's
ganks
top
coming through.
tower is under attack.
They should still be able to claim it. Ooh, actually, TP's coming up here to be able to
Dire's
punish.
top tower has fallen.
Still got a little helping out though, and they should be able to back off in time. Can't look to commit too deep here. Still got a tier 1 tower to be able to play around with
Dire's
Spawn,
middle
and
tower
speaking of
is
that,
under attack.
they're also going for a smoke. With that freshly skilled up Static Storm as well. It's going to be, will Boonbui be able to pop this smoke underneath the ward? Catches him.
Quick fingers with the Static Storm though. You're going to be able to at least get the kill onto the Rubik, but great response from UDV nonetheless as Mamong dies. Needs a bit of assistance.
Nice toss.
Dilla's going to be able to chuck him out of danger. UDV though.
Dire's
The
bottom
TP and
tower is
RDP
under
for
attack.
that, so unfortunately for the Death Prophet, slowing down
Dire's
her
bottom
game.
tower
It's
has
not looking the
fallen.
worst in the net worth here for the Death Prophet, even off the back of that lane, but with all this going on, Dreamer Cell was able to find the tier 1 tower down bottom, so it's almost like exact replicate of the previous game in particular for Dreamer Cell.
Not contested at all.
Top lane, Wami. Well, it's a very aggressive farming location for him, and even that's TP on corner
That's a little
as
bit.
well. Yeah.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
That's maybe not where you're hoping to be farming, so they'll get
No.
killed. That's, I believe, enough gold for KMP to have his farming accelerant in the Maelstrom now completed as well.
An unforced error, as I like to call it, coming through there for the Magnus. You know, I mean, love me some tennis terms. As Mamong Dai is actually looking to go for his own deep play on the Primal Beast. He's, of course, got the Fairies Trinket as well to be able to play around with. Getting so close to being able to pick up that BKB for himself as well. Just trying to get a lot of that quick farm. It's just going to be about a minute or so away. Can they look to be able to maybe pick up a power rune to be able to play off the back of? Like the Pulverize available, Onslaught maxed out. Honestly, the supports feel fine enough to be able to pick off first, because they're the ones that are going to stop you from being able to continue to move on forward, right? It's the macro player, it's the lift to be able to stop them from going back. So, you know, a lot of the time, important to take out the cores. Not at this stage, not pre-BKB.
Speaking of the supports, though, for UDV, they were able to set up, I think, a quad stack for KMP at the Ancients, so him a little bit of catch up. They got some nice experience. I just noticed this. I
Radiant's
mean,
bottom
what the hell is his
tower is
ward
under
doing top behind the remnants of the tier 1 tower?
That was the one that Delul placed it down when he was going for the solo kill onto the sniper when the
Okay.
creeps weren't there.
Okay. Bommy again might be caught out. Chain's going to be able to set up for Lion Axe's combo. They drop the RP.
Avatar?
Skew them over to Delul. The boys are starting to move on over as Mamong comes crashing into the middle. They're in range for the control. Beautifully done. Looked like they were just a bit too far away for the RP, but Spawn quick on the fingers to be able to move on over and connect with that attempt.
Yeah, Wami's been watching his Arise videos, just finding the ways to be able to hit those RP combos amazingly well. Do you ever watch just individual player hero highlight videos?
No, I don't.
Oh, Arise Magnus, watch those, because he just makes the hero sing. Sumia Invoker, stuff like that as well.
Who Invoker?
Sumia.
Sumia.
Yep, look it up.
Don't give me a hint. Is this some CIS player?
Chinese.
Chinese? Sumia.
SumiyA.
We had quite the Invoker show last night with OG's Tiebreaker.
EZM, yeah, popped up.
Yep, popped off. God. He's a monster on that hero. Jesus Christ.
Almost
Double
single-handedly
rampage.
booted Spirit out of that competition.
Yep. Some scary stuff. Very scary stuff. Is there anyone that, with the status of this game, we feel like can single-handedly boot out the other team?
I mean, I'm still a bit impressed by how Mamong Dai has been able to play this. Primal Beast just feels like it fits his playstyle so well, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Going super deep, balls to the wall, and he's been able to use his strong mechanical skills to be able to come out of the laning stage in a really solid spot. You could see him there trying to get a little bit more farm in that mid lane, but Delul is so close to that Blink Dagger, just 50 gold away, that much more important to make sure that he picks that one up. with this siege creep, you should be able to. There we go. So I'm expecting an aggressive move coming out for them here. Wami might just look to bait himself out here in a risky spot. He's got a cloak, he's got that completed mech like we've been seeing, and he's working into his own Blink Dagger. So again, like, yes, K&P is scary, but you've got ways to be able to close the gap, and it's still going to be quite some time until he can get into that BKB of his own. Here we go. Smoke about to be popped from Hyde, I'm assuming. Just on the courier. What's Delul waiting for? Just the courier to bring him his Blink Dagger. Got to make sure the courier doesn't come with you and reveal your positioning, though, as he sends it back. So who are they looking for? You would have to say it's BB, right? Like, they've got enough chain lockdown to be able to take him out. And again, you could use Wami as bait in this lane.
We're going to know they're there, though.
Yeah, it kind of reveals their positioning. Bit of a mistake. Could have looked to put it in a bit more unorthodox spot, but I suppose Lionax had a good sentry ward behind the tier 1 tower as well.
Look at the wraparound. They're going to get all the information they need, though. Lionax tries to drop the combo. Hyde's not the worst person to kill off the start before the Static Storm. You'll be cautious about Momong Dai, though, under the cover of the BKB. There's nothing they can do against the Dino, but this is too deep of a fight inside enemies' lines. They're not looking to try and continue on to take this, but especially with the Exo committed as well. That's even a level 2 exorcism, so a very high level for RDP.
Gotta be very careful with your positioning, though. Again, pretty early on, so low-ish respawn time is coming through, and if you look to commit too deep into that tier 1 tower, they didn't use the RP, so could have looked to go for an immediate play. And I feel like now, yeah, it didn't work out, but you could just go again. You've got the Aghanim Shard to be able to play off of on Dreamer Cell. They've still got that vision on the high ground. They're actually even going to commit the RP to be able to take out this Rubik. I mean, why not? If they feel like they're going to be able to take a tier 1 tower off of it and make those next plays so much easier, I say go for it.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Shrapnel's out with the defense. And with everything on cooldown, that kill will be able to open up the objective, so very nicely done.
Tower is under attack.
And I'm still in awe at this Ranger Arcana progress. Multi-shots even look sick when you get the proc with the shards, but...
How much did Gavin pay you?
David paid me to shill it. Try and convince people to get it.
Mm-hmm. Well, he's got his own Blink Dagger now to be able to make these plays. So, yeah, 3 heroes that can go in super deep. And, I mean, even just going up onto high ground for that vision for the glimpse is going to be so impactful. This is it. Repositioning from spawn is insane.
And look at them playing around the ward. Dai should know.
They've got a really deep ward as well.
RDP's baiting right now. Like you said, Raiden with that deep ward. They know that also people are trailing the Death Prophet. They want to take the fight though. Delul with the toss back. It's going to get the tier onto the low ground. It should just be an exchange of supports lives, but oh no, we didn't go through the kinetic field. RDP is okay. They were kind of went fishing there from Wami, but unfortunately wasn't able to catch a bigger fish.
What happened there with the kinetic field? I didn't see. Like, did he actually connect to the skewer onto the DP and it just stopped because of the field?
Yes, yeah, you don't go through it.
Oh. Why not? When telekinesis back does.
And I don't know. I don't know. And you can hook through field, but you can't skew it. I don't know.
Yeah. One of life's great mysteries.
Yes. Dota mechanics. You just... Some work.
Love and hate to see it.
Yes. Yes, you do. It's a nice...
Really feels like they just want to group up around Dreamer Cell now, though, doesn't it?
Yep.
They get the Aegis. He's got a good net worth lead for himself. They have the level, the tier 2 neutral items. Not yet. So I think Dreamer Cell is going to look to try and pick those ones up, get a Blink Dagger, a BKB for himself. They can look to push him towards that top side. They've got some decent vision around the Dire jungle already. So Lul actually going to clear out a little bit, but feels like he's in a bit of a vulnerable position. Kind of surprised he hasn't gone for that full-on D ward, but going to let Hyde do it. And yeah, they basically just claimed top side of the map right now.
You just can't look to defend it on UDV. You're so close to triple BKB that you are avoiding them for...
They might macro pyre just to slow down this, yeah.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Still
off the
kind
back
of
the
finds him.
avalanche. No, it doesn't
Radiant's
find him.
bottom
Okay, so
tower
yeah, the
is under
Macropie is going to be able to slow down the push, and that's what you need. That is BKB now picked up on the
Dire's
Ember.
top tower is
You're
under attack.
under 400 gold away for the Sniper to have it. Death Prophet's still quite a way away, though. That's the name of the game for UDV. Just kite this Aegis, stall it out, get that triple
Radiant's
BKB,
bottom
and then
tower
you're going to
is
look to
under
try and
attack.
take some fights. But because of this, you're probably going to lose. Well, you will lose the tier 2 top.
They still got
maybe.
Dire's top tower is under
Okay,
attack.
so you can stall it out, I
Dire's
suppose.
structures
But
are
do you feel like
fortified.
Spawn can even try and brute force down this tier 1 mid?
No. I think that's probably going to be a little bit too slow. Because again, how are they doing the
Radiant's bottom
damage
tower is under
outside of the Sniper? He needs to be focused on farming. Yes, he's got the BKB now, but you got to continue to scale off the
Dire's
back
top
of this.
tower has fallen.
So, I mean, at least you've got BB pushing in that bottom lane, trying to force them back a little bit. But I mean, who's winning off the back of that? It's going to be the team that secures the tier 2 tower first, the team that takes the outpost away, the team that's going to have more experience going in their favor.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Doesn't really make sense for anyone to TP back on Spawn right now. Just let the tower do the work.
They're jumping.
Try and find the pickoff.
And there's the pickoff. They're going to find the opening. Pulverize the hold RDP into place. There's no Spirit Siphon charges for him to work with. Great jump from Spawn, and maybe that's the opening to get a little bit of damage into the mid tower as well. They've still got this ward on the back line for 2 minutes.
Might just be forced to drop down another macro pyre in that mid lane to be able to stall this one out so that the DP can look to join.
Smoke not pop. Oh, it doesn't. Oh, that's a great wraparound. Look at this. They have a ward to use up there. They're just going to jump aggressively. Instant use of the buyback out of RDP. It all comes down to can they protect KMP on the Sniper. He's done a pretty good job to dance over to the right side, but Mamangdaya, he's in pursuit with the BKB shortly to expire. They've locked onto the main damage source, and the Dino's going to be able to bring him down. But Radiant, their formation is completely broken. Mamangdaya by himself, no one around to protect him. Pulverize even stolen, but will not be required. And meanwhile, BB gets a solo kill onto Wami, so it cost them everything to get onto the Sniper, and in the end, the cost was not worth it.
I understand that they feel confident to be able to take that fight, but does it feel a little bit unnecessary? You know, you have that ward to be able to play around. You've got the information behind the tower, and they went into probably the one place that UDV would have been feeling safe. You know they've got the cliff ward towards the river previously, and you could have just taken the tower, but instead they go for a deeper dive, and well, we just see what happens. You might kill the Sniper, but you end up feeding 4 kills back the other way, and there's only about a minute and a half left on this Aegis to be able to make another play around with. Will they defend this high ground ward, though? Seems like they will. Not even TPs to be able to instantly get back out to shove this one out. So yeah, doesn't really feel like they're going to get the most usage out of this Aegis. They even lost the outpost back as well. So UDV going to have a little bit more of that passive experience still going their way.
Definitely felt like there was just them forcing the issue.
Yeah.
Unnecessary, didn't need to be done, but
Quick fingers by Bumbui as well.
he still has Pulverize stolen for a little bit here on Bumbui, so see how that is able to come into play with this next fight to break out.
That cast range seems like a lie when you hover over it. He's got Aether Lens and maxed out Arcane Supremacy.
Is under attack.
I don't know why. This goddamn Rubik is quite silly. Also Stone as well given over to him, so we're going to see a little bit more items onto the Rubik as the game progresses, but so far
Dire's top
they should
tower is under attack.
Spawn still holding a decent lead bottom lane. This will be a dieback onto RDP.
If they can catch him.
That's the thing, can you catch him? It's going to look to try and TP up. Mamangdai gets a solo kill, and Hyde's also just able to get in range for the glimpse back, so a couple of kills going their way from Spawn, but they need to get something out of the map now thanks to this.
I mean, with no DP again, who frontlines for you? Ember Spirit, yeah, he's got the BKB available. He's trying to push in this top lane a little bit, but they could just once again look to go into that mid lane. They've even got the siege creep. I would look to go for an offensive glyph usage here. They're actually taking away that vision as well this time around. Not wanting to go in super deep. Just look to play around the creep wave as much as possible. You've got the Drow. Actually, Drow's not with them. I'm a little surprised that Dreamer Cell is still playing as far back as he is. And well, they're going to find the Rubik at least. But this is time where you could be hitting into this towers and taking even more of the map away.
Hello? KMP's got to be pretty cautious, man. He doesn't really have the bodyguards in front of him right now. They're trying to protect their ward, but a numbers disadvantage might not favor them. They're going to buy back on the Rubik. Down to the south, BB. He got a great opening, though. Onto Tiny and the Mag. That's all their initiation. Without the blinks to work with, KMP was freely able to stand strong.
Why are they still fighting around this high ground ward? They know it's there. Mid was cleared. You had a 5v3 situation, and they're playing way too passive. They just need to rally around that mid lane and push. Would assist with the next Roshan as well, being able to take that one away. Leave them no towers to enable a buyback to be able to contest second Roshan. So they're giving them a chance here. It's still an 82% win probability for Spawn, but you'd be feeling a tiny bit worried if you're a Spawn fan that maybe they might be giving this one away. Of course, the kill's so important. RDP not able to be a part of it because he was picked off previously, but if he can get into that BKB for himself, then he does feel like he can go in onto those front lines. He's not just going to get glimpsed back. He's not going to get locked in by that kinetic field. He's not going to get pulverized. It means you're going to need to commit the RP to be able to take him out.
That should help.
Of course, he will still have a little bit of armor, considering we are past the 25-minute mark. So 10 armor off the back of that double Wraith Band. Sorry, 8 armor off the back of that double Wraith Bands. I mean, a bit of a less need for the plate mail.
Value.
Yeah, could be big for UDV, honestly. Get your tier 3 neutral items, get your BKB on the DP, pray that it's a quick-ish Roshan, then look to go into it. They're getting close to the pipe, though, on Wami. They're ripping up a lot. Maybe considering going for a smoke, trying to clear out the map with that gem picked up on Mamang Daya. They're giving all this farm over to Wami. They really want him to get into that pipe. Missed out one creep, and he's 30 gold short. They're still going to go for the smoke, though. Power Rune, DD, top side.
They're going to know.
Happy to claim that, but like you said, they're going to know. And it's a long Roche respawn.
I like the wraparound. BB is isolated from the team. Definitely not the easiest person to jump.
They don't know he's there yet, though. Hasn't revealed on the wave. Knows exactly how much vision Nighttime is going to provide, so he's going to be able to just play inside of that tree line. Hope
Oh, they
bait
got the ward. They know exactly where they are. They're going to pounce. Easy kill onto Boom Booey. Not only up here from Wami. Catching multiple people inside the combo. BB, though, and KMP, importantly, they're still alive. The main damage sources starting to beat their drums, starting to push Spawn back. That's a great retreat from Spawn, and now BB's in trouble.
He's got
no
remnants.
There's going to be enough out of the Drow Ranger. BB looks like he's okay, no RDP. They're on top of the Drow instead. Dreamer sells in some trouble. Pike in a couple of seconds. It might not be required as Delul to the rescue. Jumps in to give some distance away. Simultaneously, Mamang Dial gets the finishing blow onto BB, and now they've got the vision for the glimpse back as well. There's going to be no escape for the Death Prophet as Spawn. What a team fight from them. The ward drop from Hyde to set up for the jump in. Multi-man RP. That was just the start. In the end, it was just the kiting from them that enabled them to come out on top, though.
And they prevented any kind of turnaround. They made sure to prioritize the Rubik first, then during all of the chaos that it provides, you get that double RP. No way that it was going to be stolen. You get it onto 2 heroes really quickly. Sure, you don't kill the DP early enough, but you kill off a lot of that damage potential that even just Lion Axe provides, being able to lay down a macro pyre and prevent them from continuously running at you. Psychic Headband feels kind of nice as well. Can look to give that one over to Wami.
He's still got
the hype for now, but I mean, you have to give this to Wami at this stage, I feel.
I still got the Seeds of Serenity on Wami, so
yeah.
It's time for something else, brother. Well, he doesn't have the greatest health pool, I suppose, so there's a tiny bit of value, 100 health, 5 strength, but he's going in and hoping he can get out with his own life, but regardless, a big fight for Spawn. They are still the one in the driver's seat, 10,000 lead, but UDV can hit back off this smoke. They've started Roche, but they won't continue the attempt with UDV nearby. An instant peek. They might look to buy back on Hyde. Who's alone? Delul. Oh, they're going to catch him out as well. That's another form of their initiation. Not going to be there for the team fight. He'll probably look to buy back as well. You may as well if you use the disruptors. Or maybe not if UDV force Roche.
And they didn't really use anything big there either on UDV. They've got the Exorcism coming up in a couple of seconds. They've got the BKB completed as well by the DP.
Well, Mongdai's got to be cautious. There's a sentry. It might catch him off guard if he runs too far forward. They've got to be really quick on the fingers though from Boom Booey. And you need a buyback on the Tiny. He's still holding it. You know Roche is going on. Maybe there's
what
the jump.
initiation.
They found the draw. It's even better from a Mongdai. Look at the Dino with the backline. All the damage, but the BKBs are going to be activated. UDV, they can look to reposition over the left though. BB completely isolated. Dreamer Cell pummels the damage into him. No buyback available for the Ember. And now Spawn, they're going to be the ones that can look to claim Roche.
Yeah, they don't even know that they're backed off completely. All of the vision from UDV is not going to be able to do jack to be able to protect that. A very worthwhile tip coming through from Mongdai, disrupting 4 while BB was going on that solo mission. Buyback, I suppose, being expended onto Lul. Didn't have the TP to be able to rejoin the fight immediately, but I mean, still win off that really successful fight. They give the shard over to Magnus, I'm assuming, yeah?
I
think so, yeah.
Able to pick that one up, and well, he's at least been able to get into the Elven Tunic, so some effective HP. Not necessarily the raw HP, but that evasion going to be very effective against the sniper and a little bit against the Death Prophet.
Well, Mongdai is going to find Boom Booey as well. So that's going to be... Yeah, it's just... He's got the ceremonial bro.
Oh, they found him.
No, we got KMP.
No TP, no BKB.
Sniper. Oh, Mongdai might be in some trouble, boys. Please help. I need some team. And here's the help. The help has arrived. Wummy gonna hold KMP into place. Delul's gonna be able to get the follow-up as well. That is a gigantic kill for Spawn.
Just yoinks away the last hit there on Mongdai.
Oh, baby. He's still got BKB on Mongdai. What's the stuns looking like, Wum? He's got Skewer to work with. Combos back up for Delul.
Has to back off. Maybe making them feel like they can't continue on forward without the BKBs available now, but you still got Aegis, man. You're level 21 on this Drow Ranger. He's approaching the Butterfly as well for Dreamer Cell. Using all that vision being provided just to be able to right-click this tower completely unopposed. Bottom tier 2 tower should go down as well. They don't have much vision left to be able to play around with on UDV. Still holding on to the gem is Mongdai. But he's back on. He bought a refresher as well. So he's just wanting to permanently be there, creating havoc for the backlines.
So farmed. Oh my lord. And even now with all the objectives and the back-to-back fights that Spawn keep winning, Hyde, he's getting really close to the Scepter with the Philosopher's Stone. So that's another thing that they're going to have in their arsenal for the upcoming fights on Spawn.
Seeing what power is available for Mongdai, I'm guessing. It's going to be top. Although he's actually got someone else in mind. He wants to try and find out RDP if he can afford to. Going to be revealed on the lane immediately. And actually he's going to look to clear out that top wave first and foremost. There really isn't any other creeps towards this top side. So seems like Spawn once again just want to set themselves up here for a solid fight. Another 4-star able to come out for Wummy. He's almost level 18 as well. So RP would have another half-second available, and it's a full 5-man smoke. They're trying to find out anyone on their own. At least KNP's able to get back to the safety of the base, but Lion Axie's going to walk under this ward in 1 second. They could look to ping him out immediately, and they do. That sentry ward is just off the mark, but he should be about to go down. No money for buyback either.
Oh, they're going to get a juicy target potentially.
Oh.
You want to force out a BKB? The sentry should know. Mongdai's going to start. Let's see if the damage is going to be enough through the pulverize. And it won't be. BB's able to activate the BKB. Get out up to the northern side. You don't give a damn about BB escaping if you're making all the space like that or the chaos across the map. So Wummy was able to drag him back in with the RP.
I mean, even just BB not having BKB now feels incredibly important, right? You're not worried about this Ember Spirit going on onto the front lines. He has to do
stolen
like that. Yeah.
Pretty nicely done from Boom Booey. They're going to buy back on KMP, so they are all in through this team fight. And all they're going to get is Wami's life. So that's a gigantic win condition now for Spawn. If you kill KMP, this game is 2 full sets of barracks at a minimum.
There's no real reason for them to continue to commit forward. Like, yeah, you're not going to be able to use this ages to push up onto high ground, but just wait for the RP, wait for the Magnus to come up, make for it a 5v5 matchup. You still feel so in control, and I mean, they might just look to play off of this observer ward on the bottom side of the map. They could catch out BB again. He's still got 25 seconds left on that DKB. They're hunting, they're wanting more. Mamang Daya careful not to reveal himself on the lane, and he's actually going to look to try and intercept him as he goes down towards that bottom side a little bit quicker.
10 seconds left for the BKB on BB. If they don't get him now, he should survive.
Wing dagger. Ooh, so close to being able to catch him. I mean, they would have committed the refresher on that, I feel, just to be able to get that kill onto the Ember.
All right, well, you have Static Storm upgrade with Scepter now. So if you probably just use that for KMP, right? I guess he doesn't have Blink, so he's probably not going to find him.
Toss him in.
So, all right, I'm down for that. Just toss him in. Who actually cares? If you get the Static Storm and Kinetic Field, that's fight one. That is fight one. I hope they do that.
What have they got that might save him? I guess the Glimmer, potentially, could give a little bit of resilience there. But again, Dreamer Cell's so farmed. I really don't think that's going to provide all that much, assuming you can see them, which, again, Mamang Daya hasn't died since picking it up, so he's still got that gem. And he's going to be playing so aggressively as well with that refresher. Just wanting to be that havoc creator. They see him again on the bottom side, but I don't think you have enough damage to be able to take out this Ember Spirit down here. Looks like some of the boys want to connect onto him.
Ooh. It's probably good enough to try and force a BKB, though. That's...
Yeah. The fact that he gets back, though, is a big deal.
Yep.
I don't think you can hold long enough for this buyback to be available again, though. It's still going to be 5.5 minutes. Roshan has the potential to be up in 1.5. It's going to guaranteed be up in 4.5. See how long this corner. Yeah. Sometimes you got to make a quote-unquote crazy move if you're looking to try and secure a way back into this game. They're 20k net worth down. They want to try and find a quick pick-off. Onto Dreamer Cell would be the dream. But everyone is just standing in the way to make sure he's never the first one that gets gone on.
Big ward to play with. They're not going to see Dreamer Cell, though, so at least they'll get Wami.
And they popped the Exo, though. Going to be able to back off underneath their vision. Got to be careful of going too far forward. Again, he wasn't the one carrying the gem, so...
RDP split.
He is. They know where they've got their vision, though. The only way they're able to find that jump is off that cliff ward, so Spawn are going to keep as far away from that as possible.
He's trying to get into the middle. There's the Static Storm, and it's onto 2 as well. Oh, what a great reveal from High. 2 heroes blown up like that. And now Dreamer Cell with the wraparound onto BB. He's got to get pretty crafty with the Remnants, but he's slowed down. BB's not going to be able to escape. The Remnants won't get enough distance away. And now Delup, he's got the toss back to Randy. Dreamer Cell finds the 4-man. Now they can look to go high gun. Couple of heroes without a buyback.
Oh, you can even tell KMP wants to try and push out that top side, but he's too scared to be able to do it. They move around the map way too quickly on Spawn at this stage. He didn't have a shrapnel charge available either, just to keep it pushed away from afar. And I mean, this is going to be Sniper and the 2 supports against 4 heroes on Spawn once this Magnus TP's back in onto that outpost. And once again, you still have that pulverize. You've still got the BKB available on Mamang Daya, and he sees where KMP is. He wants to try and find that quick jump in onto him while he doesn't have the BKB available. Ooh. Okay. All right. It's all the way back to base. All right.
Okay. All right then.
Probably could have got a little more, but you know, it is what it is. And yeah, like you said, he's got that scepter available for himself. Not the greatest damage item so far. Holding onto the Havoc Hammer, I guess, to provide him with a little bit of extra damage.
They're coming though on Dire. BB's up in a couple of seconds. They don't have the outpost to TP to. See if that's going to be the catalyst for them to come out on top in this fight though with this ward.
They're pinging it out, but they see that people are maybe hanging around in that area with BB and KMP walking around underneath it. Do they have a smoke of their own on spawn? They do on hide. They just want to get that mid lane pushed out first. Smoke, yes they do. Delul wasn't actually caught by it. So that's a big part of your initiation, and well, anyone that has buyback just needs to set themselves up on these stairs. Not sure if anyone really has it though on the UDV. Just Boom Booey. Placing down a super deep observer ward, but again, it's into the gem from Mamang Daya. Don't know if they
Dire's middle barracks
see
are
it
under attack.
just yet. They're actually going to go for a smoke of their own. Can they find the jump onto... I mean, who do you even go on at this stage? The Drow, of course, is the dream.
We're gonna see them.
Take away that valuable ward, man. And there's Roche up now.
They've got another one to play with. They need to go further to the north of the pit, though. We'll start to move over.
They gotta go fast.
It's falling so quick, though. Someone's got to go. Someone needs to give them the vision. It's going to be off the back of BB. They've used their static storm just to try and secure all the components. Dreamer Cell now doesn't have all his items to continue to right-click. So first life, they'll kill him easily. Can they set up for second round, though? Wami's going to try and look for the angle. He finds it with the RP, but Dreamer Cell's gone. And will it matter, though? RDP in the middle. He'll go down thanks to Mamang Daya. Refresher's going to get popped as well. They get on top of KMP.
This is the win condition.
The pit. That's a dieback for your sniper. And now BB, he's stuck on the high ground as well. A couple of remnants to play with. Can they catch up to him, though? Blink in a couple of seconds. They have the control. They do not. BB will just escape. They bought back out of Dreamer Cell. It's a heavy commitment from Spawn, but you do have a big window with no buyback on the sniper.
Yeah, that's game though. Like, you just don't have the damage to be able to deal with this. Sniper is the reason that Dreamer Cell died previously. 6.2 thousand damage that Sniper was able to do. Most of it into the Drow Ranger. And with Ember Spirit, yeah, he was able to do a decent amount himself, but he doesn't have a BKB to be able to play around with.
Dreamer Cell.
He got the cheese.
Oh, just gets the cheese off for the last second, and now thanks to the repositioning, he's going to be okay. But the rest of the other members are alright. Mamang Daya is going to get caught by the edge of the ice pass, so they'll be able to catch up to the Dino. The Lul as well is thinking about rescuing him, but doesn't really see an opening to jump in, but no, they don't want to back up. Dreamer Cell, what's he thinking about here?
He's thinking maybe they're going to go a little bit too deep underneath that vision, but are they going to back off, realizing how important it is? Okay, they hold. Kind of surprised that they were able to do it. It's a very unorthodox item with that E-Blade coming out for the Ember Spirit, but I mean, when you only had a Rubik and a Death Prophet to be able to play with, I guess it makes a lot of sense. Jakiro as well. Level 25 now on Ember.
They got the skill range as well from Wami. They're going to see him inside the base, but they will not get everything. Ooh, hello. Is the chain control going to be enough? You bet it is, but the static storm laid down. The damages are coming through from Dreamer Cell at the moment, but it won't matter because you got all the other heroes. Delul.
Got to be careful about sticking around too long, though. Had buyback. Everyone was respawning. Exo up in 2 seconds, so they're going to back off. You want that clean kill. And then Ninja Gear now on the ground as well, so you can look to give that one over to Wami. You could look to give it to the Disruptor. Honestly, any one of these like initiator heroes feels incredibly solid. Mamang Daya is holding on to 7.6k gold as well, so if he wants to go for that Scythe of Vice, go off, King. Even a DD on the bottom side of the river. Gaben's Blessing, as MLP calls it.
Double damage.
A minor thing, but they didn't really get much out of that dieback on the sniper. All they claim was that full set of barracks mid, which was already open and already damaged. So, not the worst things for UDV, even though it's a 29,000 deficit. If you get the catch onto Dreamer Cell, could be a lot of objective damage going the other way because they do push very fast.
How are you getting that catch, though, is the question.
Yes.
That's always been the case for me. The question that needs to be answered. If they do, then no buyback Drow. Big deal. So they're just looking to stay as far back as possible. Kind of baiting out KMP a little bit here. He's got his buyback back up, so they're going to be very cautious. I think they can afford to just play this one uber passively. Even Do they have the capability of buying a new gem on spawn? I think they do. I'd almost certainly be looking to do that because it's just about keeping them isolated inside of their own base without any sort of vision. You can't afford to just constantly buy out these sentry wards. Gem's going to give you so much more value.
They do have one they can buy, it looks like.
Yeah.
Why don't see some trouble? They're coming out on the side of UDV.
Because they got all this vision. That's why.
Yeah.
Hasn't been removed.
Won't be able to get anything off the back of the vision though. Pretty nice retreat. It's just gotta do something about it though.
Drow's just bought up a refresher as well, realizing that, look, I don't have buyback, may as well spend my money. Among Dire did buy that Scythe of Vice as well.
There's one ward gone. The other's about to expire as well, so all of a sudden the map's going to go pretty dark here for UDV.
They still got the one in mid lane though.
Or jump in. Wummy sees the opening for the instant telekinesis. Stolen RP, but Campy's in some trouble. They're going to force him back inside the base and Wummy's gone. It's an opening now for UDV, but can they get more out of it? They're on the prowl. BB's going to try and remnant over the top of the tree line. Anywhere to cancel Delul's TP? There is not.
Can Boombui find Dreamer Cell? That's going to be the question off the back of this RP, right? Even if he has that BKB used, you are going to be caught out. It's going to take like a toss back from Delul, some Force Staffs in the right direction, a Glimmer Cape to be able to save him if that's the case. But the important thing is they're able to get back out on the map. It's that quick fingers once again coming through from Boombui, able to lock him in place when he went for that Blink Skewer play. Couldn't have thought of a much better spell to be able to steal either.
I'm going to go for this solo kill.
I don't think he can afford to. He's got
the law nearby. Maybe that's the damage they need. Crystallis completed with the tree volley.
Oh.
Maybe. Yo, they're going to see him. Oh my lord. Oh, but, yeah, especially with Dreamer Cell here, they just blow him up.
Well, Dire actually goes back towards the top side, so... What are they doing here with this... They've been dropping magic wands around the map, weirdly. There's one on top of where he just died. There was one to the left-hand side in that mid lane. That doesn't reveal anything, does it? Maybe just if someone picked it up, they get a bit of information about that? I don't know.
I don't know. I've seen it as well. I don't know.
It's weird. 3 men
Maybe look
on the bottom side.
They're looking to lower their net worth so their buybacks don't cost as much.
Sure, but sell it. You know?
I don't know.
Shakira's nearly level 20. Nearly has Ags as well.
Yeah.
A macro pyre for the high ground defense, or even just the Roche pit fight that could be coming in the next minute or so will be very important. Additional ice path duration, I would assume, is what he's going to look to go to. Provides the stun and path duration linger. Oh,
an aggressive jump. Dreamer Cell's going to be nearby. There's the stolen RP, and KP's going to look to turn, but Wummy, he's got his own RP. Instant telekinesis means there's going to be no skewer back, so the Drive Ranger needs to position accordingly. They'll get her out of danger. KP needs someone to protect him, and they won't be able to do so. He's got a buyback though. He's going to look to use it instantly, but it's all onto Dreamer Cell in his own position. The Drow's in some trouble. Will be able to force it outside the base, and all-out retreat needs to be called from spawn. But can they cut their losses? Among Dire, he won't be able to escape. Tries to move over to close to the
might bring him to the bag.
And yeah, it's kind of scout out where Wummy is now. So now Wummy might die as well.
He's got the Trickster's Cloak.
Ooh.
Long Roche from spawn as well. So they're not going to instantly get the value off of this. Once again, though, you use the sniper buyback. He's almost level 25. To be able to play with, so can look to perhaps stand a little bit further back. Maybe he goes into the shrapnel charges, who knows. This is the way that you want to be able to end off a series as well, especially one that means as much as this for both teams. UDV wanting to keep themselves in contention for that promotion slot.
Whoa, what's going on?
Yeah. Okay. Very careful, they're protecting that vision. They want to be able to contest this next Roshan. Close to level 25, actually he's bought the tome. 25 now picked up. He wants the attack range.
RP has been killed.
Ugh. Using the courier for vision.
BB?
These observer wards, man.
Well, they'll get him though. And what that boot? We stole and pulverized. What's going on? Static Storm, though.
Not hitting anything.
Clip on everyone. They're able to get out of range of the kinetic field. Eyes on Dreamer Cell. They're on the drow. No one's nearby. The formation's completely broken. Dreamer Cell's in a lot of trouble, and they can chase him down. He's got at least a buyback to be able to rejoin. Someone's got to go back to base, though. Has to deal with the creeps. Starting to beat onto the tier 4 towers, starting to beat onto the protective buildings of the throne.
So I saw this yesterday during, God, I forget who it was. It was a series that Cap and SVG were casting, where you use glimpse just before someone dies and then buyback, and then the person gets glimpsed back to where they die. Kind of like how, you know, the Avatos combo, you can respawn right on that spot.
Magnus? What are you doing here, brother? But we still has pulverize. Dire's starting to connect to this attempt. A lot of force starts to get Wami out of danger.
They really don't want to buy back on Drow if they can afford to, but
look at bottom.
Bot's kind of pushing in. It's a little deep. The double siege creep.
Aggressive smoke from UDV and aggressive jump in from Boo as well. The double catch. BB's onto Delul. Simultaneously, they're onto Hyde as well. UDV, it feels like they're the ones playing with the momentum. They're the ones playing from the lead. They've been getting no responses to the aggressive attempts we've seen out of Dire.
Mamang Dire's just sitting bottom. He's not pushing in the wave. He's watching everyone die on this bottom side. He has been sitting in that exact spot for the last little bit, maybe trying to catch someone out that's gone back to defend. I would guess the Ember Spirit. He actually sees him top, but he looked to go for the solo.
Oh no. Oh, the worst timing. And Mimo, inside the pit, there's an RP drop to try and steal Roche. Still, it looks like Mamang Dai might be able to get a solo kill onto Ember. All right, now back to Wami we go. So at least, I mean, Wami's trying to make a play. I don't know, dude. This is a hell of a game. So that's a dieback on BB. So he gets a big kill, but Wami tried to do it all by himself, and I don't think was able to steal anything. So Aegis cheese onto KMP. You got, I don't know.
Didn't use the buyback on Dreamer Cell.
They stole RP.
Stole RP. That's a big plus. I mean, you get the dieback out of the Ember Spirit, and they've kept the Aghanim's Blessing in the fountain for him as well. So they're going to give him a big damage boost as soon as he respawns. What are we getting now? Foam of Knowledge for the Tiny. Gets an extra toss. So they're still playing so heavily off the reposition, but I really don't know what Mamang Dai was doing bottom that whole time. I know he was going for the solo pickoff, but surely you get the tier 3 minimum.
Yeah. You show on the tier 3, then you don't get the tier
Careful.
That's
oh, Boo-Booey. He went for the RP, the blind RP, but he was on the top side instead, under the cover of that ninja gear. He didn't know his exact positioning around that, so ends up whiffing with the RP.
So we've seen in his past 10 minutes or so, Wami's item progression has just completely fallen off a cliff. He's lower net worth than Delul's Tiny, and he's just had no teamfight involvement because of the counter pick that we saw at TI-10, was the mag into the Rubik. This was something LGD wanted to draft to deal with Collapse's mag. We've seen as soon as he jumps in, there's instant telekinesis. Not even a split second after. He's so goddamn close, so damn fast on the fingers, and it means that Wami can't get that drag back.
KNP, just be careful here.
Got Aegis.
That's
great ice path though from Lion Axe. Still don't get the first life. Can they protect him off the back of the respawn? Static Storm's gonna get layered down, and the RP as well for good measure. Wami, well, this time he'll be able to get multiple people. That's without a buyback on the sniper. Almost getting Lion Axe as well. He's just able to escape narrowly with the TP out. They might even be able to get Boom Poo. Glimpse back. BB's back alive. They even got a buyback out of RDP as well. Hyde's going to trade his life for a support.
Oh, BB has to be careful. They're trying to bait them in. They gave the Refresher Shard over to RDP, so he's got the Exorcism available even after the buyback. In a little bit deep here on Mamang Dai. Again, they've got buyback on so many heroes on spawn, the important ones. The Drow Ranger, the Primal Beast. Primal's even got the Boots of Travel as well if he needs to just instantly rejoin this fight. And they should know that the Sniper doesn't have his for this next little bit, so if you want to wait out the BKB timer, at least for Primal, you can afford to do so, but that's not the way that Mamang Dai plays. He wants to go for this solo pickup. Right on the edge of that sentry. They don't see him yet. They'll see the creeps cleared out, though. Just trying to create some pressure towards the tier 4 towers to perhaps leave an opening. Gonna be able to clear out the sentry. Dougal's got the Daedalus as well. There we go. EKB up in 8. They want the solo pick.
This is deep under the tier 4 tower. Among Dire. Is there any way to cancel the pulverize? There's not, but BB still gets out. Meanwhile, Dream Assault. Hang on, Dream Assault's just getting solo killed by RDP. We'll get some distance away, a bit of breathing room to keep the Drow Ranger alive. Now back inside the base, Dire have been able to set up a formation. They might lose RDP. It's the cheese and he's okay. Never mind, repairs every single damage they've dealt to him. Now the Tiny's going to get caught out as well. And this was all without the sniper, so once again, they're all okay, far out for a second.
I just don't know why they go for that dive without the BKB, man. I feel like you're able to stay in on top of that Ember if you just have that BKB available. You might get a little bit of a trample damage through as well onto the rest of them.
Dream Assault.
Careful.
Oh, we got the BKB. It's not going to matter. He's out of remnants. That's gems on the... What's going on? Oh, what?
We getting 60-minute items?
Oh, I don't know how the hell we are. KP. They know they're coming out. There was a ward. They got a sentry as well. Oh, look at the damage. The army in with the RP. But Drought is pretty goddamn low, and as a result, they're going to get the kill. They'll get the disruptor as well, and now they're looking for the team wipe. Ormi. Oh my lord, just on the edge, a thing of nightmares, almost getting clipped by Lion Axe's Ice Path, but someone's going to go back to base to deal with the creeps. They'll be able to do that, but they should be able to force out some possible buybacks. If someone scouts out the DD, it's going to be out for another 30 seconds.
Lion Axe playing tower defense right now. At level 25, Talon's going to be pretty important. I'm assuming he's going to go the Ice Path cooldown. He did go into the Ice Path duration as well at level 20, so that's going to be, what, a 6.5 second cooldown Ice Path that has a 3 second stun and a 5 second path duration. Like, with how low these BKB timers are, it's just like so little space that you can look to move around in these team fights, especially on these heroes like the Magnus, like the Primal Beast, that want to be running around creating havoc onto the backlines.
And speaking about the Primal Beast, look at top lane again. Dai's gonna go for it. He's got Refresher if required for the constant use of the chain control, but Dire is starting to deeper to the outpost, and this time BB, he's gonna be able to activate the BKB. Among Dai, TP still on cooldown. He's gonna refresh it, instant blink away. Very nicely done, quick on the fingers.
Yeah, but I really feel like that should have been a dieback for the Ember Spirit, you know? He used the Hex, and I feel like maybe that's the time that you need to just immediately refresh, right? So you're going to have the Hex instantly coming out of the Pulverize so that you can maybe get that damage to be able to, you know, lock him down, finish things off. But he gets back to base, we get a pause, we get 1 minute until 60-minute items. Oh, man. All right, what are we going to see? You've got to see Giant String with all the big boys this game, surely.
I don't know. How do they have this die ward is huge. It's so much information. It's going to drop their own ward as well. They go, hang on, they say KP! What's the sniper doing on the front? Now Among Die gets the onslaught onto 2. That's the worst fight UDV could have ever hoped for. Sniper bites back. He's got a TP behind him, but
Among Die
doesn't have to point. Hang on, KP. Hang on, KP. BKB's going to be activated. The damage coming up for the sniper. Maybe
pretty
it's
high.
Enough. Look at the cleanup. No one's there to capitalize on the sniper not having anyone in front of him. And our Dreamer Cell, he's in some trouble as well. The long right clicks. They're looking for the rampage, KP. Couple of tosses up in the air. It's going to be stuck inside the kinetic field. Can they get him out? Telekinesis. There we go. KP for the glimpse. They'll send him back in. A dieback for the sniper. Takiro's going to go down as well. That might be all she wrote. We might not get the tier 5s. They got a glitch of RDP with the ward. Oh, great blink. Can he get away though? He shouldn't be able to. They're on the prowl. They can close the distance. Dreamer Cell even buys a rapier inside the face of the Death Prophet. What a way to close out.
Just thinking he might be able to get it. I mean, it's a buyback by the Jakiro. Like you said, what a way to be able to close things out. You may as well just take the last melee reactor. It's going to die in about 2 seconds.
bottom barracks
And then that's
are
going to be
under
GG pretty soon after.
Dire's
Jesus, what was this game?
All right, so stolen RP into skewer back into the fountain, into Ice Path is the only way for them to be able to get this W, but I don't think that's going to be the case.
I like the theory crafting, but there's a lot of holes in it, it seems like, as Spawn. They're going to be able to find their first series victory. A team with a lot of potential has struggled so far with this new roster down in Division 2, but they had to work for it. 61-minute Game 3 in the end. A crazy one for them to close it out, but they're going to be able to take down UDV, a team that was building a lot of momentum as well. They were also flawless so far into it too, so this is a big series against a team where, honestly, if you're being able to get series victories against teams that maybe you're not expected to, that could be huge if it comes down to tiebreakers.
It does, and to me, it's just another draft victory, though, right? Like, you just had so many ways to take those fights. It put so much pressure onto BB to be able to make these, like, suicidal jumps in onto the front lines. They were almost banking on the fact that we have BKBs, we have buybacks. Let's hope that Spawn Team don't, and we're able to come out on the fact of just weight of numbers, pushing them in, using the Kage Bunshin is there Mamang Daya on his Primal Beast, dominating the mid lane, being a constant harassment around the map, and finishing with 39 kill involvements. Crazy, crazy stuff.
Oh my god. But what do you even say? How do you even break down a game like that has that many kills? 95 kills, hour and 1 minute. It's another game where we get to go 60 minutes, but we don't get tier 5 items. But it is what it is. It was a hell of a game regardless. It doesn't matter. Honestly, tier 5s make it even crazier, harder to work out what is going on. So that was a incredible performance from the boys on Spawn to be able to still stick it out in the end when that game was looking very difficult. Like, UDV was starting to build a lot of momentum in the late game fights, and it almost felt like they might have been able to come back with how far behind they were.
I just want to know what the comms is like at that stage of the game, because that must have been so crazy. It never really felt like there was a super clean jump from either team. And this is with, again, Spawn had the heroes to be able to make those jumps. They had the BKB, they had the Blink RP, they had the Horn Toss, they had the Skewer, they had the Toss available, they had Glimpse, they had everything. And it was still such a grind. So UDV, like you said, they had lost a series up until that point, but they really made Spawn work for it. But what a valuable win for them.
Yes, what a valuable win indeed. Hopefully, I hope we get an interview as well with one of the Spawn players before we do head to our next series, because that was a crazy one, and excited to hear what they have to say about the series as a whole. But that's it's going to give Spawn a lot of confidence as well now, because they're going to go to 1 and 3, and you kind of need that heading towards their remaining series here of the tour. Who have they got left to play? Looks like they got a verse IHC, Xerxia, which is pretty tough, and Team Tough. So they've gone through a lot more of
total of 3 wins maybe off of that. I think they'd be pretty happy to get 2 out of the next 3, and that might lead them to safety, especially that series against IHC. I think that's going to be the key one. If they're able to take out the W in that, maybe they push IHC into a little bit of dangerous areas. I mean, we saw how much they were dismantled earlier on by Boom, and I'm sure that's some replays that they're going to be reviewing as to how exactly do we need to draft around this. But to me, I mention draft a lot of the time, and that's because I really feel like Spawn just had the keys to the castle to be able to take out that game from the very beginning. And I think that first blood on Mamang Daya is what really opened up that mid lane as well for them to be able to make the plays off the back of.
Well, speaking of Mamang Daya, we do have an interview with him as well. So, Mamang Daya, hello, congratulations. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you guys.
Okay.
Thank you.
Tell me, what goes on in a game like that when it goes 60 minutes? What's the communication like with you guys?
I think I had controlling the chaos there, because I think the communication is a bit chaos once the buyback happening like that. Then Hyde just controlling us to be quiet and focus, keep focus. I think, yeah.
Do you guys thrive on the chaos, or do you want something a little bit more controlled and low key? Like, where do you think that Spawn plays at its best?
I think we want to play a bit low key, but we lose like 3 in a row, right? This is our first win in the series, yeah. That's why we're a bit hyped. Yeah, I think so.
Nice. I keep asking everyone about this, but I want to know your opinion. The Primal Beast into the Ember Spirit mid lane. How do you feel about it? I've heard a lot of other players say that it's Ember favored. Do you feel the same way? And how much do you think that yourself getting that first blood might have changed the likelihood of being able to get out of the early game in a good spot?
Yeah, I think is for sure is Ember favor like 60-40 or something like that, because the Primal cannot kill the Ember, right? But I got first blood, then plus 4 bounty. I think that's okay, guys. I think mid win already. Then Sideline happy as well. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I mean, you were nearly doubling his net worth at like 10 minutes. So that's always going to be a big plus. And, you know, you had some good rotations to be able to play around with as well. We see you guys go for this like tiny Magnus a lot as well. Obviously, you were playing the Primal Beast. You were playing with the Disruptor. Is repositioning spells something that your drafter really likes to emphasize, just so that you can find that quick pickoff?
Yeah, I think Wumi just happy to skewer people and toss. It's a good combo, right? In the laning and the late game also. It's, yeah, quite good. Yeah.
Well, I've just got one more question for you, Mamangdai. What do you as a team like to do when you guys aren't playing Dota? It seems like you guys are very friendly, always laughing in the cameras, but what do you guys like to do when you're not playing Dota together?
We eat together, go to cafe together, because I think our chemistry is still not that good. I think we still like first I meet Hyde, right? Meet Dreamosel also in a team. I think so, because still have a little bit chemistry. We lack, I think. That's why we maybe lost that first 3 series. Yeah.
Oh, there's plenty more series for you guys to play.
Yeah.
It's always exciting to be able to watch. Congratulations on this victory, and hopefully we get to see you with some more interviews as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, mate. All right, there we go. Denok's second series done and dusted for the night. And we've got one more, though. Next one's going to be Myth Avenue up against Team Tough. Any predictions real quick before we throw it all break?
I think Myth Avenue might take it. Yeah, they've got a little bit of favoritism there, but just to keep things spicy on the bottom end of the table, maybe Team Tough could take this one and make it so that every team has a series win now.
All right, well, that'd be exciting to see. We'll see what we have in store for us for our last series in the night. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back after the break.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the DPC with myself, Epidamnos, and joining me is Free for Free Dota. Adam, the final best of three approaches us now. We just had ourselves, of course, the second series, with that being UD Vessuwan versus Spawn Team. Spawn Team winning their first best of three that was casted by Denogan Aries. How are you feeling so far about the final game that we're going to be looking at? Obviously, I haven't told you the name of them. How silly of me. It's going to be Myth Avenue Gaming versus Team Tough. That is the best of three that we're going to be looking at. How are you feeling about this one, Adam? What are your thoughts? Give it to us hard.
According to our screen, they're not Team Tough. They're just tough. So I think it's going to be a really tough game for Team Tough, which has been the trend so far. Is they're kind of struggling. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they've only won themselves one game, but not a series. They have yet to win themselves a series. They only won themselves one game against Xerxia, but now hopefully, maybe perhaps, they'll be able to possibly win themselves a series here, because they're going to be going against, obviously, of course, Myth Avenue Gaming. Now, Myth Avenue Gaming, got to give them a lot of respect, of course. They have been doing well. But I think there is some breathing room here for Team Tough, because I think this may be possibly could go to a game 3. Who knows? With Myth Avenue Gaming versus Team Tough, it could be possible. But let's speak a little bit about the teams. We've heard quite a lot from Myth Avenue Gaming, because we have casted those a few games. So let's speak about Tough. Who is on Tough, Adam? Who catches out your eye on here? Oh, okay, never mind. We're going to be speaking about Myth Avenue Gaming. No, it's fine. Myth Avenue Gaming, you're going. Go in it for it, Adam. Adam, tell us.
The thing about Myth is that they kind of an unstable playstyle. Like we saw in their last series, they drafted a bit more, I would say, all in, and it kind of backfired on them. I feel like in a lot of games they've shown that they can play really fast, but they're also not the best mid-late game team. They tend to let the game drag on. You know, they're winning, but they also are not really taking initiative on how to end the game. That being said, they're a team that focuses a lot on the mid game and playing together, connecting to each other, making moves together, which is kind of refreshing to see, especially in these Div 2 games.
And now we'll have a look at Team Tough, Adam. This time, I promise. Team Tough will come up now. Or as you say, just Tough. That's it. So, who catches your eye on these ones? I haven't seen Tough play yet. It's going to be exciting for me. Don't know if you have, Adam. Give us a little insight.
I have seen this play before. I believe they did make a slight roster swap. Valky was in Lil Gun for a while, I believe. He was quite a standout player, actually. I enjoyed watching him play a lot. He's tiny. He plays some Spirit Breaker, Sugimoto as well. I think both of them are kind of the standout players on this team for me. But ever since his roster formed, I haven't really seen anything that great from them yet. So hopefully we'll catch that today.
And this is interesting. I don't know if this is common, but Tough is a full team Mongolia as well. So that's quite intriguing to see. Obviously, of course, I've never seen a full Mongolian team, but it will be cool to see how they perform, and best of luck to them as the draft finally begins of Game 1 out of this best of 3. Myth Avenue Gaming, they're going to go ahead and pick themselves up the Doom first pick.
The Rubik's first pick.
Banning the Leshreck and the... Wait, was it the Rubik first pick?
Yeah.
It was. Sorry, my bad. Rubik first pick. In return, they picked Doom, and they're going to be picking their second pick now. Myth Avenue Gaming first picking the Rubik, and they ban out the Death Prophet and the Enchantress. They'll pick up the Mirana, possibly position 5.
I think the Doom a bit of a block pick. We saw Myth open with it a few games before, and this Rubik Doom was pretty strong late most of the time, I would say. So Team Tough obviously just fighting for that. They will prioritize the Rubik here, which is not too surprising. Play Hard and NWP both play the hero really well. We did see it on Excellent once, but they lost that game. Unfortunate for them. Hope we don't see it on the mid roll again for their sake.
Yeah. Thinking about their second pick. I mean, it's only early days at the moment, so not really sure what Myth Avenue Gaming are thinking. And as we transition, they're picking up a Naga Siren. Okie doke. So we have seen this all too well before. Miracle, you can pick up the Naga, or Young God can pick up the Naga Siren. I haven't seen Exilern play it, but nonetheless, this is a hero that they can move around, which you don't see very often.
Yeah, I think it's just a big comfort for them. They get to flex as well. They are first pick, so maybe once again falling into this more independent side lanes, able to help their mid player, which is matchup, as he is gonna get counter pick later on. And Naga against Doom it's kind of a weird matchup where you have to Doom the Naga, but it's also not too easy to find the Naga, because if you're doing someone else, Song of the Siren comes out, there's a reset. There's the Rubik Lift against the Eggs Doom later on as well, which is kind of nice.
Yeah.
Also want to mention...
So would it still be difficult even if you get yourself an Agnims on Doom? Obviously, of course, if you use the mirror image, because then you've got to see which one is not the illusion and then chase that one.
I think Naga's a very unique hero. Like, as a carry, you tend to think about carries like right-clicking and killing you main fight, but Naga's not the kind of hero. The advantage Naga gives you is on the map, and in fights you get to scout with illusions, you get to kind of... what's the word? Give away your opponent's positions or find them, and it lets you set up for a good fight. I think that's like the strength of Naga in general right now. But if you...
Ban-wise, though, not Pit Lord, sorry, what the heck? Primal Beast and Ember Spirit coming out. Yeah, that's a kind of a different hero. Yeah, Primal Beast and Ember Spirit, they get banned out on Myth Avenue Gaming, thinking about what they finally want to ban last in the second phase of the bans. Meanwhile, Team Tough, they're going to ban out the Bat Rider and the Undying, one of them being one of the greatest initiators within the Dota 2, and of course, Undying with his control of Tombstone. Other than that, and being an annoying menace on lane with the Decay.
Yep, nice bans coming out from Myth, Ember, and Primal Beast. Obviously, good against the Naga early game. They can kick you out by themselves. Yeah, and it's a great combo with the Mirana. And the Pudge ban is just late game scaling. We have seen in one of the games the Pudge late game just cannot die to this Naga Siren. But there is still a Grimstroke in the pool for Team Tough. I'm not sure if they'll run it, but I feel like it's a hero favored by some of these teams in Div 2, and they also have a Doom with it if they want to pair it that way. Monkey King. I wonder if this is a core MK, and they just picked it here to kind of flex, to not show their hand, because MK as a carry is pretty good against Naga. If you Boundless Strike a group of illusions, you find a real Naga. If Wukong's down, you can't really run into the Monkey King ever.
When was the last time you saw a Monkey King support?
I think Taiga played it yesterday.
Oh, really? Oh, okay. Well,
Yeah.
okay. I was expecting I haven't seen it in 3 months, and I'd be like, wow. Literally yesterday. Okay.
It's a very
shoots down.
EU hero, I think. They have a different understanding of the hero, though. I think they use it for a lot of vision and setup compared to the SCA Monkey Kings. Well, it's not really popular here anyway.
Mm-hmm. So they do pick themselves up Disruptor, if Avenue Gaming do, along with the Pangolier as well. These are pretty much very similar heroes as to what Myth Avenue Gaming play quite a lot. So these are a lot of comfortable heroes coming out. Not only are they strong and currently semi within the meta, I mean, especially Disruptor, but they do play these heroes quite a lot, and we have casted these heroes
It's
quite a bit.
such a good Grimstroke game against Pango and Naga, of course. I'd like to see them just core the MK and pick Grimstroke here. The Inkstral is super high value too. Like, for example, if you get Song Static Storm comboed and the Naga illusions are going on you, the Inkstral actually heals so much HP. See what they choose to go for. Might be thinking of a save as well, just because it's against Disruptor Naga. They kind of don't have a way of dealing with it right now. Though their heroes are naturally pretty tanky, the Doom especially. See much more commonly this Greaves Doom coming out. He'll hit Shiva at some point. It's really hard for Myth to drop damage into him.
Yeah. Still thinking about what they want to get up for the pick here. Team Tough, what have they gone? They've got a Conquer. Conquer here. So
kind of a...
Do you think they've already showed in place all three of their core heroes already, or do you think one of these is a cheeky support?
I think the monkey might be a cheeky support, might be. This monkey Doom's a pretty decent lane, a lot of Duke damage, a lot of magic damage. Good trading against the Disruptor as well. I like the Kunkka pick as well. I think it's a different approach from what I said, but this Kunkka, he's gonna win his lane against Pango. If you drop both during Static Storm and roll, I guess that's kind of a safe on top of this eventual Greaves Doom. It's a lot of heal, doubling down on the damage that Myth flags. It's also the X-Mark combo with the arrow. The Ember Primal was banned out for that, but they have the Mirana now. It's good against Disruptor too, the X-Mark against Greaves.
Yeah.
A lot of cool things you can do in this game. Also a natural Radiant Spire. I think he'll go for Red Bill in this game. The eggs, the Radiance, the whatever AoE stuff you buy against Naga Siren's always really nice to have.
I haven't played against that in so long. It's so annoying. I don't know if
He's
you have
so
the
tanky.
How many times with the Conquer Aghanims have you been lifted up by a Torrent Storm?
It's twice per Kunkka game, man.
I've been lifted up 3 times plus a Torrent. I think I also remember on that game almost breaking my keyboard as well at that stage. Because I had BKB, but I couldn't use BKB because I got torrented 4 times. It's not ideal. It's not ideal.
It happens, man. You gotta shower sometimes.
Yeah. I think the worst thing that's ever, I won't say ever happened, but you know how in the previous game that we casted, obviously, of course, Rubik being in again, has Arcane Supremacy, so he increases like stun duration of some spells. He had stolen Splitter from Leshrac.
With Shard.
And he had the Shard as well. Yeah. So he was able to place 2 down because one of his other allies like stunned him. So I got stun locked in place by Splitter for, I think, almost 12 seconds.
Something really annoying I've played against before is left Shard stun with Caudal Chakra. So it was actually just recurring stuns on the floor. I mean, it doesn't chain stun you or anything, but my god, that was annoying. It's just
Is that like sieging high ground or defending high ground?
defending high ground. It was so obnoxious.
It's actually like the worst thing to defend against. But yeah, meanwhile, ban-wise, Dawnbreaker and Timbersaw banned from Team Tough. Definitely understand the Timbersaw pick. I think if Timbersaw was picked up here by Myth Avenue Gaming, Team Tough would be having a kind of a tough time, no pun intended. Templar Assassin and Anti-Mage get banned out here from Myth Avenue Gaming. And they go for a Chaos Knight. Ooh.
Alright, so this
is this an off lane or a safe lane Chaos Knight?
I want to say it's a safe lane because I think after last series they want Mizu to be playing the Naga here. I also think the Naga fulfills more of a reset purpose than actual carry the game against Team Tough's heroes right now. But I'm curious. I'm not really sure how they would run it. It is a very strong laner against Doom though, and it's a more active hero, which is something they liked. I like the pick, but I think they're kind of heavy on illusions right now. I wonder if Team Tough can pick something to punish them here.
Yeah, I was going to say, I see 2 cores who deal quite a lot of damage through illusions. So they get something that can clear more illusions, then happy days.
Let's pick some AoE here. Though honestly, they should pick Medusa. That's the pick.
Medusa?
Yeah, Medusa.
I haven't seen that hero in years.
Yeah, I mean, Skeeter busted it out at TI after like a 1 year of not having the hero. This is the game for it, man. Against double illusions, it's so nice. Like, they don't have damage to pour into this Dusa with the team items, with the Moonlight, with the bolt on top. It looks really unkillable. Pango disarms and the defusal timing is really the only problem they have, I think.
And a Snapfire.
Right.
Okay, so Mortimer's Kisses against illusions can be quite damaging here. You've also got the initiation, of course, with the Gobble Up, which will be quite nice, especially combined with the Doom. Do you think there's any further purpose into this Snapfire last pick?
Oh, it's a save and disengage. It also gives them a lot more damage early game to fight with. Is it a great pick? Maybe just a stronger lane for the Doom as well. Doom Snap is pretty decent against this CK. maybe trying to even out the scales of the lanes a bit more.
Okay. So yeah, it does look like Young God is on the CK here, so they're going to be moving position 1 on the CK. And as you said, the in and out with the Song of the Siren, Naga Siren on the 3. Still not sure whether they would swap lanes. I think CK can actually punish the Doom here quite early on, right? Unless, of course, like Doom buys himself like 2 rings of protection on lane.
I think if it's a Mirana 4, they can just play to pull the lane back, arrow the range creep. CK the Disruptor is definitely pretty strong. They might put a Snap there instead to kind of fight the lane. CK is not that strong at early levels, so need level 3 that he really can kind of sustain on. And Snap and Doom are pretty strong before that.
Oh, fair enough, fair enough. So I'll be intrigued to see if Conker does indeed decide to pick himself up a Radiance. I'll also be intrigued to see how the Doom will come out against the CK, because we don't really see CK safe lane all that often. It is quite a nice sight to see from time to time. Change it up, not make it a little bit boring with the current meta heroes that we usually see from time to time. Are you happy about the picks coming out here, or is this more of a I've seen this all before?
I mean, it's kind of a unique draft, but it also falls into Myth's playstyle, right? They want this Miracle Naga. They want Young God on some like semi-carry kind of carry. CK Dawnbreaker are examples that come to mind. They just all want to scale together. Look at this Naga, man. He's the only player that acts as an illusion, I swear.
30 seconds.
Ooh, the battle.
Meanwhile, already big team fights going on left and right. Young God meeting a lot of Starnstorm there. Play hard as well. Maybe taken down by the Scorched Earth. No, Fairy Fire committed. What the hell? Everyone just meeting each other there, all using their level 1 spells. I saw a Boundless Strike. I saw a Scatter Blast. I saw a Shield Crash.
Yeah, that was really lucky for me if I say that. But play hard.
Oh my gosh, Magic Stick as well. No way. This Play Hard survives. Now, Chaos Bolt as well. It's a Simate.
Oh, this is kind of a bad
Slowed down there by the Shield Crash. And actually, First Blood happening on the other part. As First Blood actually taking down the Disruptor there, but in return, they will find the Doom. 1 for 1 already then.
Yeah, nicely done by the Mirana, actually taking the First Blood away from the Pango, who have been really bad if the Doom died there. I was gonna say they won out on the rune fight. 2 heroes were super low HP and they barely lost anything, and then Semi goes a bit greedy for the rune.
I gotta say though, I saw you had your headphones around your neck. You're looking like a DJ.
Oh damn! Quick. Sorry, man. That was a bad try.
Are your headphones broke or something, or is it more comfortable?
It's just hot. It's just kind of hot.
I won't have that pain yet until like another 3 months. Only about like 10 degrees
there.
here right now. It's gonna like quadruple in the summer.
Fortunately, it's always quadruple here. It's the life, man.
I think if I had there, I actually might die of heat stroke.
I wonder how Miracle's gonna do in this lane. I think Monkey has a really free time just kind of chasing both you and the Rubik down. Mirana Monkey really strong as well. Starfall and Boundless Strike with Jingu.
Yeah, I see that happening here. As you can see, of course, it's only level 2 on the Monkey team. Meanwhile, on the top lane, they do find the kill onto the Snapfire. Snapfire going to fall. Being able to utilize here Kinetic Field, and actually no point into Glimpse yet on the Disruptor, surprisingly, and yet still able to get the kill on the top.
Yeah, nicely done. A bit of the Doom's death coming into play there, hitting level 2 first before the Doom has to devour, which does give him out some armor, some nice survivability. Mirana was level 2 though, I wonder how he died. Maybe that's why he learned Kinetic Field, just so he couldn't leap out. She'll probably... probably playing with his life a bit too much, didn't expect it.
This will be quite intriguing to see once the levels start to kick in on this bottom lane here for Team Tough. Trill. Will he be able to dish out some big damage against the Naga Siren here with the Bingu Mastery?
And Kunkka's cheating.
Already 2 Wraith Bands on Miracle.
Yeah, he's doing fine down here. Monkey, the lane only really gets hard when Monkey has higher levels. Because you want to cut waves against this MK hero, but he's really good at chasing you because of his mobility spells.
Well, they use a Snapfire Cookie there to try and push back Young God. Young God now actually having some trouble here against the duo here of the Doom and the Snapfire. As it's level 2 on the Snap, so Snapfire Cookie and the Scatter Blast start to become difficult as the lane stage progresses. Pause coming out here. As expected. I've got to be surprised about it. I've got to hand it to the teams here. I have not seen that many pauses come out. I thought we would be getting quite a lot of pauses.
Well, your wish has been granted. Here we are.
Oh no, don't jinx it to me, please.
Kind of late, but we got there.
I mean, we're only week 2 in. We still got 1 more week. I hope I actually did not jinx that.
True. You're casting on your own next week.
You're just gonna leave. Please don't, Adam. As meanwhile on the mid lane, with Kunkka getting level 4 here, Valky's doing pretty alright now, and forcing Exilent to have to buy a healing salve here as Water Rune's going to be spawning soon, but with this level 2 Tidebringer doing very well. There are rotation coming in here from Play Hard. Will be able to actually not refill the bottle here. Valky's still alive. Will be glimpsed back. Rotation here from Yamate. As a Snapfire Cookie will not be enough to save the Kunkka with 2 rotations here from Myth Avenue Game.
Oh, man, he probably could have got out there if he kept running. Cookie might have been enough to save him, but gets a bit greedy, wants to go for the Tidebringer hit. This is what we talked about in the draft, where if they draft, CK and Naga can live in their lanes and they play around Exeter in the mid lane. Valky getting a bit
on the mid lane again. Snapfire did steal the Water Rune here from the Pangolier, but a Tidebringer, along with the Torrent and the X-Marks. Yamate still alive here at the moment, but that's a big Scatter Blast on level 2. Valky may be able to get the kill in return, but they do find the Snapfire. As meanwhile on the top lane, with a rotation from Snapfire, that has left Doom on his own, and Rubik is actually just going to get himself killed to the tower and not let Valky get the full gold.
Yeah, Team Tough getting punished a bit in lane tier. Excellent already 2-0 and 1 minute 5. Team Tough, they need to not react as much to this kind of rotations. Probably see some stacks being made for Kunkka. Because if their whole draft relies on the side lanes being able to get away with this. If they don't rotate their supports, the CK and Naga are definitely more punishable.
As we're going to be reaching level 6 very soon here, beyond the Doom. Got ourselves level 5 Chaos Knights. And going to go the Armlet straight after finishing the Power Treads. Meanwhile, on the bottom lane, how the Monkey King doing? He's Trills wants to go for a Maelstrom here. Miracle on the other hand, he's got himself a 3rd Wraith Band. And now he's going for the Power Treads. Oh no, on the mid lane. Ultimate's coming off here. And Valky has got away, maybe perhaps. I think we'll still survive here from the boat run. And yeah, there were no kills there. Valky's able to survive. Not a problem, though. Exilent does pick himself up a double damage rune there during that scuffle.
Yeah, if you drop Ghost Ship, you basically take no damage from Rolling Thunder, especially in this phase of the game where Kunkka has got 1.2k HP with the double bracelet.
Valky may be in trouble, though, here with Play Hard rotating in. With the glimpse, rotation coming out from Snapfire here. Valky in some trouble, will fall by the hands of Exilent here. So, wants to get off a Scatter Blast. Will be able to get it off, but it's not enough to damage Exilent to the point that he would be killable. So gets away with the kill there on Kunkka, forces out a rotation again. That means Samai is on his own. I hope I'm pronouncing that right, Adam.
I believe it is Samei.
Samai.
Yeah, I think so. I might be wrong too. In an Asian country, that's how we would probably pronounce it. Samei.
Samai. Okay, we're pronouncing it that way. You are the master, Adam.
His name's funny because it's either Cantonese or Hokkien, but Sei is die and basically Samei is like, have you died?
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
But he is from Mongolia, so I'm not sure if that's what it means.
You thought you were winning.
Oh, yeah, they'll get the kill onto Snapfire on the mid lane there. And it looks like Valky here has actually decided to just kind of leave this mid lane, surprisingly. So Kunkka not having the best of time on the mid lane, and that's all because of the rotations being ditched out here from Myth Avenue Gaming. And surprisingly, Miracle has been on his own most of the time when I think about it, and it's not really being killed here.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to kill the Naga, but the MK is taking over because of it. I think Team Tough kind of messed up their early game. They needed to react a bit less. The Kunkka could have just lost his lane a bit, you know, but if he avoided dying, the supports on Myth would be really under-leveled from the way they play.
Yeah, meanwhile, Samei might be in some trouble on the top lane. So go try and rotate onto the Doom now. The Chaos Bolt's there, but doesn't do a lot of damage here to the Doom because of the Phase Boots and the Wraith Band being picked up here. So Chaos Knight not doing a lot of damage here against the Doom. Meanwhile, though, they are going to go for a kill here onto Trill on the Monkey King here. The Balance Strike comes out, but it won't be enough to save the Monkey King, as he proceeds to run into the trees, but is met with a physical attack to the face from Rubik there. And Snapfire may be caught out here, hiding in the trees. Jesus, this is pretty close.
Ooh, the arrow.
Good arrow does connect there onto Miracle. Really, what can you do with it? I mean, Miranda might be in some trouble. 2 leap charges remain. Okay, still 2 leap charges. And, netted.
No leap charges.
No way to run out of that one.
I'm just trying to drag it out here. Not sure if Kunkka has a TP, but...
Oh, they found the snap! And it looks like to be snap dead as well.
More Destiny.
Tsukimoto
Fed down here.
is down.
They still want to defend the tower though. MK and Kunkka look like they're making their way over. Oh, never mind. Turns the other way. Changes his mind. So they will lose the tower. This is kind of painful for them because Naga can take over a jungle this early in the game, especially with the lack of catch they have. Only a low-level export right now.
Radiant are scanning.
They're off to a really good start.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Cool. Counting out there, and proceeds to jump away instead. Not in the net worth though. I mean, well, not doing that bad. I mean, apart from Valky here on the Kunkka, has really had a hard time. And meanwhile, Samei is going to be initiated on there again. Chaos Bolt, Static Storm. The pullback there from the Reality Rift claims the kill. Not able to live through it there with the Wraith Band nor the Phase Boots. Still quite a lot of damage being dished out here from Mag. This is Armlet on the way now as well for Young God. So picking himself up an Armlet, now he's a little bit more dangerous. You do not want to be going against an Armlet CK at this stage right now. He's going to be very strong. Obviously, of course, maxing his Reality Rift, so he's going to be getting a 6-second cooldown here onto Reality Rift, which is kind of a little bit nutty. Obviously, of course, the thing that some people do tend to forget is now Reality Rift does have some armor reduction in that. I think it used to be the Chaos Strike that used to apply the armor reduction quite a long while ago, but obviously, of course, it being swapped out. Not very many people are aware that the Reality Rift actually reduces the armor reduction, because there's no way to see it. I don't think you know how you have like a medallion of courage, like no one's seen that in a while, and it shows that someone's arm is missing. I don't think it does that for Reality Rift. I mean, we'll see right now, because maybe perhaps they're going to go on to say May again. Yes, they are. Celia, there's no way of knowing. There is no way of knowing. And Secret Arrow comes out stolen there by Rubik. Will help in securing the kill here against the Doom. It's rolling forward. Get a glimpse there and a double kill by taking out the Snapfire. And a little bit of a disaster here for Team Tough. Of maybe Myth Avenue Gaming looking for more. They have themselves a glimpse coming off cooldown. Are they able to get it? Yes, they are. They'll glimpse back to Mirana. And Mirana dead from a fat fade bolt to the face.
Yeah, Myth kind of getting a big advantage from the laning phase now, starting the group off. Team Tough not really able to react when they have levels on their supports or set up properly. We have not seen the Snapfire Kisses or the X-Mark combo really come out. He's doing a good job so far of avoiding things.
X-Marks also on cooldown here. Valky being brought back. Glimpse is ready. Maybe. Very impactful glimpse.
Got him.
How much damage do you think that was there on that glimpse?
About 20.
Oh, okay. I was going to say less than 10. I don't know.
Let's have a very high HP pool for it to be fair, so it's... Maybe we're both wrong. It was like 2. Team Tough.
As net worth wise now, all 3 cores on the side of Myth Avenue Gaming starting to get ahead here, of course.
The counter smoke.
Team Tough having some problems. I mean, especially the Doom as well. He has himself the Midas.
Notice that fire.
To be climbing. Meanwhile, they're going to find themselves too in a static storm and a kinetic field. Rolling Thunder will come out now with a lovely glimpse there. But maybe perhaps Valky's going to be able to get it. Oh, Exile not able to cut the tree with the Rolling Thunder. Or the defensive Wukong command use. They'll retreat themselves back.
That was the most awkward combination of spells in a team fight I've ever seen before. Literally all the spells being dropped, but nothing really happening. It's kind of trading there.
Meanwhile, though, Valky being caught here and will fall instantaneously. Miracle taking him out.
Man, Miracle's just holding this bot lane hostage right now. They have no way of really reclaiming the area. I'd like to see them either... I mean, they did try to smoke to top, but they need to do it again with their spells, with their Doom. Try to get the initiation. Either kick out this Naga. They're losing way too much map right now. And you have the Doom on the Chaos Knight illusion.
Oh, gosh. That's not the play. Not the play, Adam. And speaking of play, glimpse back into the trees. Tsukimoto is going to be met with 2 hits only from the Chaos Knight to just fall and falter within the trees.
Seeing heroes die to crit is so satisfying this way.
Your reputation
Valky's trying to... I'm not really sure what's happening.
Miracle. I mean, he has Song of the Siren. Oh, they're able to stop the Song of the Siren, as well as the boats as well. Okay, nicely combined there from Team Tough.
Yeah, finally punishing Miracle a little bit there.
Uh-oh, though. Valky. Oh, okay, glimpsed and saved. Oh, wait, never mind. Telekinesis is brought back. And glimpse used.
So he needs to be careful. They do have the X-Mark Valky's chasing.
Yeah, I won't be able to catch that. I mean, Seime's here, but having a good time here on the Doom. Level 9. Still needs to get some BKB in order to survive. As meanwhile, oh, the stolen Doom there from Rubik. Out, Valky in some trouble. Will be glimpsed back and is met by Young God. Taking him out, as meanwhile, a defensive Wukong's command. That's not enough to take down the Disruptor. Oh, never mind. Disruptor will fall there from the Mortimer's Kisses. So in return, they will take out 2, but Piranha will fall there. It will be finally a 2 for 2. So, you know, it's a trade there.
Yeah,
I feel like Myth Avenue Gaming are coming out on top here, because look at Miracle. He's just completed himself a Manta style now.
Yeah, they need to get core kills. They need to keep using their spells every time it's up. Try to kill the cores. These support kills means nothing to them if they have this lineup where they want to live on the map and the cores just continuously scale. Young God is so fun. 9k at 70 minutes.
Finding it really funny here with what you said, because you were bang on with the words that you used here with Miracle taking the bottom lane hostage. There's no one here who wants to come save the bottom lane.
Yeah, it's kind of similar to Brood and Beast, right? The way this hero plays, he just takes your jungle with his illusions. He has Song to reset. You can't really go to him without a smoke. I think a more common approach teams use to deal with this is they take the opponent's jungle. Especially if you're on Dire, because Dire's jungle is way more efficient than the Radiant. But with the laning phase that Team Tough had, it was just really hard to open up the top side of the map. Myth also doing a really good job of just protecting.
Young God.
Young God.
Top lane though. It's going to be met by a triple Snapfire Cookie, and they won't be able to find the right CK as the Warstorm comes down and actually punishing here. Myth Avenue Gaming. They find a kill there onto the CK and take down the wicked sick kill streak. That's a lot of gold for Say mate, so might be able to start coming back here a little bit. Did decide to pick up the Blink Dagger here instead of rushing that BKB, and that was well thought of, because without that, I don't think they would have got the initiation there upon the CK. So whilst we were speaking about that, we did see Exilern around about a minute ago go a little bit too aggressive here and was caught out there by Team Tough. So Team Tough starting to pull it back a little bit here, but apart from Miracle's been having himself a nice time here, you know. He's 2-1. He has himself a Manta style. He's got himself 2k gold as well at 18 minutes, so he is absolutely escalating here on the net worth.
Yeah, I mean, we keep talking about how far Myth is ahead, but look at the net worth of Seme and Trill. They're 9k net worth, not too far behind considering the state of the game. I feel like they have a really nice timing with the Kunkka Monkey double BKB as well as this Blink Doom. Because Myth's heroes don't really fight well into BKB right now. Young God is not really strong enough.
Speaking of that BKB, it's just being acquired here onto Trill, so Maelstrom and BKB is now available.
Wonder if they'll do anything with this. This double BKB timing is really strong for them. Myth's heroes do not do damage into BKB right now.
Who else has a BKB? Is it Kunkka?
I think it's on the way.
Yeah, Valky's got a recipe on the way.
Yeah, Same is pretty close too, so close to triple BKB timing. If they need to take their fights very wisely right now. Something we've seen from them before as well, where they take over the advantage in the early game, but this is what happens when the game slows down. Their heroes naturally take farm on the map and take more farm than you, but can they convert it into anything? I'm not really sure.
I mean, we do have Young God here who's just disassembled his Echo Saber to get himself a BKB as well. I think that'll have a big impact within the fights here for Mag.
Miracle. Oh, Valky doesn't know it's the real one. I'm telling you, man, this guy is always the real one in the wrong place. Always, all the time.
Oh, they've just hit. Valky's like, what the heck? Well, I have two illusions just popped out here. What's going on?
Yeah, Miracle's trying to set up here. Valky has BKB though.
Oh, maybe perhaps they can get the kill. The BKB is there. That's a lot of physical damage. No, it's not the right
real one.
X marks. Oh, they did.
Arrow?
Both hits.
Oh, he didn't arrow. Miracle's in a lot of
the rolling thunder
here
now. They got a static storm on Mirana as well. They're trying to find Valky still. Valky in some trouble here. Will finally fall. Snapfire Cookie will not be enough. Meanwhile, they might actually going to turn it around here and focus their attention onto Exilern. There's no mana for a Doom. There's no mana for a Doom. But they do get themselves a Sacred Arrow. They place down the Sentry Ward and find the kill there onto the Pangolier. So they will lose Valky, but in return, they'll get themselves two.
They used almost nothing there. Wukong's still available. Doom as well. The Trill has no BKB. Will he be in trouble here? No, he will not.
Kisses. Is that enough to take down the Rubik? One more needs to be landed, and they will find it. Trill now coming forward. I mean, Boundless Strike on cooldown, so may perhaps not want to further pursue.
Feeling kind of nervous for him if you're maintaining this 4k gold lead, sure, but are they scaling better? I'm not sure. This monkey is getting really strong. So is the Doom, so is the Kunkka. It's so complicated.
They want to go on Trill, look. They're hanging around. I mean, especially play hard as well.
Are scanning.
I mean, does Trill still stay on this bottom lane? It's kind of dangerous. Yeah, he's going to move away. He's going to go to the triangle instead.
BKB is way too important here. It's literally all your net worth that you poured into. BKB on cooldown, you basically have no items.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under
Oh, and a
attack.
Radiance now.
For Miracle, yeah. This is his
Radiant's
his
middle
opinion
tower
of
is under
Naga.
attack.
Is that they can't take straight up fights, you know, so he goes into this build where you poke a lot, you drag the game. But again, I'm not sure if this playstyle suits your draft. I don't think dragging the game is doing them any real favors. Playing against this Doom, MK, Kunkka. Still can get more map.
So we'll see how annoying Miracle comes to be now with the Naga illusions and the Radiance.
It's a support bullying item more than anything. Gives you vision, gives you poke. There's also no team items on Team Tough. No, not sure what the Mirana has. He has a mech, and there's only drums on Snap and BKB on Doom. So his Radiance is just a very long, drawn out. Let's take that kind of fight kind of thing.
So they really want to look for something here, but Team Tough are really playing cautiously here, not giving away any sign of moving out of these tier 2 towers,
All I can
and giving Mac the opportunity for an initiation.
Ooh, they're going for a big wrap around here. Miracle has the shard flying in, probably to deal with the Doom and the damage
Oh,
from
they're going
this.
Roche.
Oh, they see Sukimoto. Hello, guys, you're under a sentry, my friends.
Oh, the Moonlight Shadow, it's scouted out the Snapfire. Snapfire has to get out. Snapfire will be able to successfully. Meanwhile, all the Doom applied there onto the real Chaos Knight. But the Song of the Siren there in return. Same Ace still chasing here the CK. CK may fall here. CK may definitely fall here, but they will get the Doom in return.
We got excellent.
Ultimus Kisses. There we go. Oh my gosh, CK's still alive? What?
Yeah, thanks to the Mage Slayer, some magic resist. I think Trill kind of messed up there. He definitely could have BKB to commit on the CK. Maybe not wanting to kind of full commit. It would have been worth it. Not too sure, but Team Tough only losing the Doom there. Exchange for the Disruptor.
Young God is just healed up like tenfold. I'm going to start hitting the Roshan there. Am I sure that when he was doomed, he went back into like his own jungle and started hitting creeps to like heal back with Chaos Strike?
He might
I'm
have.
very certain he was dead there with because he had armlet toggled and he was doomed.
Definitely might have. The Mage Slayer up as well, so a lot of minus on him. I don't like the itemization coming up for Sukimoto here. I feel like they could really use a 4-staff. Disengaging is so valuable in this game. Not too many stuns on Myth.
Real here going a Agnims on the Monkey King. Do you like that pickup, Adam, or do you feel like you need something more here on the Monkey King?
I like the Ags. It's really good against Pango because you can't get your right clicks off all the time against the disarm, against the Pango roll. Even with BKB, eventually it goes down. But he definitely needs more items to scale into this game. Like this Aghanims is not gonna make them strong enough to take team fights against the Aegis CK.
They're just hammering into this tier 2 tower right now. Meanwhile, oh, they caught themselves Seimei, and Seimei is just going to be melted by the hands of the Riptide.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
They really need to find this
right.
Naga.
Dire's bottom
High
tower
ground
is
time.
under attack.
Right, arrow there. What the heck happened there? Okay, actually
Dire's
X-Marksing
structures
himself.
are fortified.
He doesn't have a TP to get back though. Interestingly, it's not going to be in this fight. Wukong's command does come out though. Sukimoto will still fall nonetheless there, and Trill was not able to chase because of the kinetic field that was placed down within that Wukong's command.
And while all this was happening, Miracle was just cutting both mid and the bot wave. So annoying, so much map pressure from this Naga Siren. I feel like every team in Div 2 has kind of suffered from this so far. It's definitely warrants a ban the way he plays, especially if you're not too good at dealing with this split push shenanigans.
Radiant's
Yeah,
middle tower
it is annoying.
under attack.
Esports, meanwhile. Oh, Trill. Caught there. Maybe perhaps they can use a... Never mind. Oh, maybe perhaps they can glimpse him down. It's like, no. Literally 100 movement from a glimpse. Old Sacred Arrow. Nice, but follow up yet, because the rest of the cores on Team Tough are away from the base. They're out. Farming, they're away from home.
Network.
We do have ourselves the X.
Every time the fights don't happen, the network just kind of stagnates for me. But it's also because Trill and Valky are kind of off the map. Look at Seimei. Look at the 3 cores in the bot lane. They're all just out of the base. It's really good.
And look at Miracle's net worth compared to the rest. In Tough, so like 6k gold ahead, 5 or 6k.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Just Naga Siren things. Especially with the way the team's playing, he's kind of eating the farm on the map while they're sieging top lane.
What can you do? Oh, blinking out, young god. No pun intended, was blinking forward. Not an easy kill there on Tsukimoto, though. Oh, Torrent and Waveform back onto young god, though. Mirana going to be met with a Chaos Bolt. They still have themselves the racks intact. What can they do here, Team Tough? Uh-oh, Valky stunned up there. Telekinesis as well. The Wukong's command used defensively, but Myth Avenue Gaming just able to walk on out of that and not be affected. So kind of bad that the Wukong's down. Although Young God nonetheless actually blinking in will use his Aegis. So coming forward, the Rolling Thunder now as well. Young God coming back alive. BKB used there, so will not be affected by the Boundless Strike.
Tidal Wave stolen.
With this, Myth Avenue Gaming going to try and get themselves out. Oh, that's the Tidal Wave.
It's not his Tidal Wave though.
Actually saves the Conquer.
Same as Doom's the Pango. That's interesting. Doom stolen as well.
Stolen Doom though. Ame is going to get doomed himself. There's Trill in some trouble. We'll use the Ballast Strike to try and get away. The Snapfire Cookie will bring back Trill, but Young God blinking forward there with the Chaos Bolt as well. Will that be enough to take down the Monkey King? Is Monkey King going to be able to survive this onslaught? No, he is not. Will fall along with the Doom there also. Only 3 remaining here on Team Tough. As Myth Avenue Gaming now proceed to take the top set of racks here and maybe get themselves the middle set too, but they don't have themselves the tier 2 tower bottom, so they'll only be able to get themselves 2 sides. Unless Miracle here does something a little bit cheeky and sends the illusions to the bottom, I think that's exactly what he's going to do.
Yeah, Team Tough, they just can't seem to find a way to engage Miracle with the Song of Siren reset all the time. I was surprised they didn't drop the Doom on him. I feel like their condition for every fight is to kind of go on this Naga. Don't let him get the Song right.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
The whole place.
There we go. We do have ourselves an Agnims though now on Valky.
Not sure if it's enough though. I feel like the problem's not that they can't fight, but they can't really find a fight that Myth doesn't just disengage and choose the fight they want. Their whole draft is just meant to do that. If we see them like going in and out, just small balling the fights all the time.
So they're looking for a kill opportunity here. Valky in some trouble, has been stunned up, but Seimei coming out in return. Maybe they can turn it around, take down Young God. Will just able to use his BKB. The boat will not connect. Young God going to try and get himself out, though. Play hard, going to be met with an Infernal Blade. Will that be enough to take him down? No, he will still survive.
And WP in a very good spot has the ward drop things out. Once again, not really able to capitalize on just committing for a hero.
Yeah, quite a weird turn of events. I mean, especially in those 2 team fights. That was a little bit weird, but Bloodthorn being picked up here now for the Chaos Knight. And they will be able to find the tier 2 main, perhaps. Oh, look at that.
Ooh, what a
main was blinking forward there, but no Doom yet. Doom now, Doom. Oh, did not commit the Doom there onto X Island because of the Song of the Siren came out. Sacred Arrow will
There's
not
a
connect
Wukong
on
though,
the because
Miracle.
of the Song of the Siren there from Miracle. So that was kind of a little bit of a misplay there, but nonetheless was able to get the Doom off. Yep, and the Pangolier will fall. Valkyrie though in return being pulled back there by the glimpse, but actually Young God might be taken out here. And the Stolen.
Oh, don't run, Young God.
Gosh. They found themselves 4, but possibly a team wipe now. Trill is taken out there.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
And they will lose their entire team for just taking out Young God here. Not able to defend the tier 2. Now it looks like they may be able to get themselves the Mega Creeps here on Myth Avenue Gaming.
Teams are struggling to find some coordination to land their spells. It's always so difficult for them. Go on Miracle, he pops BKB, not able to chain storm. He's just playing their lineup really well.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
That's now they need to get themselves the
Radiant's bottom barracks are
bottom
under
set of
attack.
racks along with the rest as well.
Radiant's bottom barracks has fallen.
Definitely looks like they'll be able to get themselves possibly Mega Creeps here. I mean, Valky coming in with a turret, but what can you do against this Naga Siren with a heart to ask? Not very much. Is the boat actually committed? It will connect. Oh, no, they get themselves a stomp as well, but maybe perhaps they can turn it around here into Myth Avenue Gaming. So another Infernal Blade is there again. Miracle will pop the BKB. Will be able to get out.
Who has the song? Chilling in the
Yeah,
trees.
that's fun.
Radiant's middle tower
Healing up with the heart with the song. Almost max HP.
And there we go. Almost max HP, yeah. To find the snap. Snap's going to buy back. Valky being brought back by the Reality Rift. Chaos Ball there. Oh, Trill actually able to avoid that with the BKB. Pretty much one set of racks remaining on here. And Valky is down for 40 seconds. So I really don't think you're going to be able to defend this. Nice reaction there from Seimei. Still
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
may lose their set of racks now. And they'll pick themselves up the Mega Creeps.
Radiant's middle barracks
Yeah,
has
really
fallen.
tough game. Or Team Tough. How ironic. Kind of messed up the early game, and if they took all the right steps, it was a very slow, methodical game from them, I would say. Just getting more goal on the map, playing the map better. Not really getting punished enough for Team Tough to come back into this game.
We have an Agnums as well on the Disruptor now. Hex on the Naga Siren. It really looks to be trouble here. They're picking themselves up Rogue Channel, but look at this. Team Tough coming in. Seimei is going to be hexed up instantaneously. We'll be able to get back though. Meanwhile, Reality Rift there onto the Mirana takes her out, and they find themselves a Monkey King here on the tree. Being stunned up there. As the Static Storm comes down, Monkey King not able to use his BKB. Oh, the Wukong's command comes out, just able to get a little bit of breathing room there. Will they be able to take down the CK? Yes, they will. CK will fall in return there. The Song of the Siren will not be enough to save the Chaos Knight. But the Sacred Arrow, the stolen Sacred Arrow, helps to connect there with the Song of Siren onto the Monkey King. Monkey King gonna fall. Valky in some trouble there as well. Tidebringer gonna try and save himself with the Stolen Doom there applied onto the Conquer. Conquer will fall along with Seimei as well. They lose 4. Only the Snapfire remaining. GG is cool. Team Tough, they're gonna be losing game 1 out of this best of 3 and will be going to Myth Avenue Gaming, claiming this game 1. And we'll be going to game 2. See whether Myth Avenue Gaming can get this to a 2-0, or will Team Tough be able to equalize this one?
A very well played out game by Myth Avenue, especially Miracle and Naga, recognizing that he was, I think he positioned really well, not really getting caught. Always had his teams back with the Song of the Siren. Coming ahead of the laying phase, all 3 cores were so far ahead, and well, Myth just seemed like the better team throughout the game.
Yeah, it did look to be kind of a little bit of a difficult one there for Team Tough. Obviously, of course, we're going to have a look at the MVP now. MVP going to Yamete, who was able to get himself off a lot of stolen spells there, in particular, especially with the Doom. Was always able to get off that spell steal all of the time. Would you agree with this MVP pick here, Adam?
Yeah, I feel like he had Doom every fight Doom was used, and other than that, he probably had like Starstorm or Arrow from Mirana. He was super useful the whole game. Some nice lifts, good catches too.
Yeah, no, I mean 11-3 KDA on a Rubik position 4. I mean, that is pretty impressive to behold. But ladies and gentlemen, we are indeed going to be going for a break. So stay tuned because we'll be coming with Game 2 shortly. Will Myth Avenue Gaming be able to take this at 2-0 or will Team Tough be able to equalize it? Find out shortly because we'll be back in just a couple of minutes with Game 2. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the DPC, as we've just had ourselves game 1 out of the best of 3 with, of course, Myth Avenue Gaming versus Team Tough. Myth Avenue Gaming, they put up a aggressive stance, especially with the fact that Miracle was not touched really on this Naga Siren, as Adam said, held the bottom lane hostage, and no one wanted to save that hostage, so that bottom lane absolutely fell to the hands of the Naga Siren. But we're going to be going for a game 2, where we've discussed maybe a little bit that it could have gone for maybe perhaps a 2-1, but looking at the outcome of game 1, it does feel like Myth Avenue Gaming are in kind of a lot stronger position to actually maybe perhaps even just pull off a game 2 and take this series 2-0. What do you think, Adam?
I think Team Tough, step 1, they need to ban the Naga, and we'll probably have a more even game. It feels like a big part of Myth Avenue's idea of the game. They want this hero that can live independently, especially on first pick. I think Miracle even said it on his interview. They want this hero that can play independently. They want to play around mid, they play around Exeter, and they want their cores to just kind of live in the side lane. And Naga is probably his best hero at doing that. Naga and Brood, probably.
Yeah, I can agree for that one. So ban out the Naga. Do you think their picks were okay here on Team Tough, or do you think that something needs to change in regards to the draft? Do you think the drafting was okay?
I like their draft. I think it was just their reactions to the mid lane. I would have liked them to see the solo cores in the side lanes be punished a bit more. Oh my, gotta get me in the lobby. I apologize. Oh, you gotta get in the lobby too.
It's both of us. Okay, yeah, all right. So, if you're just wondering why the hell were these clown casters laughing, that was because both of us were not sitting in the
I'm a standing kind of guy.
both told off. It's like, why the hell are these like clown casters not in the casting lobby yet? Sorry, guys. Okay, so the game should be proceeding soon now that we're both in. Let's speak about it. So you think the drafting stage was okay? Now, their play. Obviously, of course, we thought that Valky was going to have a lot better time as the Kunkka, but actually it turned out to be a different scenario and a different case. And in fact, they were able to actually punish the Kunkka a lot more. I think it was thanks to a lot of rotations here from Myth Avenue Gaming. Do you think that they need to try and do a little bit of the same here for Team Tough? Because I noticed that when they did actually rotate on Team Tough, then obviously, of course, Myth Avenue Gaming took the upper hand and were able to get themselves some solo kills onto Seimei, for example.
Yeah, Myth always just had the advantage from the laning stage. They're also a bit faster. I think the rotations mid, for example, in a competitive environment, if you're playing pos 4 and the pos 5 goes mid, you want to go mid as well at the same time. You can't let this pos 4 go mid, get the kill, and then you're reaching, which is what kind of happened in the early game for both roles, the 4 and the 5. So it's either Valky they have to communicate with Valky, we're not there yet, take a step back, wait for us, or just don't come, sorry Valky, good luck.
Okay. Team Tough, though, they picked themselves up the first pick, Rubik, so not giving that to Myth Avenue Gaming, and now we'll see what Myth they pick up. And they do ban the Naga Siren. So Naga Siren is bye-bye. Mag will not be able to pick that one up. It's in the ban pool.
There's a Brood right now, though, and the Naga is banned. Brood, Naga one of the more common counters to Brood. So we might see something like a Brood Hoodwing or a Brood Disruptor coming out here from Myth. They also seem to like to run this double melee offlane, so I'm not 100% sure if they'll want to do that again. I think it's definitely harder without seeing the core matchups.
Yeah. Oh, and they pick themselves up the Disruptor. Disruptor first bit, they'll see what they want to pick up with that next. Do they want to maybe perhaps pick themselves up something before it's banned? What have Myth Avenue Gaming been playing a lot recently?
Ember.
Yeah.
I think they'll go for like the Brood Tuskar. Okay, that's a fair pick, just double support opening. Excellent does play the Tuskar as well, so I guess it's a quote-unquote flex for them. But I know NWP loves his Tuskar, so I wouldn't be too surprised if he's the one that ends up playing this.
So it could be a core Tusk though it could be a support Tusk as well. We have seen Xi learn play Tusk on the mid lane quite a bit, so that is something that we could potentially be greeted with. Have ourselves a Tusk mid lane, and they keep up the pressure. Like, we have seen this before. I think you mentioned in the first game as well, with the fact that Mag, they are able to have quite nice lanes. You know, they rotate early. They're able to most likely win the game. Sorry, not win the game, win the lanes. And with that, they're able to have themselves a strong time during the early stage. And we see them quite commonly pick up these heroes, you know, like the Tusk, that can apply quite a lot of pressure during the early stage of the game if you are able to pick up quite a lot of, you know, snowball kills, snowball net worth, so on and so forth.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I would like to see Team Tough pick heroes that are harder to gank, you know, like these. Maybe our more out of meta example is like the Quap, for example. Back then in the day, when we see this Tusk Disruptor, for example, you want to pick Puck here because Tuskar and Disruptor don't threaten Puck. It's hard to glimpse, he's hard to gank, he doesn't care about ice shards. So it kind of negates their plan of playing around this mid player.
So do you think Team Tough need a little bit more control? Because I felt like even though that they did have themselves the Conquer, the Aghanims was a little bit too late. And I feel like they will need some more control for their possible next game into game 2. Do you think they'll need some more control as well?
For sure. I'm curious to see what kind of core Smith go for here. The CK is not being banned by Team Tough. They're also banning this MK Primal Beasts, which are good against illusions. So we might see something along the lines of the Chaos Knight once again.
Yeah, Young God did particularly well on the CK. Apart from the fact that, of course, he was doomed quite a few times. But, I mean, what can you do in that position? So, yeah, they banned out the Brood here as well on Team Tough. So not wanting to go against that, nor the Pangolier or the Bat Rider. So return Nature's Prophet. Instantly picked up here from Myth Avenue Gaming. Is this something that Young God plays as a carry here, or do you think this is something that Miracle will pick up?
I feel like it's more of a Young God hero than a Miracle hero. He's not a big Nature's Prophet player, but he definitely can play a hero. I just don't think it fits their style as much. Ember Jakiro.
Okay, yeah, Ember Jakiro. Yeah, Jakiro being one of the top S tier supports within Dota 2. Take note, people. Good support, good support. I mean, so is Disruptor as well. So either side picking themselves up some fairly strong supports, though. Jakiro a little bit stronger during the early stage. He's quite annoying, especially with the dual breath. So we'll see what comes out for the final pit now for Myth Avenue Gaming.
Kind of like Dragon Knight for them.
Dragon Knight?
Yeah, it's really good against the Ember. So Team Tough doesn't really have too much damage on their heroes right now. They have nice pace with their Tusk Disruptor and Nature's Prophet. They need someone to play around a centerpiece kind of hero. I could see SF as well, but I'm not sure if Exilern is a big SF player.
Only got themselves 1 minute reserve time left to actually think about this. So still we could be seeing a... Okay, so they do pick up the Dragon Knight. You're bang on with that, Adam.
Bang, bang.
So they pick up the DK.
It kind of fits their draft. It's also a hero that's hard to kill. Hero's sort of the only damage on Team Tough right now for quite some time. And Team Mage, man. I guess it's just their comfort hero. Team Tough have run the AM multiple times by now. Shakira pick's also really nice because it's good against both the NP and the Tuskar in lane. So it will incentivize Myth to move the Nature's Prophet to the off lane. I mean, to the safe lane. Wonder what Miracle would play here.
Is it a very good feeling, Adam, when you're like, oh, I think we can pick the DK, and you know they pick it up? Does that make you confident?
I'm not sure. I think I feel good if it's like tier 1 teams, but I think tier 1 teams, the drafts are easier to predict for me because I'm a drafter, right? Like, or I was.
Yeah.
So it's kind of more in line. I can kind of know a team's identity, but among these Div 2 teams, I think things are more random most of the time.
So the final ban stage now. Before we get into the final picks. Miracle having a happy time on the camera.
He's a happy lad.
He's ecstatic. I mean, gotta hand it to the man, especially when his Naga Siren has been in the ban pool, and yet he's still proclaiming happiness on the camera.
He's suggesting some dumbass hero.
Okay, so Doom in the ban pool, Team Tough.
Abaddon pause 3 here, guys. I can dispel chains, I can dispel Jakiro. He'll feel bad if he dooms me. It's actually a pretty good pick. No memes.
No memes.
No memes.
You get into the mind of Miracle, Adam. What do you think? What do you think he suggested? I think it's just maybe Abaddon. What would make him do that reaction?
He'll pick some
me a meme hero.
Spectre offlane.
Oh, that sounds disgusting.
Don't
worry, guys. I get Manta early, like I did with the Naga Siren.
CK is still pretty good for him, if honestly. Not remove. Team Tough don't really have the best heroes against the Chaos Knight right now. Slice Pump, Terrorblade.
Okay. Picking themselves up the Terrorblade.
TB is a big DK counter. The reason for that is obviously one's the reflection, which scales even more now with the Black Dragon that the DK buys, but DK is a natural Manta buyer. On top of that, meta usually outfights the dragon. So when you play these transformation heroes, when you pop your ult, you want to win the fight. But against certain lineups like DK, for example, if he pops dragon and TB pops meta, you usually lose that battle. I like his pick from Team Tough. I wonder what Myth's gonna respond with here.
I wonder. I mean, depends whether they want to put, whether they want to move around the Tusk or the Nature's Prophet here, because it kind of says it out. Oh, okay, it's going to be Cottle. Some big magical damage. So is this Cottle mid?
I'm not sure if Mizu plays it, but I would prefer if the Cottle lanes the Terrorblade. I think it's a super easy lane. You just push in the wave, you have super high nuke. Plus, Cottle sounds pretty damn strong.
Carry Natures. And okay, it's not going to be mid Tusk.
Alright.
And it's mid Cottle.
I think it's just a player preference. Either that or Miracle's gonna play mid, but I think that's kind of unlikely. I think what's better for their lanes was definitely Cottle off lane, but I think player-wise, Excellent is definitely the Cottle player on this team.
Okay, so there's a possibility that they can move their lanes around then.
There is, but we haven't seen them do it, so I'm not sure if they actually will.
Okay. Well, we'll see what happens anyway, whether they decide to put the Cottle mid or the DK and move around Exile and put him as a kind of like a position-free Cottle, but still in the... Even saying that in my head, does it even really matter about what positions are anymore? I feel like as this game's like progressed like over the years, like positions are starting to like not matter anymore, and it's like as long as you have these heroes, you are fine.
They really don't. It's all about item timings right now, how fast you get there. It's very seldom you see teams fight for lanes. Usually it's just a safe lane swapping with the off lane. But I like Myth's drafts here. I think they have a really strong pace, and they have this Disruptor Tusk, which are really fast-paced supports as well. So they kind of have a lineup that makes a lot of sense to me. And I think they might have problem closing out the game just because of the nature of their heroes, but we've seen how they like to play, like to get advantage, drag the game far more.
Yeah. Even though that you mentioned that they do indeed have this Terrorblade pick, how do you think it... I mean, I think we already spoke about how Cottle would absolutely burst it with an Illuminate, of course, but other than that, do you think the Terrorblade pick's okay? And maybe be able to do a lot better than the previous game for Team Tough?
It's definitely a strong pick when it hits its timing, but...
Oh god, they're going to meet already. Adam, they're going to meet already. Short breath. On play hard. For the ice shards.
Valky's in trouble here.
Maybe perhaps they can actually turn this around. Valky in some trouble here, meeting a lot of physical damage. Has to use the Sleight of Fist. Will it be enough to take down Play Hard? Yes, it will. As actually Same may actually able to get the kill there with the Scorched Earth. As now they head on to Miracle. The glimpse is there. Will push back the Jakiro. And... Gosh. Already making me speak about 100 words a second there before the game even begins.
They're out to get you, man. What can you do?
I know, what can you do?
I don't like this lane setup from Myth. I think it might grief their game a bit. This TB plus Jakiro lane is really strong. Reflection slow with the dual breath spam. Tuss and DK, I mean Disruptor and DK not really the best heroes to deal with it. DK obviously high regen hero, but that's only when he gets his levels.
The battle begins.
Now the Baturians will spawn up. Well, actually, if they're able to avoid that Illuminate there from Exilin by hiding in the crack of the river there. As now we'll see how this goes. So on Valky, of course, we will be just seeing points into Slat and Fist and Syrian Chains. Like, you don't want to be leveling Flame Guard. I mean, more of a farming thing. I mean, especially against, you know, Cottle as well. It can just take out the Flame Guard.
I'm not sure because I think this is a heavy farming matchup. So the Chains early, he's not going to really have anyone to play with. This Doom and TB are greedier heroes. He kind of needs to do damage on his own or when his supports have levels. So I don't think it'd be too abnormal to pick up the Flame Guard. It also helps you kind of deal with harass in the lane.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Okay. We'll see how that one progresses then in terms of levels. Meanwhile, we have ourselves Yamate, who was trying to actually pull the creeps there, but actually was unable to on the bottom. And the creeps are going to move their way back to the tower, though. Maybe perhaps it's going to put... Oh no, Trill's actually keeping the creeps there, so it's not going to fall underneath. And with that, yeah, the pace of the lane for Team Tough will actually get all right here. As the creeps not really going to be underneath this tier 1 tower.
Yeah, pretty free lane, I would say. Only really the DK stun for denies are annoying. Mid lane's the one I'm curious about. I don't think Connell should be losing this hard. I don't know if he cares. He can obviously just clear stacks, run around. But I'm not sure you want to give Ember such a good game, especially if you have Disruptor, NP, Tuskar, Coddle. You don't really have the most cash for this Ember.
Meanwhile, the bottom lane. Oh, Miracle. Oh my gosh, 10 HP. He survived on that.
Yeah, kind of hurts him though. Like, well, he has 10 sticks, so would not have gone down. Gets assault from NWT too. I thought he would get punished a bit. Oh, Jakiro.
Glimpse. Dragon Tail as well. Trill. Might actually fall here. Reflection there. Trill's gonna still man fight here, but one charge there.
You already know how this ends, demon.
Miracle and Trill will fall.
Yeah, nicely done. I thought NWP would go for the glimpse back on the Jakiro instead, but they do net themselves a kill, so what I thought to be a hard lane is going really well for Myth right now.
It's top lane. They're actually able to push it in here with the Rubik and the Doom combo, and Snowball will help to get play hard right out of there, or else that could have definitely been a kill. Mid. How's mid looking? Ember's actually got surprisingly quite more last hits here compared to the Cottle. Actually doing all right here in terms of sustain.
Yeah, doing fine. Free farm against Corvus. No, that's not normal. It's the corrosion.
That was Syrian
now.
Chains.
It was.
Yep, Syrian Chains, Sleight of Fist. Locks in place the Cottle, and Cottle not having a lot of armor and being quite squishy during the early stage just gets destroyed there by the physical damage from Valky.
He has Robber of Corrosion now. He's so strong actually. Level 5.5 minutes for. We're gonna get the rune for free as well. CNW
back.
Oh, he's gonna get both runes because of the glimpse. No. No way.
Might be able to, yeah.
Excellent. Probably should have
get both
ran
runes.
for the rune. Oh, that's not good.
I mean, both regenerations cancelled by physical attacks, but does Valky really care? I mean, they're going to go for it again.
but
Glimpse is
Glimpse.
ready. They can glimpse back again. They're going to indeed with the Illuminate and able to dodge. No, not able to dodge. Still gets hit, but still alive here. Will be able to regen up slowly. Rotation here from the hero. Oh my gosh, able to dodge the Illuminate there with a sleight of fist. Will finally fall. He's able to take out the Cottle in the process. Rotation here. Will find the kill there onto the Disruptor. So Yamate will fall.
That was really bad for Exilor. Has no TP right now. He's a pretty quick hero, but I feel like you shouldn't care too much if your Carl's losing his lane. He can just clear stacks. If anything, you want to be making stacks. Don't think feeding the Ember another kill there was the play. Being a bit greedy.
Meanwhile, this did give Trill quite a bit of breathing room here on the Terrorblade. More top lane. Tsukimoto. Maybe in some trouble here. Snowball will find the kill onto it. Seimei gets out the Sprout, but will be glimpsed back. Nice shards on cooldown. Will Seimei be able to get away? Kinetic fields coming off cooldown. Yeah, they will lock the Doom in place. They will get the kill.
It's interesting. He has a point in his third spell. Usually you see more points in...
Valky's thinking about moving around top, maybe.
It's angry. Want to punish the supports, feeling really strong. Yeah, so far ahead from the laning phase.
Tried to glimpse away. Valky. Still enough to take down the Disruptor.
Or both
Gonna go for the kill. Is that enough? Yes, it is. Finds the kill. Has a Remnant to get away. Will be able to successfully. And they will not be able to get that Snowball.
Blade Young God. Seimei has the point in Infernal Blade. Might
Infernal Blade there. They will stun up Young God. Is Young God going to fall here? Yes, he will, but in return, Seimei will trade his life for that kill.
Kind of greedy from play hard. I think if threw the shards or snowball.
Tsukimoto as well. He's been body blocked by the Treants as they want to come out with a glimpse here. Glimpsing back into the the kinetic field. And the Snowball will find the kill upon the Ruby.
Yeah, nicely done. Good trade. It's Miracle on an island, but he doesn't care too much. 3 points in the Dragon Blood right now.
Yeah, I think all that damage was done from the Metamorphosis as well, which is now on cooldown.
I'm not sure if this favors Myth though, because based on their draft, the Carl should be the one to rotate down here and help the DK open the tower. But with the start, both the Carl and Valky has said, yeah, this is what's gonna happen.
Miracle might be dead here. With a rotation from Valky. Will be indeed. Will fall. I'll disrupt it. What's going on here? Just coming in to say hello, hi.
Pretty high level on NWP. Close to level 6. Some nice rotations from him. Solo kill XP onto Valky as well.
Speaking of Cottle, how is he progressing right now? Exile.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Still kind of getting a little bit of last hits, but still 1k behind the Ember Spirit.
Yeah, Valky trying to hunt him as well. So applying a lot of pressure on the map. This early phase corrosion with the DD max light, it's so much. But bot lane though, I wonder if they'll choose to defend the tower. Ember has no TP. It's pretty bad for them.
Here,
Ember would really like to take this fight, max light and double damage, but unfortunately went to the top side.
Radiant structures are fortified.
I feel like they kind of messed up here. I think this is one of those games where you want to protect your bottom tower as long as you can. This Doom is more than happy, his TV is more than happy just holding map. And meanwhile, Myth, it's pretty hard for him to fight into this Ember Spirit right now.
Meanwhile, double damage will be activated now for the mid lane. They'll proceed to try and take out this middle tier 1 tower and get some breathing room here. Valky just going all in here for this tower. Has to be careful for the glimpse. It's going to be no, not glimpse back. with the level 3 glimpse.
Oh wow, I like this from Excellent. He actually is choosing to rush the vessel instead of going for the travels first. Wants to play with the pace of his team. I like this a lot. It gives him HP and armor too versus the Ember Spirit.
Yeah. Not far away. That's a lot of damage to do with the DD and the Sleight of Fist and Orb of Corrosion onto Disruptor. 1/3 of the HP gone.
Are scanning.
But once
Will they still proceed to try and take middle tier 1? They will.
Dire's
All
middle
grouped up
tower
here.
is
Valky, you
under
got to come
attack.
forward now with
Dire's
an illusion rune.
structures
Might
are
use that to move away the creeps.
Nah, you keep it. You get to dodge
Keep
clip
it.
and DK stun. Oh no.
He doesn't keep it.
No. Sorry, I'm noob. He's the mid
Dire's
player.
middle tower.
Although
you
I
did
will
this.
say
You did
he's-
this last time.
Yeah, it's. I mean, I don't know. I'm cursed.
He was like, oh, he's definitely not going to do that. And then he does it.
That's how you know you're destined to be a caster.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
It's just the curse. It's the curse.
Nice TP out, dodges the smoke gang. Don't think it was necessary though, but DK has the dagger now. It looks like they're gonna make a move. They have Blink, DK, and Static Storm. They might run into the rest of the team here though. They need to get Valky. If they don't, Valky's gonna kill all of them. Oh,
Valky.
just as I
Actually able
said.
to dodge the Dragon Tail, but not the Static Storm. As they will find the kill. That's a big macro pyre though, connecting onto 3, and that might be play hard dead. Will be healed up by the Illuminate, never mind, it's not enough, willful. In return though, Young God does trap in place of Jakiro there with the Sprout and the Treants. And they may have found themselves with the Dragon Tail here, kill onto Tsukimoto. As the Illuminate claims the life there of the Rubik. They find themselves free here on Smith Avenue Gaming.
Man, that's the dream Blink reveal. You get the biggest kill in the game, and then you get 2 more heroes, you get the tower, and you have earn charges now for your Coddle who has the vessel completed. If suddenly they're back, baby.
I mean, they did miss the Dragon Tail though. They did. It was the Static Storm,
He
right?
dodged the Dragon Tail. It's not the same, it's not the same.
Oh, Snowball though. Same mate maybe in some trouble here. Yeah, there's no way to run from that. Will fall there from the damage to Young God. Has himself that Maelstrom now, so extra damage to dish out and farm up fast.
It's the same as game 1. Oh, I say Vessel, but Excellent goes back for the travels. Feeling fat, feeling farmed.
God, Tsukimoto may fall here as well. There's another control there from the Disruptor. And Tsukimoto is alive? What?
No.
Never mind. Snowball will meet him to the face.
If I'm dying, you're dying with me.
Trade for trade.
That was toasty.
Young God. TP nearby Jakiro. That's trying to go for a soul kill.
Yeah, that's dead. Searing Chains, Sleight of Fist, double kill for the Ember.
A bit of recovery for Team Tough. They're still not. They're still kind of. The game's even, but it feels like Myth just has more pace on them right now. Team Tough feeding a bit more kills than they should have in all the lanes. It's also because of this Doom, right? You know, Midas Doom. Naturally, you just have a net worth disparity. Nothing's happening in the game.
Smoke play coming out from 2 now. Play hard and Yamitate. Try and come top. And they don't have themselves... Okay, never mind. Miracle's actually TPing here onto the tier 2. As they may be perhaps looking to try and find Valky here again, who's... farming up the large camp. Uh-oh. Valky is going to be met with a Dragon Tail, maybe. Yep, there it is. Snowball comes out. Oh, but a nice path onto 3. The Static Storm comes down. Is Valky going to be able to get out of that? No. Will be met with a Warp Punch. Will still actually be able to survive the onslaught there. The Sleight of Fist and the Remnant able to claim the life. They find it and turn it around. Look at this. Team Tough find themselves free. And Miracle has to blink himself and get the hell out of there.
Yeah, nicely done by Team Tough. They're in position to turn that fight. Both Semi and a big ice puff from the Jakiro. I think NWP messing up a bit there. Just needed to chain stun off the DK stun, but instead snowballed the Disruptor into an ice puff, and things just turned. There was a fight without the Terrorblade as well. Team Tough so far ahead.
Yeah, Trill getting some breathing room. Manta style will be picked up here quite soon for the Terrorblade.
Haste rune on Ember now.
Then we have a vessel on Coffee.
Finally,
Recharges. Oh gosh, shearing chains, eyes path. That's a dead
Stolen
disruptor. Met with a dragon tail, Valky. Haste rune coming
Glim.
forward. The stolen glims. Miracle. Oh, within a macro pyre, may fall here. Will fall indeed. Valky, go remnants away with the haste rune. Not being affected here by the blinding light.
You get excellent.
Oh, not the blinding light, the solar bind.
That's the vessel.
And
Impressive.
gosh, and Trill rotating in here as well. It's another stolen glimpse on the Tusk, and they find themselves 4 here. It'll just be a 4-for-1, and Team Tough coming out on top with that team fight.
Yeah, Myth kind of crumbling here. Even going for this Aghanims on the Nature's Prophet, but the state the game's going, I'm not sure if this eggs is enough to change things. They're gonna be missing their carry player, going for more of this utility team fight kind of build. Oh, Miracle gets Seimei.
Oh, they found themselves Seimei though.
And got
That
DPC.
This will get themselves up to kill there onto Mag.
I would really like to see Ungod change up his item build now. I think this eggs is not good enough for them. Maybe get a Mjolnir, put it on the Dragon Knight as he jumps in. Sounds pretty strong.
They got themselves the brown boots now as well. The brown boots, sorry. The boots to travel. There's a difference. On Exile in with a win lanes. That extra movement speed now, able to rotate to these team fights.
Dire's middle tower is under
I think
attack.
once you see this
Radiant's
Ogre
top
X
tower
on the
is
Ember,
under
you
attack.
definitely don't buy eggs anymore. The whole point of the root this game is to catch him.
Valky coming forward. Not a lot of mana, so has to be careful here. Meanwhile, though, snowball there onto Tsukimoto. A nice path. Will connect onto 2. Is Valky going to fall here? Will do indeed. Young God will just survive by the skin of his teeth, and they found another Dragon Tail there onto Chikiro. And they wipe out 3 here on Myth Avenue Gaming.
If you Dragon Tail Jakiro, is it just a tail?
What?
Never mind. Alright, nice fight by Myth.
Radiant
Still-
You did blow my mind a little bit there. I do have to say.
I tend to do that.
You commit Dragon Tail onto Chikiro.
Because Jakiro's a dragon, so it negates the dragon part of the dragon tail.
Dire's
You know?
bottom tower is
Yeah,
under
but
attack.
Chikiro has a tail as well, so would it just be nothing?
Oh, damn, you blew my mind back.
We'll just call it a stun.
A star, there you go. Myth climbing their way back into the game. I like to see more participation from the Starblade and Doom. They're the highest net worth on their team. And I feel like these fights from Myth are kind of close. They're just bringing numbers right now. Obviously, Trill does want his BKB first, probably, especially against the Coddle.
Interestingly, Trill going for, well, deciding to go for a BKB. You think BKB is much more needed over getting an Eye of Skadi right now for the Terrorblade?
I would have liked to see the Skadi. I think if he wanted to go for this BKB, he should have gone Yasha, Skadi, BKB instead of Manta. But it is nice, helps him farm, helps him scale. Probably feels like he's the biggest carry in this game anyway, so no rush there. Has the Doom on his team too.
Yeah.
Radiant's middle
Dagger
tower
almost on
is
the
under
done on the
attack.
Doom as well.
And he's got it. So it's on the way. Doom also ready here too. What can they do?
Looks like they're gonna set up for Roche, but bot wave is a problem. It's a very big wave. See Valky
Radiant's
TP down.
bottom
He's a
tower is
remnant.
under attack.
No cares. This BKB timing on the Ember is going to be really strong as well.
It seems like Myth want to play this late though. Like, I mean, Miracle picking himself up on Midas now for the DK to try and scale a lot better. into the mid and the late stage.
Oh, we might see a kill here, Miracle.
Oh, they want to
Look at
go.
the Ra.
Oh, they want to go for Valky. Nowhere to run. No BKB.
That was
Found
pretty
in the
bad.
static storm, though, in return.
What a glimpse on Doom.
Team Tough have a blink of their own, and Miracle may fall here. The 4 staff there. Will it be enough to save Miracle in? Maybe.
Seimay's
Get out
kind
here
of
as fast as
feeding here.
possible. Try and get an
Seimei.
Infernal Blade, but met with a Dragon Tail to the face. The Fade Bot will take out the Dragon Knight, but in return, Seimei will fall. Just now. Oh, they found the Jakiro. Well, really, Jakiro found them, but turned it around.
There's a glimpse here. Rubik's in trouble.
Yeah, they try and free Tsukimoto. Now potentially 4. They will find it indeed. A 4-for-1 here from Myth Avenue Gaming.
Yeah, that was not worth it, Valkyrie. So not really expecting the Aghanims on the NP, but I feel like he had no business farming there. There's an instant stun from the DK. He'll die Static Storm. It's the, I think a more experienced player would have just slided from the trees and got out, because you don't want to be farming there, showing your face, putting yourself in danger. Brings his team down there to kind of feed with him as well.
So now we do have the BKB on Terrorblade. Next item up for grabs is an Eye of Skadi.
Yeah, he's pretty strong. I'd like to see them start forcing objectives a bit more to take fights. They don't have the most catch on Team Tough. There's a 4-staff on Exilion as well. All they have is a Rubik lift into Ice Path to get 1 kill. It's kind of hard to chase heroes down with the Doom, especially if the Ember dies at the start of the fight.
Mm-hmm. Starting to recover net worth, Magar, so maybe perhaps they'll start to become on the upper hand here. I mean, Ember's almost got a BKB now, so it is going to stop most of their initiative, because Valky has died, I'd say, around about 3 times to this Static Storm Dragon Tail combo.
Yeah, you said like if you click on the NWP, he's super close to his Aghanims. So I think
Oh my gosh.
Tsukimoto on the Rubik is gonna play the most important role here, because you can lift him out of Static Storm. His positioning of this Rubik is so important.
Yeah, Yamate very close to that Aghanims now. Literally 100 gold away, 21 minutes as well. I mean, he is a pos 4 disruptor.
Farming has the Philostone as well. Let's give them a team fight win condition. Maybe you can burst the TV, but it's really this Rubik that they need to keep an eye out for. 1 lift is enough to turn the whole fight.
How annoying is that? He casted Thunderstrike on one of the neutrals, and it happens to be the neutral that decides to cast the Ogre Smash.
Oh no.
So the other ones,
That's life sometimes.
so the other ones don't get hit by it. What's your most hated neutral, Adam? What you hate the most?
Do you know
wait,
about-
we're gonna have to pause there. They may meet Seimei. Seimei's gonna be met with a snowball there and a Static Storm as well. Play hard, needs to get out there if he wants to survive. They will find the Doom. Doom down for 50.
There's a pretty quick blink from Seimei, but didn't pop the BKB unfortunately. Could have been a 2-man stun. We'll lose the Doom for the Disruptor Static Storm reveal. I don't think that's the worst for them.
But yeah, what's your most hated neutral, Adam? What do you hate the most?
Do you know about the boys?
Radiant's bottom tower
Boys.
is
The
under
boys, the Prowler ancient creeps, the purple ones.
That's the I thought the boys would have been the skeletons of the troll.
Nah, those are the boys. They always get you for no reason. You're just walking past an ancient camp and they come out and they root you and they root you. And then
Boy.
Valve was angry. They were removed from the game.
Oh, those ones. Oh, okay. I thought you were on about any existing
Radiant's
ones. Yeah,
top tower
those were
is under
horrible. Like, I think that was the worst when you were playing as Morphling, and then because they do the stomp where it removes all your base armor, you have no armor. Meanwhile, they play hard. Met with some Searing Chains, locking him in place. They find the kill. Easy peasy there for Team Tough.
Is that rush for them?
Could be.
Could be, but looks like Trill wants to just continue farming DD for Valky too.
Radiant's
He's like,
bottom
no,
tower
head in.
is under
no
attack.
farm, rush.
Roche. Though we do have ourselves an Agnim static storm ready. Are they aware this is happening?
I don't know. It looks
game,
kind of slow, meta not popped. It looks like they're waiting for a Tuskar to smoke.
I mean, Trill's taking a lot of damage here from the Roshan along with Valkyrie as well.
Alright, no contestation. Miracle brings to the neutral camp. Nicely done from Team Tough. Trill getting closer to Skadi as well, but if you look at the net worth, Myth are dragging so far ahead. If you look at the DK, the NP, and the Carl, they were so poor at the start of the game, but now they're kind of back into it.
Yeah, starting to come back. Net worth wise though, both Young God and Trill almost inevitably the same in terms of net worth. We will be getting a Gleipnir soon though on Young God. Do you think the is Gleipnir just a core item here on the Nature's Prophet, or will it be really helping him out here against certain heroes? Maybe perhaps like Ember Spirit?
It helps you catch. It's definitely good against the Ember and even TB illusions. Like you kind of stop them from chasing you. It's nice to have. I do still prefer the Mjolnir this game because I feel like he's a hard carry, and it's really nice to have with the Dragon Knight. Just the Mjolnir buff on top of him. Grimnir does offer much more catch, and I guess the item's just low-key kind of OP.
Oh, you think it's OP?
I think it was OP before they nerfed it, like in the Lina meta. Every carry player just bought Grimnir.
What was the nerf?
The lightning damage is less now on both on the Grimnir upgrade, on both the active and the passive.
Same mate, with a snowball and a walrus punch there. Slowed down by the Solar Bind. And it's locked off with the Eye Shard, so just to blink away, blinks away. Still have this Aegis. 3 minutes remaining. What do Team Tough want to do with it? Seems like Fifth Avenue Gaming are just playing their time here and just waiting for this to expire.
Alright, since nothing's happening, I'm going to tell you a story about the boys, okay? It's a true story. So we were scrimming in Bears. It was the Farah, Yapsor, Firo, and 4F team. And Firo was playing mid SF, okay? And it was like, I think 6 minutes into the game. So he goes to the NC to farm. And then he clicks back to mid. So I see he's walking back to mid. He's like on half health. And he just clicks the mid lane. Like his camera's on the mid lane, okay? And he dies. And he's like, what the fuck? He died to neutral, okay? And then after that, we watched the replay. And basically, after he killed the NC cam, he clicked on the mid lane. He right-clicked it. And as he was walking back, the boys came out and they bonked him. He got double rooted. And that was one of the most funniest moments I've ever had in the scrim.
Wait, isn't that where the triangle used to be, the ancient triangle used to be really close to the mid lane?
The ancients were on the right. Yeah, correct. The ancients are where the medium camp is now. The big camp, sorry.
Oh, that reminded me of it was I can't remember who OG were against, but it was Jerex at the time. He an ogre magi was walking up the stairs and then he just kicked someone into the boys, and the boys just
I feel like I remember this.
That was funny.
Back to the play the map less farm game. Trill
I didn't know they had the nickname of the boys though.
The boys. Trill taking a picture, a page out of Miracle's book, cutting both mid and the bot wave.
Valky's gonna commit BKB for this kill onto Disruptor.
That's not too bad. BKB Ember popped. He has the eggs now on Valky, I think. So Team Tough looking pretty strong. Unable to really force anything though. I feel like Myth not really getting punished on the map.
Yeah, I mean, still got 8. I mean, not able to do much with this Aegis here on Team Trill. Maybe perhaps just waiting out the Eye of Skadi until they start the siege. And they're starting to get themselves some nice tier 3 items here. Titan's Liver and Mindbreaker. It's pretty fancy items.
Octarine on Excellent has the Hex queued up. It's lacking some catch. Wouldn't mind seeing an E-Blade too. It's a really nice save against the Terrorblade. A lot of damage. You're scaling pretty well into this mid-late game. I think it gets especially complicated when the DK has Manta eggs and the Tusk has Aghanims. So it's really not easy to push high ground with Team Tough's heroes. Into Coddle, Octarine, DK Shard. We're gonna have this DK Chakra double stun with the AoE talent too. That's super obnoxious.
Oh, meanwhile, Playhard's been found out here, locked in place by the Ice Path. Does have Snowball though to delay. Comes in, not able to blink away because it's on cooldown, and will be found out here by the Sleight of Fist.
Octarine on the Doom too. Has the Shard cure up. Everyone just continuing to scale. I like to see some travels coming out. I like the Silver Edge from the Terrorblade as well. Hope he buys it sooner. They need items to apply pressure on the map to these split pushers. Myth just constantly out pushing every lane.
Yeah, there's still this tier 1 and the tier 2 towers remaining for Team Tough to take out. The question is, are they just going to rotate around and take it out, or are they just hanging out? I don't know what the Team Tough want to do. They're just hanging around in this triangle at the moment.
Yeah, I like to see his TB just establish a bit of dominance on the map. Has the Aegis, has the Skadi, you know, force buildings, force a fight. At least make Myth TP back. And that's something important. You want people to be not farming on the map as much as you.
Oh, they're going to be smoking up. Mag. I mean, they've got to be careful. They're pretty close proximity to Team Tough, who are still sitting around this triangle.
Myth setting up.
They're going to move themselves top.
Valky kill. Probably thinking the Emerald TP to defend.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
They can just force high ground here. No real reason to TP back home.
Tower has fallen.
I mean, they take the tier 2, but they're not going for anything further.
Radiant's top
Perhaps they're
tower
waiting for a
is under
TP.
attack.
They see. Oh yeah, Ember's TP in. Ember's TP in. Miracle. Ready with the Dragon Tail.
Where's the Ruby?
And BKB timing perfect from Valky. With that, they're going to try and disengage here, Myth Avenue Gaming, but Valky hot on the trails there, especially Disruptor as well. Static Storm comes down. Young God rotating in, but they'll lose the Disruptor there nonetheless. This is going to be enough to take down the Ember Spirit. Ember Spirit with the telekinesis save from Tsukimoto. They do find the kill onto Young God there, same 8. In return, Tsukimoto will fall.
No TP on Miracle though. Can they chase him? Cancel Blink Dagger, nice Sleight of Fist.
Oh, wait, what? He's able to blink away. He's gone.
He's styling.
Styling, but
Valkyrie
there, and for God, Valkyrie, no matter. There's a VKB. Oh, able to devour the creep that was TPing in, that was actually fortified by the glyph.
Oh, Miracle is gonna make it out. No way. Yes, please.
No. He blinks in the trees. He's out. Somewhat.
You know what? I've seen that exact same play from the other Miracle before on SF. It's the Manta into the fake illusion run away into the blink. That was cool. That was cool. Deserve to live. My man.
I need to watch that video again. I remember actually seeing that.
It was against Alliance, I guess. It's playing SF. Very nicely done. So Myth again losing just carry and support. Young God try to get a bit greedy for the kill. The lift coming in clutch from Tsukimoto saves him and turns the fight. Hex almost done on Excellent here. Exciting.
Yeah, we have Roshan on a late timing as well. We'll be back in 2 minutes. Silver Edge on Terrorblade as well to perhaps damage through the Dragon's Blood on DK.
That's definitely one reason. I think another one's just to get better positioning in fights. If he pops meta in the right place, he can definitely just full to 0 this Nature's Prophet in a few seconds.
Yeah. I mean... Hurricane Pike, though, is the next item here for Young God. On the Natures.
Ooh, DD for
damage
Trill.
on my Trill.
They force something here. I like to see them
Raytheon's
just
still down.
smoke up and take a fight. Like this Terrorblades net worth is not being used at all.
Well, they are going to smoke up.
There's an issue though. Oh, don't do this, guys. Don't do this.
Just pushing the wave.
It's just 3 spells coming out of
Radiant are
the
scanning.
air.
Just going to scout forward. All with the Silver Edge here. They may have found themselves Miracle. They have done. As the Metamorphosis along with the Doom comes out dead. Oh, Miracle instantaneously deleted. They found themselves X-Island as well with the Searing Chain.
Oh, he has no
This could be
buyback.
trouble here for Myth Avenue Gaming. They're going to try and force staff him away. X-Island will be able to get out successfully. Maybe not. Oh, the Gleipnir there actually stops Valky from pursuing further. There's now made Prepsol trying to attempt to turn it around now.
Really
Dashing
far.
Storm has been able to catch out the Ember. Ember will fall. The return, Trill still laid down the damage there with the Metamorphosis. Does has to force out the BKB. Well, it'll be a 1-for-1 trade with Rochan coming back in 20. But with Metamorphosis down, do you think maybe perhaps Myth Avenue Gaming can try and come back and get themselves the Aegis?
Yeah, they definitely can. It's so hard for STV to hit people without meta and BKB. More kiting items coming out from Myth. It was really nice of them that they got the catch on the DK there, but Valky going a bit too far. His team couldn't really keep up with him. Nice blinding light from X-Run as well, pushing him back into the Static Storm.
But the Gleipnir was really nice as well from Young God, or else I think that could have been a kill onto X-Island. So they have a Scythe of Vice, forgot to mention that on the Cottle as well here.
Yeah, he had it last fight. Didn't really top it, but would have been really big if he went down. Had no buyback, went all in for the Scythe. This matchup's getting a bit complicated for TB. So the thing about this Dragon Knight against TB is that as it scales to late game, it's actually not really TB favorite. Because you have Manta, Octarine, and AoE stun. DK is pretty hard to kill for you. Especially if your network's not you don't have a huge gap.
And then Agnim's picked up now for Doom as well, so has himself the Agnims for the AoE Doom.
I wonder why he chose to go for eggs instead of like a Shiva here. Maybe just to prevent the Tuskar snowball save. That's pretty nice.
Yeah, possibly.
Another smoke here. They don't have meta though. Banking a lot on
No, they don't.
Doom eggs too.
It's back in 10 though. It is back in 10. They
Yeah,
are going to
but-
meet each other though. Play hard. May break the smoke here. He will.
Same gets silent.
Actually blinks away.
Oh, that's his team.
And Young God just activated his BKB as well.
That was so scary for me, but I think TB was probably shouting at them not to fight.
Oh, Remnant
Is he gonna get
forward.
hexed?
Valky's found 4. BKB committed as well. Where's the
BKB's
Steering Chain
ending.
on cooldown? He's just been able to dodge a Gleipnir. And Seimei
Oh my god.
is hexed up there by X-Island. Not able to blink upon someone here with this Doom. So Doom already committed. BKB down here onto Young God. What the hell's going on?
Man, the hesitation from Team Trill, they had Nature's Prophet under a ward earlier, but they didn't jump in. Same gets hit, Young God might still get punished here. There's no BKB.
Oh yeah, he doesn't have it. Young God in some trouble.
With the Havoc Hammer.
Oh yeah, that's a dead. That's a dead
He
name.
has no buyback.
Down for 70. Roshan up. Being scouted out here by Valky. Looks like it's going to be a second Aegis. Now though, meanwhile, they press Myth Avenue Gaming wants to try and turn this one around. I mean, Seimei blinking in. They find play hard. Remnant forward. The Disruptor in some trouble will fall here. Now they look for more. Remnants. It's beyond miracle. Seimei blinking in right on top of the X-Island. X-Island going to try and dispel it there with the Stormcrafter, but won't be enough. Was locked in place and will fall. And with that, Team Tough now, they might just actually go take themselves the game.
Yeah, they should. It feels
Before
like Young God cannot fight anymore. There's no damage. Chose to go for this egg, this Hurricane Pike. Where's my carry, guys?
It's dead. He's back in 10 though. What can he do?
Dire's middle tower
It feels like he can't stand up to his Terrorblade, especially with his Skadi coming out.
Oh, Miracle.
Trying to
Move forward there. Does have himself the BKB. Got to be careful here. He's got 3 upon him.
buyback on
War's
Auto.
punch is there. Buyback as well from Exile. They want to try and turn this around. BKB has been committed there on Trill. Moody will be able to get out on the Jakiro.
They should
Play
change
hard,
here.
moving forward now.
They have a Disruptor.
Not able to get the snowball there when further pursue, but that was a buyback there from Cottle. The Roshan, it's still up. Metamorphosis down with BKB also. This would be a time for Myth Avenue Gaming to really get this Roshan right now.
Oh, Timeless Relic for the DK. DK. Gives it to the Cottle. I like that buyback a lot. I think if they got a kill there, they would have got Roshan kind of evened out the game. But unfortunately, not enough lockdown. And I think NWP was not in position to get off a Static Storm as well.
Well, they're going to give the Timeless Relic to Cottle instead. So Miracle's going to have the Stormcrafter.
Just more dispels for the reflection. Really good against the chains as well. So he needs to drag out the fights. This Ninja Giron saved me. He did so much the last fight. Off the rain with the short. Stun after stun after stun. Might get a solo kill here if he does not turn around all of us.
Okay, so Metamorphosis and BKB is back online now for the Terrorblade. He's got a blink as well, so now most definitely going to be able to get into position, but he's already 6 slotted, so what do you really swap out here? Is it the Power Treads?
Probably.
Yeah, it's the Power Treads. And now they go forward with a smoke. On 4, they're ready to cause havoc, Team Tough. Fight here for the Roshan. If Team Tough do win this fight, could mean victory. Miracle. Kind of starting the team fight a little bit there with a Dragon Tail. Oh, they glimpse the Jakiro back. Moody. Going to be met with large physical damage there from Miracle.
Young God. Yes,
Return though,
fight,
the Doom be committed here onto the Nature's Prophet. As Nature's Prophet falls, there's going to be a trade for a trade. They've lost their carry already here onto Myth Avenue Gaming. They return there. Miracle still laying in the damage. They've got the Static Storm. It's going to commit there. Oh, but the telekinesis save from Tsukimoto. Remnant forward from Valkyrie will be met with a Dragon Tail. Or a punch,
damage though.
along with the Illuminate as well. Will it come in for the hit? Yes, it will. Dealing incredible amounts of damage, but Trill doesn't have a carry in the world. Force-staffing himself forward there, trying to hunt down Miracle. The Hex there in return from Exile. Oh, play hard, in some trouble, able to commit the snowball there and just actually may perhaps be able to save himself. No, will fall here, but in return, Tsukimoto will fall here as well as the Ember. Buybacks from both Rubik and the Ember Spirit. Comes back as well. Only 3 remaining here on Myth Avenue Gaming. That was 3 buybacks committed here from Team Tough. So, most definitely wants to take the Roshan with this now.
Yeah, Young God needs to be a bit more careful with his positioning. Probably better off helping his teammates. They're being chased down by the Ember, kind of gets isolated. No force staff. Can use his Pike against the AoE Doom as well. Looking like a real hard game for Myth right now.
And they'll get themselves the Aegis now. And it'll actually be going to Valky, who committed the buyback here. So 3 buybacks there. Swift Blink onto Trill now as well, which will be quite beneficial. But an overwhelming blink here from Miracle. Does not have the Octarine core as of yet. To that Elder Dragon form online.
Well, I feel like he needs
on the river.
to scale better into this game. He's very annoying in fights. Gonna be more annoying with the Octarine and the Dragon Tail stuns, but I'm not sure if they have the damage output. They're very all in on this Static Storm right now, but we see Tsukimoto constantly with these lift saves. He's just waiting.
What's the plan now for Myth Avenue? What can Myth Avenue Gaming do differently to try and come out of this next team fight victorious?
Oh, they definitely need vision. I think his Rubik needs to die. He needs to die without the Nature's Prophet coming in. Maybe even consider like a Deso on the Tusker so he can go in by himself. Just trade lives for this Rubik. I think getting a Static Storm with the DK stun on a core later on in the game, if there's no Rubik save, it's going to be huge.
So smoke up Myth Avenue Gaming on 5. Looking for something sneaky here. Maybe perhaps their first target could be Valky, who's farming up this triangle. It's gonna be the Terrorblade Illusions, though. In return, Team Tough see Young God farming on that wave there. Notice that everyone is here on that bottom lane, so Valky will move away. Are they going to push up top here?
It's kind of scary.
Team Tough moving towards the base of Myth Avenue Gaming. Looking like they want to try and start a siege here. Indeed they will. Trill starting to send in Terrorblade Illusions here.
Dire's middle barracks are under attack.
Alan trying to push them away, and Trill will blink forward here with a Metamorphosis.
I'm not too interested in defending right now. Oh, I say that as they do TP back.
It's going to be hexed up. Oh, a Static Storm, but
they're just trying to...
Kinesis comes out there and just instantaneously saved. Valky, that's a lot of damage. Valky in some trouble, gonna have to remnant away. Will be able to successfully.
Alright, so they get the wave, which is kind of nice. Team Tough looks like they will get back.
Although Doom coming forward onto 2. Castle dead, down for 110 seconds. No buyback. The Tusk is down as well. 2 buybacks have to be committed here to Myth Avenue Gaming, but they have been able to take down the Ember. He is coming back with the Aegis. He comes back alive, but the BKB instantaneously committed. The Warrior's Punch there in return, but where's the damage there from Young God? It's not there. He's not able to dish it out. They've been able to lock in place the Dragon Knight. Miracle slowly falling. Gone down for 90 with this Cottle. As meanwhile, the rest of Myth Avenue Gaming hold themselves in the base. They have themselves the leash there to Ember, and that's a dieback onto him indeed. Down for 120. It is a 2v4 right now. Can they really defend this Myth Avenue Gaming? It looks to be difficult.
This game looks kind of over. If they had a timing in the game, but they just couldn't hit it. I think this itemization on Young God was...
Oh, Static Storm coming out again. Where's Rubik with the telekinesis? He's not there yet. Going to try and lay in the damage. She will be saved. They do have themselves a Sunder down to Trill. They will find the kill on to the Nature's Prophet. Young God is indeed going to buy back. And Trill full HP here again from the Sunder.
Dire's bottom barracks are under attack.
But now it definitely looks like they have themselves the Mega Creeps. Will they be going forward now towards the Tier 4s? Yes, they will. Trill coming forward there, but oh no. Yamate going to be met there with a massive Infernal Blade. The Doom comes out once again, and Young God will fall. Definitely looks to be GG, and they will call it Game 2. Actually going to Team Tough here will equalize this series. As of this moment in time, we'll be going to a Game 3, ladies and gentlemen, with Team Tough getting this game at 47 minutes in.
Yeah, nicely done by Team Tough. They get a advantage in the early game. They kept farming. I would have liked to see them bring heroes more often. I think the Doom and TB were being really greedy, but with the start Valky had, he was enough for the early game. Excellent, messing up their lane real bad there.
I feel like the saves from the Rubik as well were able to provide quite a lot. Like this, we've spoke about this before, Adam. This telekinesis save on Static Storm should not exist.
Yeah, I feel like every game we see Rubik on one side and Disruptor on the other side, and this is what happens.
It is genuinely what happens. But I wonder who the MVP is going to be going to here. Who would you say the MVP would be? For
definitely Valky, right? Has to be Valky.
You think Valky?
Valky or Seimei.
Oh,
right, Seimei.
It's Seimei.
That's fair too. I think he had a more stable performance. Valky kind of was throwing a bit here and there, got some pickups. Seimei had really high impact. I think he was farming for like the first 15-20 minutes of the game, but once he had this dagger, eventually this Octarine core, it just felt like he did so much in the game.
Yeah. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, we are indeed going to be going for a break. So stay tuned because we've got Game 3 coming up for you very soon. Will Team Tough be able to finally win themselves a best of 3 and get themselves a match within the standings? Or will Myth Avenue Gaming be adding themselves another match to their current standings? Find out shortly because we'll be back in just a couple of minutes. Don't go anywhere and we'll see you for Game 3. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the CDPC with myself, Epidamnos, and joining me is 343 Dota. We just had ourselves game 2 out of this best of 3 with, of course, Myth Avenue Gaming versus Team Tough. And Team Tough put up a pretty tough performance. Game almost went to around about 40, 50 minutes, somewhere around there. They were able to actually do, pretty well. What changed, Adam? What changed for Team Tough to actually take this game 2?
I think on Myth Avenue was second pick, and they kind of drafted themselves into tougher lanes. We saw Miracle do pretty well, but I think ultimately was Exilern getting punished very hard by Valky, and this Ember kind of into every part of the map. I think the itemization on Young God could have been a bit different as well, but I'm not sure how much it would have actually changed the game.
And we're met with something that we've seen before, Adam. I mean, this is the third game in a row that this has happened. First pick, Rubik will be going to Myth Avenue Gaming this time. So Team Tough will not be picking up the Rubik.
The hero's just too good right now. It also stops the Disruptor pick. I think in game 1, Team Tough saw this Rubik and they went for a Mirana Doom, just ignoring the Disruptor. But Myth in game 2, they picked the Disruptor against the Rubik, and we see why Rubik's such a good hero against this Disruptor.
Yeah. With him being the Grand Magus, he's able to telekinesis people out of kinetic field like no other hero.
Ember Mirana.
So they do pit themselves up the Ember Spirit onto Team Tough. More than happy with putting Valky on the Ember Spirit again. And we'll see what's... wow, okay, Techies. Or Team Tough there.
And Techies is just one of those heroes that are easy to pick early. You're a strong laner, you offer a team fight, you also offer damage, so it's a nice combo with the Ember Spirit. Wonder what Myth will go for here. Bat Rider. There's our excellent hero. So Bat against Ember, I feel like we've seen this so many times, and I've also feel like I've talked about this matchup as much as Rubik Disruptor, but the lane is pretty skill heavy. Ember can definitely get kills on you. The reason Ember is good against you is because Slide of Fist spam is free pretty much with Magic Stick, and you can't dive into Searing Change. So most of the time the matchup goes pretty okay, but I've definitely seen one side make a mistake and the lane just gets so complicated.
Yeah, I know what you mean, yeah. So, Bat Rider versus Ember Spirit. I've heard you say it all too well before that it's more like kind of like a skill matchup, because you really don't need Bottle and Ember Spirit because you can regenerate your mana and HP through just having yourself a stick, and then also with the fact of Bat, you just got to make sure you choose the right moment to pounce, if you will, upon the Ember.
Look at this. Look at the bans, man. It's Mizu Avenue Gaming. Team Tough banning all his heroes. As many as possible, which I think is a great approach to the game.
Yeah, you got to ban out those nasty heroes. I mean, I wouldn't want to play against them.
I mean, he's a hero specialist, and I think when he gets to play his game, he can kind of dictate pace. And we see Myth a lot of times when Miracle's not able to talk about how to take fights or is strong enough to dominate the map. Well, what happens is similar to game 2.
What a silencer pick. Okay. That one's a bit different. I'm surprised we've seen that come through. So silencer getting picked up here for Team Tough. How do you think that will phase against Myth Avenue Gaming here? Because the silencer pick, it can be punished sometimes, can't it? With the fact that it can be killed quite easily, but sometimes it can have a massive effect within the team fights.
I think seeing this Bat Rider pick silencer is good because in skirmishes, it's very hard for the Bat Rider if he gets cursed, because sticky spam obviously refreshes the curse of the silent. But in terms of the mid-late game, once this Bat has BKB, you're kind of useless. It's also hard to play Silencer without an Initiator pairing towards the later part of the game. And Team Tough don't really have that right now.
as now the second phase of the ban's complete, with also Anti-Mage and Facelessoid being banned out. Yeah, you don't really want to play against those heroes when you're a Bat Rider, because you can just get chronoed and killed, or the AM can just simply press Spell Shield and blink away. And Nature's Prophet will be picked up again, interestingly, for Myth Avenue Gaming. So still pretty confident that they can play a good Nature's Prophet game, even with the previous game that they had with Young God not doing as well, the Nature's Prophet. And they'll pick up a Cottle as well to go with it.
I wonder what Team Tough's gonna go for here. I feel like they need a hero that matches the pace, like some Dawnbreaker. I think it's something we see very commonly against this NP, which is also probably why Myth picked the Clockwork. It's good against Dawn, good against the two supports. What other heroes are there? I think Tide is really good this game for Team Tough. Myth Avenue do not have ways to kill a Tide Hunter right now. They also can buff his boys. It's a really strong lane with the techies, good against NP. I wonder if Seimei plays the hero.
And what's the final pick they'll pick up here for Team Tough? So Tide Hunter, okay. So, you know, obviously getting yourself some control here as well.
Yeah, I like the pick a lot.
Will we see a Meteor Hammer rush here on the hero? I'm starting to see that quite a lot.
I think it's good this game. He is pretty unkillable once he gets like Hammer Hood. The Hammer also helps you open the map, which Team Tough has a lot of trouble doing right now.
Yeah.
What else is there? I wonder if Myth are gonna just put this NP off lane right now and pick another carry. I feel like if they put this Nature's Prophet carry against this Techies Tide, he's not gonna have a great time. Also, don't really see a Mizu hero right now. They have big problems with Ravage.
So final bans. They'll ban out Spectre here on Mag. Just their final ban remaining. What do they not want to play against? Looking for a carry here to ban that could have a big effect on them. I mean, Slark's still in the ban pool. Sorry, Slark is still available. You think Slark would be something good here for Team Tough, or do you think that's kind of meh?
I think it's decent for the lane, but my problem is they don't have heroes that kill people right now. I know it's weird to say, it's more like they don't have damage. Like, you can't really lasso and kill this Tide. Maybe the Ember will die, but I feel like they need more damage. Maybe something like a Drow Ranger, which makes sense with this Spectre ban as well.
Oh, so you think they need something like Drow Ranger on Mag?
Yes, correct. That kind of hero. I think Morph's pretty hard to play. I like Drow the most. It's also a Young God hero, I believe. What else is there?
Still taking a lot of reserve time to think about what they want to ban out as well. We should get some idea once we see what they ban. What's it gonna be? Slark. Okay, so they ban out the Slark. Not gonna let Team Tough pick that one out.
So Dispel against the Bat. I do think these bans are for the Drow though, both Slark and Spectre. Really good against Drow Ranger.
Ursa banned out in return. And the first pick coming to Myth Avenue Gaming. So what are they going to pick? Adam says the Drow.
Oh, I don't
Turns
like
out
this.
to be the Alchemists. The Caster Curse ×2 Electric Boogaloo.
I wonder if this is an offlane Elk actually. I think that's very.
Offlane Elk?
I think that's very possible. I don't feel like Elk carry is good this game.
One Morphling.
This is a specialist hero for Team Tough. They love their Morphling on Trill. So it's a carry Elk. It's also a pretty free Morph game. Like, how do they kill him once he gets Lincolns? It's pretty damn good. Natural Scotty Bar against the Elk as well. So I think a lot of, I would say, pressure on Myth this game. They definitely don't scale well. Playing late game into this Ember Tide Morphling looks really, really scary right now.
Yeah. So yeah, they pick themselves up the final pick Morph. They've got Seimei this time on a little bit of a different hero, with that being the Tide Hunter, but they'll keep Valky still on the Ember Spirit. So Tsukimoto, I like the fact that they've got the techies as a position 4. and put the Silencer as a pos 5, because I feel like if that was the other way around, I feel like Silencer would still be dying here. But Young God is on the Alchemist. They've got Miracle on the Nature's Prophet, which means they've kind of got Alchemist on pos 1, Miracle on number 3. Do they have enough time to give Young God some space to get themselves the items he needs? I think Alchemist only needs around about maximum 20 minutes. They're picking themselves up a Radiance, a Blink, a BKB, and that should be enough for him to cause havoc. You think Myth Avenue Gaming will be able to have the time to provide him that?
I think it's pretty nice to have Elk this game just because their supports on Team Tough are really bad at invading the jungle. Like his Ember Tech is running into an Elk is not gonna kill him. That's probably the reason they picked it, but I'm not sure if they can actually close out the game with this Alchemist. I think he'll get farmed, but they will still have issues in the mid game unless Excellent has a really good game.
Okay. And we will see how this game 3 proceeds, ladies and gentlemen, as it should be up on your screens right now. Are Team Tough going to be able to win their first match of the tournament? Or are Myth Avenue Gaming going to be snatching it from them and get themselves another win within the standings? We'll find out now.
We don't lose. We either win or we learn.
Alchemist safe lane. I don't really see it all that often. But it's definitely viable ever since, you know, the reduced cost of the Radiance. So Alchemist is going to be able to get a Radiance a lot quicker.
30 seconds to battle.
I wonder how this top lane is gonna go. I feel like this Elk is gonna... the Tide's gonna free farm and get an early hammer. Ooh, we see a fight, so he may not be in trouble.
Oh, let him coop, Young God. Coops up a concoction. There's not enough to kill Seimei. Seimei will get back.
We don't lose. We either win or we learn.
Now the bounty runes proceed to spawn, and there's going to be some shared runes here. Oh, actually, Myth Avenue Gaming able to get themselves 3 bounty runes. Able to snatch one away here. But what's a lane in particular they're looking at? Is it going to be the Bat Ember in regards to the skill matchup, or is there going to be a much more interesting lane with the techies being on position for against the Alchemist? What do you think here, Adam?
I don't expect kills to happen anywhere, but I feel like this Tide and Morph are gonna have really good games from the laning phase. I think mid's the only one that's a question mark to me.
We'll see how it goes anyway. So, you think this is going to be a little bit of a bore fest with not many kills going on here, and it's just going to be
I'm not sure. I think Biff tends to find kills that they shouldn't be finding more often than not, especially on NWP. So, might see him punish the Silencer for being out of position if that ever happens.
As techies, Tsukimoto just being annoying as ever. Seimei's actually providing a lot of aggression here on the lane, but his God still not having a care of the world here. Is Concoction a good thing to level at level 1, or do you think you should have gone something different like Acid Spray or Greevil's Greed?
I like the Concoction. They don't really have a way of punishing him from charging it. Greevil's Greed is usually kind of greedy, you want to have spells, and Learning Acid just pushes the wave, which isn't really doing you any favors. So I don't mind this time.
That is to be expected with the name Devil's Greed. It is a bit greedy, isn't it?
Indeed. They also fought the rune. I don't think it hurts to learn stun. It's a nice skill to have.
Another concoction being brewed up again. That actually might be a kill onto Tsukimoto. It will be first blood. Going to the hands of Play Hard here. Him on the bottom lane. Silencer going to fall from the hands of the Battery Assault and the Power Cod. And the Amity. Last it's doing right now. Nature's Prophet, Miracle, he's able to get 5 denies out of here, so doing pretty good with punishing with the Treants.
spared you future
Be able
loss.
to deny 2 range creeps here on the bottom as well, which is going to be beneficial. As Valky got himself the magic wand, and Boots will be going for the bottle now next.
Prepare for a
Getting the reward. Nothing really too abnormal happening in these lanes. Type with the no gush build. Just wants to free farm up here. Has the arcane boots queued up, so might choose not to go for the meter hammer. Oh, has a ring of health actually, so might change it up. I'm not sure. I would really like to see the meter hammer this game, specifically just to open towers. These heroes aren't too great at opening towers.
Pogs on bots. Silence it. Maybe there's some trouble here. Being body blocked by the Treants. Nice play there from Miracle.
Yeah, nicely done. Some added net worth. Has the power treads almost done.
Jackpot.
Lane pretty even. See the techie securing the top rune for him, so nothing too surprising going on anywhere.
Actually denying the water rune there. And perhaps they found themselves a silencer again in the cogs. Moody is not having a fun time here on this Pos 5 silencer, and Thrill is kind of having to meet the price here of having a silencer position 5, not having a great time on the morph here right now.
Yeah, I think the silencer has to play more with the morphling instead of at the side. It's very susceptible to this clockwork just going on him. As you can see, it just gets full to 0. Mid lane, yes, chain. Sexy needs to be a bit careful here.
The Firefly still on, able to use the wand, diving underneath the tier 2 tower. Will find the kill, but in return will force out a rotation and will fall.
Nicely done. Feeds away a bit of XP to supports, but that's a big kill to have. Now Bat's gonna be level 6 when Ember's level 5, and it's a big spike. Miracle also close to level 6, so they might collapse on mid here with the siege creep. Not sure if Valky can actually get his level 6.
Yeah, that's not good. Play hard's rotated here on the mid lane as well. Oh, okay. Bat's actually moved himself top. I want to try and go for Seimei here with the lasso. Obviously, of course, with the Kraken Shell, could actually dispel. Oh, it's actually going to commit it now. Now seeing the final dispel there of the Kraken. And that should be a kill onto the Tide Hunter. It will be indeed. Meanwhile, Tsukimoto has been able to get away from the grasp of the clockwork.
Dire's top tower
Will survive, but nonetheless, rotation there from Exile, and picks himself up a kill here onto Myth Avenue Gaming.
Yeah, nice rotation.
Oh, and play hard.
Hard too.
Speaking of rotations, rotates in and steals the illusion rune there from Valky.
Yeah, I'm surprised they didn't go for the mid tower instead, but seeing that Miracle and Young God are both fine staying in their lane, it makes a lot of sense that he just wanted to secure his core. Miracle applying quite a bit of pressure. See the supports rotating here as well. No TP on Ember. A lot of punish.
Oh my gosh, they found themselves a silencer again, bottom. Trill has to get himself away. He's in the trees. As Yamate is not too far behind. Trill will be okay for the time being.
Miracle. So he wants to keep the catapult alive. Tanking with the Treants with his hero.
Yeah, Trill may waveform in though for a kill onto Miracle. Never mind.
He has 10 stick on the Nature's Prophet. Tower will go down though. Without the Bad Rider rotation, I think that's really big for them.
Yeah, and meanwhile, Batrider will find the kill onto Exilent.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And they will find this bottom
Radiant's
tier
bottom
1 tower.
has fallen.
Meanwhile, Clock has been found by Team Tufto. At least they find themselves something out of this. Take out the clockwork. Oh, perhaps want to try and find more here with the Searing Chains coming off cooldown. Wants to try and go for Miracle. Will not get him with the Sleight of Fist.
Unlucky. Miracle queuing up the Maelstrom actually, not going for the eggs, wants to scale into the game. I like that. already opened the tower, just wants to farm.
And phase boots on the Alchemist. Phase boots on the Tide as well. So Tide actually not going for the mana boots here. Let's go for a Soul Ring, and still no Meteor Hammer as of yet. But meanwhile, though, Valky in some trouble, going to be lassoed up there. Can they kill the Batrider in time? No. Ember will fall, but it will be a trade. 2 for 1 there.
And Valky's having a rough game. It's really bad for them because his supports don't really enable him as well. His Silencer and these techies. So it's more of a independent game. Being punished over and over.
We're seeing the impact of that as well. Valky coming back mid though. Valky actually going for here phase boots on the Ember.
Yep, still no bottle.
Phase movement speed.
Not really able to control runes. With
Dire's
very
top
dominating
tower
start, that's gonna free farm now as well. So Lane might be in trouble top lane. Yamate setting up a bit. But he's alone.
Dire's
Exilar
middle
is
tower
gonna-
is under attack.
Gonna take the stacks, he's close to travel. He's gonna do it. Once he has this travel sub, it's gonna be so hard for Sailor to play. So much pressure, it's better as so fun.
Yeah, and that's a free kill there onto the clock. Young God doing all right in net worth here. Just a little bit behind Miracle, but will start to climb rapidly fast once this Radiance has been picked up. And meanwhile, Exilern farming a big stack here.
Yeah, there's so much gold.
Extra net worth.
About 1k gold from both the stacks. Nicely done. Will he get the rune? Nope, unlucky. Ace rune for Valky.
No, he didn't get it. Ace rune top in the hands of Valky.
Got more
They
stacks.
perhaps want to try and go for Young God here. The Haze Rune has been activated. Young God going to try and get back now. Remnant is there. Oh, Searing Chains will not connect onto Young God. And Valky will get back.
I think Miracle actually got all the last hits with his Wrath there. That was
Able
nice.
to dodge Concoction. Remnant.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Still trying to get those phase boots there on Valky.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Meanwhile, Tsukimoto trying to lay in the pressure on this tower. Doesn't look like Seimei is going to even
Dire's
attempt
top
to
tower
get a
is
Meteor
under
Hammer
attack.
here on the Tide. Doesn't want to go for it. He's actually going for a Lotus Orb here instead. Some Dispel. They may now go to try and attempt to break free. Mima in place by 4. They're actually going to try and turn it around. Ravage will be committed, but it only connects onto a support. With Miracle being able to get out, they find themselves Tsukimoto. It's kind of a bit of a disaster here for Team Tough as Searing Chains do come in. Seimei still alive. In the meantime, can they find the kill to Exile? And yes, they can. Ember will get his revenge finally, trying to also find the kill here upon the Clockwork. And will have himself the one charge to use a Sleight of Fist. There we go. Gets the kill.
Yeah, nice kills for them.
Radiant's
They
middle
need
tower
everything they
is
can
under
get,
attack.
slowly trying to claw their way back into the game.
Radiant's courier has
Not
been
an
killed.
easy path right now, but they do finally use the Ravage and the Global.
Well, Morphling not having the best of times right now. Especially with his bottom lane being taken out so easily here. Is currently the lowest net
Radiant's
worth
top
core
tower is under
of the
attack.
game right now. But trying to still come back and farm up here. His items not looking too bad, you know. Got a Falcon Blade and some Power Treads, opting to try and go that Yasha now for the Manta style. Doing all right at the moment. Meanwhile, Young God is having to get himself back, but we'll be going right back in with the Chemical Rage, trying to take this stack right now.
Yes.
Proving to be difficult for him at the moment.
You know, it's actually really bad for Elk to farm ancients, really. Because you want to farm camped with as many units and as fast as you can kill them for Grill's Greed.
Yeah. Looks like Silent really wants to go for the kill here onto Valky.
It's just a bully, man. Knows they can't really touch him right now. Ravage down as well, just face up in their face.
I'll find that middle tier 1 tower. We've also a Radiance at 13 minutes here for Young God. We're going to go for a smoke up here. Team Tough are as 3. Try and attempt to find something. Maybe they'll go into the triangle, perhaps, or they'll try and gank Exile, and it looks like that's the case. They want to go for Exile.
Dire are scanning.
We'll try and move away on the bat, though, and if he moves out, they're going to shift their attention right now onto Miracle. They see him farming up, and they will. Remnant there.
Oh, where's the chains?
And actually not able to get the searing chains. They're going to have to bat themselves off now. Stolen Remnant with the telekinesis there. Valky in some trouble. Going to try and Remnant away. Lasso is ready. Searing chains will lock in place the bat, but bat still has a small amount of time there on the Firefly. The hook shot will come out, and that is a definite kill there onto the Ember Spirit also. So they will find 2 here into Myth Avenue Gaming, and Team Tough, they won't even be able to find anything.
Man, why did he change there? That's so weird. Miscommunication. Techies missed the blast off. It would have been a nice kill for them. Global committed as well. Not sure why he globaled, but yeah.
We got Seimei on the other hand trying to push away Young God, but Young God is absolutely having none of it.
He's rushing
standing
Lotus
strong
Orb.
with the Radiance.
I guess there is quite a bit of single target between the lasso. We get to dispel Sticky.
Seimei may be dead here.
His Lotus is flying out though. Lotus?
No, he's dead. He has to be dead.
He's
dead.
So he gets the double stun back, which is what the Lotus was born for. Value.
Yeah, Young God gets the kill. And it does not look to be in a good position right now for Team Tough.
Oh, accelerate.
Okay, alright. They get the kill on Exile.
Bit too much in their face.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
There is a ward here that might see the Morphling.
Rubik may die here as well. Forward.
Definitely dead. Miracle comes in.
Double kill as... Oh, okay. Wow, okay. Miracles rotate again. They do find the kill onto Silencer. Trying to lay in the damage as fast as they can to the clock. Unstoppable for Miracle. Searing chains onto the clock. Will find the kill. 3 for 2.
Alright, good fight for Team Tough. Bringing some numbers. They really needed that. It's really all they can do right now is protect their areas of the map and get the kills that they can. It's very hard to stop this Alchemist from farming.
Yeah, and he's farming even their triangle right now. BKB almost ready quite soon here on the Alchemist, and Tsukiyamoto might meet his doom here if he goes top. He does see the acid spray though, so that has revealed the Alchemist farming this triangle.
The rune of regeneration.
Seimei got to come in here and see to the surprise that both camps were already off-farmed.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Valky and Seimei. Will they potentially group up and try and take the middle tier 1 tower? I mean, the rest of Mag, they're going to go in for initiation. Hook shot onto the side, but in return, a counter initiation there with the global silence. Will they be able to turn around and find a kill onto the clock? Clock will fall from the sleight of fist. Meanwhile, though, a lasso connecting there onto the tide with a counter initiation of a Ravage onto 4. Wow! Gets the kill onto Exilern, but in return, the silencer will be found. And the concoction onto the Morphling. Morphling in some trouble. And a stolen Ravage from Playhard, finding the kill onto both Ember and the Morphling with the Fade Bolt. Playhard, playing dirty with the stolen Ravage, getting the kill on the 2 most important core heroes of the team.
Man, what was Trill doing there? His team's already dead. He's trying to get a pick off maybe, but it just ends up getting down to Ravage. That was a pretty close fight though for a 10k net worth advantage. But if they get rush here, they are gonna snowball pretty hard off this.
Yeah. And they get there in time. I mean, they have themselves no Ravage. Balance is coming in here with the Arcane Curse, but maybe met with a hook shot here if he reveals himself with the Arcane Curse. Is not going to. And the Roshan falling into the hands here of Myth Avenue Gaming. Aegis in the hands of Young God.
Is under attack.
And now a pause coming out. TeamSpeak lagging. When was the last time you used TeamSpeak, Adam?
Oh,
still
it
use
was
it?
very long ago. It's only when I
Very
was a
long.
player or coaching. Other than that, never again.
Never again.
Never again. I mean, TeamSpeak is just I guess it's more professional, but there can less delay on LAN, I guess. Easier to monitor.
Yeah. I mean, you still take it into account that we have Discord now. I don't know if you ever remember the days of MSN.
I do, man, I do. I miss the nudging.
Do.
The nudge spams. Team Tough. Game's not looking too good for them. Again, all came down to this Ember Bad Rider matchup, Excellent. Getting revenge for last game. With some solo kills.
TeamSpeak's dead.
Oh no. What would we do? Oh wait, Discord.
Yeah, don't use Skype.
Skype's cool. We all use Skype.
Wait, Skype was the after of MSN, wasn't it? I don't know if you used Skype. It was MSN, then Skype, maybe a little bit of TeamSpeak.
Skype was cool, man. Skype was cool. I miss the ringing noise. I still remember.
Oh, the do.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, that one. I remember that. And now it's all about Discord now. It's mad.
All right, the teams are back. Ready
He's back
to go.
though, yeah.
The seeds are
Back into it. BKB on the Bat Rider. And BKB on Nature's Prophet as well. So Miracle getting the BKB here with a Gleipnir. Perhaps they want to look for something. We've got Yamate scouting out here with the flare. Oh no, Trill's been caught out. He was trying to TP there, but gets caught by Miracle. Really nice play. And he may just let himself die here. Yeah,
You see that? That was kind of cool. He tried to TP into the Nature's Prophet and turn into the Nature's Prophet and use his TP instead. Good attempt, good attempt.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Now, what really can Team Tough do in this situation? Young God is getting out of control. I mean, it's practically double the net worth of the Morphling here right now, which of course is to be a little bit expected, but is kind of mad once you put it into perspective.
Yeah, they need to
for silver.
protect this Morphling. Like, I don't mind this Silencer trying to break smokes for him. Ember and Tide need to farm in more dangerous places. That's really the only way back into this game.
Oh gosh, they're gonna go for Tsukimoto. That is a dead Techies. That's gone, yeah. Maybe perhaps they can even siege high ground here. I mean, they still have Aegis. 3 minutes. BKB, Blink Dagger, on the Alchemist, Lasso ready, Hook Shot ready. Lots of types of different initiations here from Myth Avenue Gaming. They found themselves Same A as well, who's on his own. Concoction is there. Hook Shot as well onto the Silencer. And maybe perhaps they'll find 2 kills here, Myth Avenue Gaming. They will. They'll find both the... Oh, wait, Valky. Oh,
that was
close. With the lasso.
Nicely done. TeamSpeak again. Oh, it happens. I guess it's
both?
the
Okay.
DPC server, maybe. Maybe it's a new rule that I don't know about. So I wouldn't imagine teams use TeamSpeak if they're not required to. Oh, there you go.
This is where it's going to be a flat out no.
Yeah, tell them. Oh,
Oh,
admin so kind.
oh my gosh.
Admin just wants to go home. 10:30 p.m. Friday. It's like, sure, use your Discord. Hurry up, man.
That reminds me of I don't know if you've ever seen that meme. It's like, what is it? It's like where all my colleagues are struggling, but I still have 5 minutes left on my lunch break, and it's just some guy slowly eating a sandwich to like some really peaceful music.
Oh, is the building on fire? True. Close to his Manta. Still needs quite a lot of items.
He's close to Myth Avenue Gaming as well. He's going to try and waveform away. Oh, he's going to get stunned up by the concoction.
They won him.
Trill got stunned up there as well. Telekinesis. Phil's in trouble.
Oh, the last word.
There's the stolen last word. And play hard.
Oh, game's looking rough, man. Game's looking rough.
It's so rough.
Radiant's
It's so
middle
tough.
tower is under attack.
So tough. I didn't want to say that, but you said it, so. You came
Oh,
out.
Ballin, Miracle has the BKB
Is under
though.
attack.
Yeah, he may be able to get to Komoto.
Just gonna farm.
Moto able to TP and get away. No Gleipnir, it's on cooldown. Not able to cancel the TP. Same making top.
Going for the pipe.
Looks like he's trying to farm the pipe on the tide.
Honestly, not really sure what they're gonna do.
Moving forward. Global silence. Will it be enough? And they found themselves a 1-for-1. Hook shot onto the silencer in the back line. Jung God falling fairly low here, but does have himself the Aegis. Silencer down. Attempting now to try and find Valky here. But Bat does not have himself a blink dagger yet. They go the BKB first. Oh, that's a nice lasso, but actually might turn it around. Ravage, uh-oh. Very nice. Lotus Orb there through the Ember by Same.
Oh, Miracle's coming.
Got Trill. Oh no, locked in place there. Gleipnir underneath the acid spray, and that is Trill down. Only if he had his Manta style, which he's now been able to acquire in the base.
Yeah, definitely feeling a bit stronger than he was. I say a bit, but he definitely felt a lot stronger. Oh, admin says pause. Get back on TeamSpeak, guys, right now. Oh,
You guessed
I
it.
called it.
Gotta go back into the TeamSpeak, boys. There will be no rule breakers here today.
Right, no Discord for you. Uninstall. Or disqualify.
I don't think they go that far.
Your desktop
Yeah, new
must
rulebook, guys.
be empty.
Not allowed Discord on your PC.
You need to stream your screen instead of the Dota. Instead of just Dota.
I wouldn't be surprised if that was actually a rule, you know.
It should be. You should have face cameras and cameras of the screen in front of them. Like on their head.
Double camera.
Yeah, what if he's not pressing his buttons, man?
Miracle's having a fun time, like trying to
He's always having
reconnect
fun,
to
man.
this Discord. You don't know what's going on. They're just joking around, having fun.
The man enjoys life.
And he's a Naga spammer as well. That's pretty impressive.
Debatable.
Debatable.
Debatable. Goddamn Naga players. Sure, every role has like a toxic hero. What's the toxic offlane hero? I guess it's Brute.
Yeah, Brood. Who else? Primal Beast?
I think it's mostly Zoo. Zoo is like cancer. Probably is like strong, but it's not cancerous. It's like, you know, mid is like
Lycan?
it's like you can say Ember bad, but the real cancer is like Viper Huskar players, you know.
Was it you who hated Viper the most, or was it Winter? I can't remember.
Probably Winter.
I remember one of you saying that you absolutely hated the hero.
Probably Winter. Viper is a high-skilled hero. People just don't understand.
It's a high-skilled hero. Is that what you actually just said? Is it actually a high-skilled hero?
It's like DK. DK is
It
a
is.
high-skilled hero. I think it takes so much skill to find farm on heroes like that. Like, it's not high skill in
You know
lane,
what?
you know? It's post-laning, like
Yeah.
how to not be useless and fall off. That's high skill.
That's a fair enough point, actually. Because, you know, the Viper does fall down eventually. And then it's a skill issue trying to actually have impact during the late stage.
Yes,
of
that
the game
is
as
correct.
well.
The skill comes in the later part of the game. So when people start the game at 0 minutes, you actually start the game at 8 minutes. After the laning
Radiant's
phase.
middle tower is under attack.
Young God, he wants to get out of this game, running it down.
He does. He's gonna
Telling you to throw it.
concoction himself.
Exploded some money around him.
Right.
Oh, he just wants to use the Aegis, knows it's ending.
Radiant's middle tower
Might
is under
just-
attack.
That's exciting. Are they getting in position ready for this? I mean, God not going to let them have the chance. He's got an AC now. He's coming forward with a concoction again. Able to avoid the blast off. Activates the BKB. Tsukimoto is definitely dead within the cogs. Killing spree for Yamato.
They get the G-Ward 2, high ground ward revealed.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Do have BKB though.
Dire are scared.
On the Ember Spirit now. Will that really change much here?
I'm really not sure. The fights look so hard until this morph has
Yeah.
leveled. The heroes just don't really do enough damage. Techie Silencer, Ember. Ember kind of does damage, but the morph is where you want your damage coming from. Has the Dragonlance queued up. I'd like to see him just go for a BKB or just flat out go for Skadi here. Meanwhile, Miracle. Silver Edge completed, so they have a way of killing the Tidehunter now. Lasso and Silver Edge shit will just die.
So what are they waiting for here? They're waiting for just like Roshan. Oh my gosh, they jumped onto Valky. Valky activating.
Oh, nice.
Hook shot! Hook shot from Yamate. Oh!
Oh, Miracle's in once more.
BKB.
Silver Edge on Tide.
Oh, they're going onto the tides. MA. Silver Edge dealing too much damage.
Young God. There's
Blink,
no way he's not going in.
Got to go forward onto the silencer there. Silencer may fall here. The blast off is there. Will not be able to get the global silence off in time. That's 2, possibly 3 as well. With the stolen blast off there from Play Hard, they will find 3 indeed.
Radiant's
Alright,
top
nicely
tower
done. That's
has
what they were
fallen.
waiting for.
Radiant's middle
For Valky
tower
to
is
walk
under
out of
attack.
his base.
Radiant's
They
middle
knew.
tower has fallen.
Hit the high ground.
Radiant's
proceed
top
to go
tower
for
is
the-
under attack.
Tier 3 tower.
God damn
And a
it.
set of racks.
God damn Mizu tipping the bot lane. Can just be hitting the tower right now, but nope. Wants to farm.
Skull Basher on out.
He's so farmed. So strong.
25 minutes this is. Pretty much almost 6 load.
It's not only him that's so farm Miracle on this Nature's Prophet. He's actually so fat. If you compare it to 2k below and Alchemist free farm,
God.
it's so high. 10-0 and 12-300 CS.
What do you do in that situation? Surely they just have to throw super hard here on Mac. I can't see it happening any other way. This Hex is going to be the next item queued up here for Miracle. Roshan's... It's a late Roshan spawning. 2 minutes and 10. Play Hard pings it. Doesn't realize he's going to wait like almost another 3 minutes. And then Octarine Core. Picked up here on X Silent, so not a blink. Is there any value picking up an Octarine Core here over a Blink Dagger, Adam?
He can buy whatever he wants. Get the Meteor Hammer.
Okay. Yep, fair enough. I see that now. They may have found themselves Seimei though on this bottom lane as Miracle just rotates in and clears them up. Meanwhile, they do find a kill onto Valky as well on the mid lane. Looks like it was a cooked concoction from Young God. With 2 down, maybe perhaps they'll push high ground. Happens, Abyssal Blade queued up next here for the Alchemist.
Pull roots and run.
They're just waiting for the creep wave to come back in.
Ooh, I like Trill's item build now. This is what he needs. He needs damage.
Radiant's top tower is under
He's going
attack.
Daedalus. Uh-oh, he's been scattered out there in the trees. He does have the Manta, though. We'll try and waveform away. Oh, no, not able to dodge. The Manta style. He gets found out and killed by the rest of Myth Avenue Gaming. They will take out the Roshan, but it's still down for another 20 seconds. Meanwhile, though, Balancer found out. Maybe Valky as well.
Miracles like you're dead.
Oh, this will bleed! And goodbye, Ember.
Yeah, I wonder if that was just a bit. Like, it's like, I'm coming, Miracle. Like, okay, I'm gonna let him stay here. Oh, he has a Hex too. Damn. So much catch.
Yeah.
Myth right now.
Same net worth as the Alchemist.
Yeah, man, it's impressive. Who is this guy? Miracle, I know, would have Manta Radiance. I guess that's the strat. Young God plays Radiance hero, so he can't buy Radiance. He's a DD model too.
God.
Radiant's top barracks has fallen.
Yeah, that's the top set of racks gone. Easy peasy. Middle set of racks. Are they really? They're playing it ultra safe. Oh, okay, they're just gonna go Roshan. And that is a quick ages for them. Surely Myth Avenue Gaming now can finish the game.
I believe.
Oh, they have the shard on Alchemist. Berserk Potion.
It's a cool item. You can BKB and then dispel your teammates' global silence. Or Searing Chains.
Or you can give them attack speed, HP regen.
That's
and
true.
speed.
Buff Mizu. Just buy the Solar Crest, Young God.
Can you use it on yourself?
Yes, you can.
Oh.
Probably see
So you gotta drink the potion.
Oh, Young God. It's going in. Silencer.
Going in for a concoction. Next onto Silencer. Easy kill. Yes, easy kill. Abyssal Blade was used, interestingly enough.
Miracle. Still farming. Trying to beat the Elk at his own game.
Young God. Not taking barely any damage at all. Overwhelming Blink is the next item of choice. Maybe perhaps they just get back and farm tier 3 items and extend this game to God knows how long.
One chart being queued up. And they're just chilling. Once Bat gets a jump.
Oh, Ravage.
Yes,
Miracle. Maybe found out here. Oh my gosh. They're going for everything on Miracle. That's a lot of gold distributed. Meanwhile, though, the Silence will be down. That's a dieback. Miracle going to try and buy back to the fight here. They lose themselves to Techies. Techies going to try and come back as well, but the Abyssal Blade there being affected up by the Ember. Can they get themselves a bash? Yes, they can. Can Ember be able to get themselves the Remnant away? He can, but in return, will fall. Triple kill there for Miracle. Could he make it an ultra kill? Could he make it a rampage? Maybe, perhaps. They're going to go dive, but the GG is called. And game 3 will be going to Myth Avenue Gaming with Miracle buying back and getting himself the rampage.
Yeah, that was calculated. He was farming buyback all along. We just didn't understand the genius that is Miracle.
And Team Tough, unfortunately, will not be able to win them a match once again. So they will still... I don't know what it currently is on the standings right now. It will be... Yeah, it'll be 0-4 for them. Unfortunately. So still yet to win a match, Adam. And Myth Avenue Gaming, they win themselves one and climb themselves a little bit up the standings.
Yeah, they look really good this series. I mean, playing against Team Tough, who wasn't the best opponents, I guess, but they did show prowess, is that the word, in game 2. Valky going ham, solo killing Exciler and taking over the game, and eventually Team Tough just outscaled. So I think they just have to find a way to do it again. You know, like what happened this game? Why did it go right for us? How do we accomplish it again? You know, that's how you set up your system in a team.
Yeah. So what do you think went wrong for Team Tough here? We see the MVP Excilen coming out here on the Batrider. Do you think it was down to picks on Team Tough, or do you think it could have been other factors that they weren't as punishable with the heroes that they had on Team Tough?
I think laning was a big deal this game. I guess it was the story of this series. We saw game 2 when Team Tough on their lanes, they were doing really well as well. But I also think Myth had this advantage in the early game where their rotations were better as a unit. We see even in the game 2 that they lost, their smokes were more successful, their support rotations in the early game were more efficient.
Yeah. And I've just been told that we're going to be waiting for a player interview from Myth Avenue Gaming. So hopefully we'll get a little bit of an interview here. But what did you think about the matching between net worth of both Miracle and Young God here on in regards to farming up net worth wise?
I think Miracle as a player, he tends to play alone away from his team. Like even in the first game when he was playing Naga, Young God on the CK, which was the carry holding Aegis, was kind of the one playing with the team. And I think it's the right move. You know, you have a hero that controls the map and enables the rest of your team to play. And it just so happened that Miracle is that hero instead of Young God. So it's pretty natural that he got a lot of farm. He did play really well though, so many kills. Very nice itemization as well. So not taking it away from him, played really well.
Mm-hmm. Is there anything you think Team Tough need to change in order to actually try and win themselves their first series? Their first best of 3 series within the tournament? Is there something that you would recommend for them to change?
I like to just see them pick more hero pairings and try to play around Valky a bit more. I think they don't help their mid player, but they draft in a way where their mid player has to accomplish a lot. So maybe just steal a page out of Myth's book, more independent silence, or more stacks, you know, something to help their mid player. You need a way to enable your teammates to play their game. I think that's a good takeaway from this series for them.
Mm-hmm. And we do indeed have ourselves an interview with the MVP himself, Excilen, comes in to tell us a little bit of what the hell has happened within that series. Excilen, hello, can you hear us?
Yes, hello. Yeah, I can hear you.
Hello. Great stuff. Welcome and congratulations on your best of 3. How are you feeling so far with that game 3? Obviously, of course, we were expecting you guys to get maybe perhaps a 2-0, but you were able to close it off with a 2-1. So how are you feeling?
I think I feel chill. I don't know. Just like that.
I mean, game 3 was especially chill. Are you surprised to hear that Miracle was able to actually stay on top of the net worth against Young God on the Alchemist?
I'm not surprised. He got a lot of kills. Then every time he just uses his ulti to farm out every wave. I think it's no surprise.
Yeah, he was having a pretty chill game. We could see that from all you guys. I mean, you just decided to build an Octarine core. I was questioning. I was like, shouldn't he be building Blink Dagger? And Adam was like, he can do whatever he wants. It's pretty chill. Adam, do you have any questions?
How come you played the Coddle in game 2 instead of the DK?
I think it's just a comfort hero on me. And I thought I could do better in the lane. And like snowball from there.
You feeder. You used to play a lot of Puck, and I guess I want to ask about the Wind Ranger too, but I'll save that. You used to play a lot of like Puck and stuff. How come you're kind of going away from these heroes like this Ember Puck? I think I see you much more on like Pango, on maybe this Batrider. Is Puck not good anymore?
I just feel like because these heroes you are enabled to pick on early in the phase, whereas Puck, like the counters are way too hard where you do not have a game at all. So I think in comparison, That's why I lean towards like this type of heroes more.
All right, Wind Ranger question. Okay, you're the biggest Wind Ranger spammer. On a scale of 1 to 10, how bad is the hero right now?
1 to 10. I'll give it a 3 or 4.
All right, 3 or 4
It's
good or
pretty-
3 or 4 bad?
3 or 4 bad. It should
Oh
it should
my
be
God.
buffed more.
I agree.
The
It
ulti should
buffed
be like
more.
Marcy's ulti. I
Yeah,
think
that's true.
I surely believe so.
All right, I hope to see more Wind Ranger buffs too. New big patch coming soon. You know, who knows what we'll see.
Just praying for the Wind Ranger buff.
Yeah. All right. Okay. Other than the Wind Ranger buff, what's something you want to see in the new patch?
Something I want to see in new patch.
Yeah. If Ice Frog calls you today, it's like, "Hello, excellent. What should I put in my patch?" What are you gonna do?
Nerf all the spirit heroes. I'm done with those heroes.
All?
Yeah, all.
Poor Vengeful Spirit, man. It's not even being played. Collateral.
Ember Storm. Oh.
All right. That's fair. That's a fair answer.
But yeah, we'll wrap it up here. Thank you guys so much, X-Island, for hopping on in and giving us some insights as
Thanks for
to
having
what you
me.
think, should be banned out of the game. No problem.
Thank you.
All right. Congrats, man.
See
See
you
you.
guys. See you.
And Adam asking in the meme questions. Everyone, desperately wants to know what potentially wants to get banned out. Storm Spirit heroes. I'm interested because I thought, Storm Spirit was maybe in a little bit of a weird place with the fact, of course, he doesn't have the mana regeneration, but has himself that massive zip in with the Agnims, of course. But we are going to conclude with the current day for today of the 3 best of 3s that we've had with what the hell has gone on today, guys. What has gone on? Let's get the results up. So obviously, of course, we can see IHC Esports, which were originally QWE. They have been signed up by IHC Esports, which is why you're like, where the hell is QWE? That's them. They played against Boom Esports, but unfortunately, Boom was too much for them. Boom getting themselves another 2-0. I'm starting to see a pattern with Boom Esports at the moment. They have not dropped one match, and they have not dropped one game either. They've been doing incredibly well. As on the other hand, we had ourselves UD Vessuwan versus Spawn Team, with Spawn Team picking themselves up a 2-1 victory. And I think that was their first best of 3 that they won. So congratulations to them. And then the final game that we had was, of course, Myth Avenue Gaming versus Team Tough. Team Tough were able actually to bring up the heat in game 2, but unfortunately for them, it was Myth Avenue Gaming who had themselves, from X-Island, a pretty chill game at the end, and were able to get themselves a 2-1 victory. Well, let's have a look at the standings of what's changed within the current fixtures of the table at the moment. Boom Esports still sitting comfortably up there with not even dropping a match or a game. They're on 4-0, with Xerxia following close behind them, 3-1, UD Vessuwan 2-1, and then Myth Avenue Gaming, obviously because they won themselves that best of 3 at the end of today. They're currently 4th, sitting on a 2-2 match score. Following not far behind, we got IHC Esports, who are currently on a 2-2, around about the same, but match score a little just one game away. Horizon on 1-2. Spawn Team 1-3, obviously, of course, with winning the best of 3 for today. And Team Tough, they're still yet to win a best of 3 series, but they did able to win themselves a game. But still have a little bit of breathing room, because obviously, of course, we're still midway in for week 2, and we do have one more day of the week to follow through. But let's have a look at the standings for the last best of 3 series for week 2, as we have ourselves UD Vessuwan versus Horizon at in the afternoon. Well, early afternoon. And then we have ourselves the next game, which is IHC Esports versus Spawn Team, and then Myth Avenue Gaming versus Boom Esports. What game are you looking forward to in particular?
Man, it has to be the sorry to interrupt you first.
I was going to say UD Vessuwan versus Horizon, right?
I'm hyped for Myth and Boom because it's a Malaysian showdown between Mushi and Yamate.
Oh,
even though Mushi is not playing, it's still kind of there. the old but goals going at it.
But yeah, we're going to wrap it up here for today. Do you have any closing comments, Adam, that you want to make? Any cheeky remarks, any memes you want to throw into the dish before we leave?
Nah, I'm good, man. I'm good.
All right, sick. We'll leave it at that then. Okay, so thank you ever so much, guys, for watching in today. I've been your play-by-play caster for today, Epidamnos, and joining me was 343 Dota. Had a lovely time casting with Adam once again. Obviously, of course, we had Ares and the Nog casting the first 2 best of 3s. But that is it from us today, and we are going to close off, and we will see you on the Sunday for the final day of week 2. So hopefully we'll see you there. Have yourselves a great weekend, and we'll see you on Sunday. Take care.